culturally
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm except me, you know me, I'm the hard worker. I'm the one that'll do the job right. I do this either. When they want to be
Right.
hip hop, they're trying to basically be a part of that whole invasion of the body snatchers. They'll copy and take whatever. Remember, the Asians used to be bad about that when they got their asses in with the swap meets, copying.
Yeah.
Come buy
Yeah.
fake Jordan. When you walk into a swap meet and you see some Asians, they look at you as if like you can do what you want to. We got it covered. We don't really even need your money. We don't even need
Right.
your money. We don't need your vote. We don't need nothing from y'all. It was a time back then. Remember, you walk into a swap meet. I don't care where you got a swap meet at. And I'm throwing this at you real quick, so catch it. It was like, hey, come here. Hey, come here. That was what, 15, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Now you walk into the store, it's like, whatever. We see you. Hey, Hispanic, we definitely take your money. We ain't begging for it, but we know you got the money and stuff. You would think like, hey, where did all this money? We're talking about we in a recession, this and the other. Who got the money? They got the money. And as far as
Right.
whatever you want to do to camouflage in some type of color or whatever, cloak and dagger, not cloak and dagger, but cloak, they know how to literally do it like G.I. Joe. Hey, I'm you 1 minute, that black and brown coalition, kiss my ass on that. You get what I'm saying? Nothing personal, and sorry for my language.
Yeah.
Please, black and brown, no, they know who they are. We know who we are, but we need to really know who we are. And I think we do. With that black and brown, no, stop. Talking about Ruthless, let's go there. In Cali, it's a whole different story. They got theirs, and we need to have ours. And that's how it is. Straight up.
It's business. It's business.
You know what I'm saying? It is. It's strictly business. It's not even
It's
personal.
business.
On one hand, it is personal because when it comes down to it, you would think like, hey, we should be able to get along. Ain't we on the same team? We're not. We're
No,
not.
I think they made it personal when they lied and said it was all equality based. Every man is created equal. That's what made it personal for me because it's like motherfucker blacks them been putting that work in since forever. So it's like they not focused on basically helping us become more self-sufficient since the black people chose to be on their side. So it's like they chose to side up with these people who don't even want to see you be self-sufficient. So it's personal now because it's like our babies and shit have to be indoctrined by these motherfuckers. So now it's became personal in my eyes. It's business,
No,
though,
and
but
Vinci,
it's
I'm with
personal.
you. It is personal. Honestly, don't walk around here. Don't sleep on it. When you walk outside your door, depending on where you at, East Coast, West Coast, Mid Coast, you know what I mean, wherever you at, Midwestern, don't in the South. Don't look at it to where it's like la 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 la, just smelling roses. Hey,
Yeah,
Juan,
a lot of people
Jose,
doing that.
such and such and such. No, they looking as if like, hey, yeah, So while you up there sleepwalking, we making major moves. No, they take it really personal from business to the ones when you even trying to hook up or trying to check them out and stuff on that whole Colombia. And that you don't even have to be traveling to Colombia. They're literally looking at it where it's like, you stay to yourselves. Y'all don't even know what time it is. Y'all keep with y'all's arguing and fighting and destroying each other, all that stuff that y'all do and ain't even y'all know what time it is because remember, they have been sitting back thinking to themselves, when are y'all gonna catch up and figure this stuff out? But we already know. It's a literally doing something with it and about it. That's why eventually when you mentioned about the languages, this and the other, we already know we can do this and do that and take the classes and learn the language. We know that. We're not a stupid people. We just do
Right.
stupid things. You get what I'm saying? We are that was a time when they would see us and be like, very intelligent. But what's so sad about it when you see the movies, they might make one movie or like with a youngster or a black man, a black woman, where it's like they broke through. Oh, that's a smart one. And then you got the other ones. It's like, you're not like the rest of the rest of who? Go ahead, say it, motherfucker. Say it. The
Right.
rest of the ends out there, you know you want to say it. Oh, no, you're not like, I didn't mean it like that. Or that one that's like, at least I know one out of the rest of them. I got one black friend. Don't give me that. You know what I'm saying?
What
Because I
all
know,
did
see,
you say,
now
man?
I can see it.
I have a
And now
question for
all the races
I
in
have a
general.
question on
Yeah,
Full
yeah. Go
Circle
ahead.
and Ruthless. Cause
Go
you
ahead.
guys are the to me, I can see you guys the old head. Of course, my OG. That's why I'm quiet. I'm just listening and getting this game. What do y'all think about the study that was done that saying black people won't have no wealth in 2050? Cause by then, you guys will be long gone. So
I
what's
believe it because they all the money is going out basically because our women have the highest spending power. So without the women basically saving and basically trying to help leverage the black men, knowing that our positions and shit. So it basically, if they ain't gonna contribute to believe in us to help us plant the foundation, we gonna lose any fucking way because they spending all the money with, like I said, the Europeans and the Chinese, but not only them, because the niggas spending all the money with Jordan, they buying all the foreign cars, all the money is going to everybody else, so they eating. It's business though, so I have to respect it. As a businessman, I think
Right.
we shouldn't even be bitter if these people winning and they capitalizing off our people, because at the end of the day, it's just business. This is how America works. So the money basically places the people who have it in control, and then other people.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Vinci. I was
No,
going
you
to add
good.
on to what you said. I'm sorry, brother. Hey, to you, Ruthless. I remember there was a time whenever, and I only came across him through YouTube, and that was Claude Anderson. Remember back then, Claude Anderson would be preaching Ruthless. He would be preaching about the whole, economics, his books and this and the other, and then just taking notes about the different levels and chains of what we need to do. And I sat back, I said, we're listening, but some of us are not listening. And I'm not talking about Boyce Watkins, I'm talking about Claude Anderson. And I thought about it, I said, there was times when you would hear ones talk about buy land, buy apartment complexes, and different things like that. It's gone to a whole level to where corporate is like, look it, we better get on top of this now. Not as if they're not listening. What if they do wake up? What if they do get the funds and the money and come as a collective and they start buying the land, y'all, not just having businesses and this and the land, then the houses, the apartment complexes, real estate. They literally are making, and see the Caucasians, even in the numbers, even though the Hispanics numbers are bigger, they sitting back as if like, okay, they just need to come together and have their money. Caucasians just have the money. They got, talking about power, got the money. If we knock that out and we got this group of blacks are saying, and then woke up and say, yo, let's start getting some land. If we can come together, they sitting back as if like, no, we can't let that happen, because one day they already awake, taking action on it, but they're not awake, meaning resources. They could get the resources, but we got the resources. So let's strategize, monopolize, and grab it now before they do. Just look at it. If you notice it, and the way they play the game too, it might be easier to get, even if we come together to do it, but can we keep it? Notice the game. This game of life is so real to where it's like, we can't be fighting each other. Once we got it, we got to hold on to it. Don't do that selling it. I'm going to sell it to who? To Hector? To Stephen? Philip? No, you hold on to it as long as you can. Stop this mentality of how much I can get out of it. Flipping it.
Hey,
money. They sitting there holding on to it, and they're going to pass it down to little Hector, little whatever. See, they've studied the Asians themselves, because the Asians ain't selling nothing to us. Now let me go there again, Ruthless. You familiar with Koreatown, right? Cali, over there on Wilshire Boulevard, all up in there close to downtown. All right. Like I said, I know it like the back of my hand. It was one time when it was just all Caucasians before Rodney King. Then they came in. The Asians, the Koreans had a plan. When you look down there up in a certain part, you think it's Hispanics, where they just got all their music and the laundromats and this and that. No. They found one little part of Korea, and if they did it like that, they can do it again. And they hold on to it. You see all the Korean writing. It's like a marking. Once they get in, they either got their music or they got the lettering across the thing as if like, this is ours. Then they put it at the bus stops, the names, Korean or Hispanics. Look at the billboards. Yep, anything. If y'all don't know Cali, go down to Cali, check out Cali, YouTube Cali. Go take a visit. You'll see it the way they do it, where it's like, we've marked the map. This is like, I've sunk your battleship. Remember that game? That's real. Okay, it's as if like, blacks, you get in where you can fit in. If you ain't fit in, as far as your skills, your knowledge, your language, that's the only language you got. And if you can get another language, please get that language and teach your young people, because they're going to need it. And some people will sit back and say like, why I got to learn this? But they need to be learning our language. Remember that back then? Well, now you see where we at. Why I got to learn Spanish and this and that? No. You can do whatever you want to with it, any language, but know what to do with it. It's not, but you say, Vinci, it's not personal, it's business. But when it comes down to it, it is personal. You got it.
Yeah, they make it personal because they want to kill all the black men. Of course it's personal. Now y'all trying to just cut us out the picture, then they just having their way with our women. So it's like the black men who basically in opposition of us, that don't bother them, that these men having their way with the women. But say when we taking their women down and I'm at the restaurants with white women or some shit, these motherfuckers, you can see the hatred on their face. So it's like everybody else feels some type of way, but black people, it's like they just like, hey, have your way with our
Vinci, it's the hate. Vinci, it's the hate. If you snatch up theirs, which they hated, you walk in the door.
I love black women.
I don't know about saying ours as if we own them. You know what I'm saying? They are entitled to their own, you know what I'm saying, bodies.
But it's black men who have them though. So it's like
women.
No, we're not controlling them.
But the thing is, equals hopeful. Other races do it. Why black people can't do it? Other races do it.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. They value their women, bro. So it's like we don't value our women enough because we like. Go ahead, Mr. White Man. Go ahead and run dick all through it, Mr. White Man. But they keep their women in all to themselves, and they value their women, the Asians, every fucking body, bro. So it's like we should value our women the same way.
Vinci, it comes from youth. I get what you're saying. We adults. This comes from when they're young. I don't know if you all have experienced it. If you walk into a store, walk anywhere, they'll have their little kids. Look, I'm just gonna say this, and I don't know something thing. I love children. I love them. I'm gonna throw this at you. I have no children. That's just me. That's just my choice. When you walk into a place to be Hispanics, wherever you might go, they'll have their little kids. The little kids will look up at you. There was a time when the little kids might look at you and stare at you like, who is that? Not just on like, oh, this is a different color skin. It's almost like they've been taught as if like, mommy, as if I'm going there. When who just said it? Someone has said, why can't we do it? No, it's not that we can't do it. They've been taught as little children as if like, Now, strangers, that's one thing. Absolutely. Don't talk to strangers. Stranger danger. But it's not just that. They're being taught as if like one day you're going to get older. Now, from the time I taught you, you know what time it is. You keep it within the family. Not on no incest.
Right,
like
too.
You get your own.
I talk to my 10-year-old son like that too. And I got him, he dominating the whole school district right now.
Yeah.
He dominating, he's number 2 in the whole school district. And I teach him his importance because I'm like, you have to dominate the school system. I'm gonna come up with the money that we need. So basically, I'm gonna invest all that, everything mine is yours. Because you're gonna have to do something with this shit as you get older. So basically, I'm talking to him all his life though. So if we start talking to the kids as if they are more advanced, then treat them like babies, like most black people do. They can be 13, 14. They still calling these people babies. These people need to be equipped to go out in this world and really conquer this motherfucker. So therefore, and then they can use the systems that we taught them, and they can use the American system to infiltrate it and learn everything they know, just like the Mexicans. That's all the fuck they do. And Mexicans get in and they learn every damn thing. So, and they take it back to their community and they teach their own people because they know in these areas, this is where America needs help at. So therefore, they dominate those areas.
Right. Vinci, and I'm gonna throw this at you. Do what you do. I'm not up on your panel out of respect to push dating out or do it. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just gonna say this. If you do it, do your thing, but always remember, if you do, they know who they are, where they come from. Don't be on no lottie and all in heaven and all of that when it comes down to it, because if it came down to it, not just a war or race war, we had to go up against each other. Where I'm coming from. They know where they come from. They do it based on, it's free will, free love, love sees no color, all of that other stuff. They know who they are. And if it came down to it, and it comes down to listening to Papa, Dada, Papa, Daddy, whatever like that, if they saying, they gonna go against the grain and be like, no, but I'm in love with Vinci, in love with Ruthless. Sure. They sit back like, you know what? But I still know what time it is. You get what I'm saying? They do. Let's go deep. They know what time it is. If it came down on some real level, next level stuff, they're going to be as if like, it was nice knowing you, Ruthless Vinci.
Like a motherfucker. Because they didn't ever challenge. I didn't never see that they challenged the slave masters on the shit, the hideous shit they was doing to the black people. I didn't ever see like a group of white people challenge them, but I just seen the people in the North was jealous because they like, hell no, nigga, we need these motherfuckers and we gonna pay them because they gonna come help us build our companies. So y'all got them down there working for free. We want them still working for us, but we gonna fucking pay them because we need these motherfuckers to make sure our shit is straight. So basically, they ain't never actually challenged. I haven't forgotten you either. I hear you. I see you down there too. And another thing too, when they want to picket and ask for that, not that little back in the days minimum wage, whatever it was paying, they fight for that. Whatever they got to do at town hall and put in votes and picket and ban and all that, they like, no. We want the $40 an hour. If they getting 40, we want 40. You know what I mean? And it goes back to where they come together to fight for it, where it's like, and that goes back to what I was telling you. At one point, it was at a certain price where it's like, oh, they gonna take whatever they gonna take. They coming together and be like, who you take us for? We ain't all drug dealers. We know what to do with it. And even on top of that, to add on to what I just said, they getting whatever money they can get in the different positions, not just getting nice cars and nice vehicles and nice clothing. They're sending it back to their country. So don't sleep on that, what just happened in Mexico and what's going on with the cartel. They still got family down there. They got family in different places, planted like sleeper cells. They're giving the money back to Mexico. That's a given. By wire, by Western Union, they're giving it back. So whenever they want to give back and forth and put them on the bus, whatever that bus, the Greyhound, they can send them back
back and forth. They can give them on by flight. They got access. It ain't just crossing the border. Yeah, we know about crossing the border. They got access, American style. So what they did on that real tip, come on, y'all ain't stupid. They was up there crossing the borders. We already know this. This is the old news. And having their babies here so they could be citizens. Get what I'm saying? So nothing can stop them. So they have access to all the programs, and they don't have to speak a lick of English. Notice this, within a year or sometime like that, you send that, you didn't know a speak of English. Where'd you learn? Oh, I learned after a while. They talk, you know what I mean? I was, and it's like, you know, like a voice alternator, whatever. Then they talking English. How long did it take you to learn English? A year, 6 months. You know, you just said, wait a minute, because they had a plan, strategized.
So they use their children as investments and planted their baby,
y'all, and they did it. Go ahead.
First of all, of course, good morning to everybody that's coming in. First thing to do, please make sure you hit the like button. If you have not subscribed already, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. And not only that, if you rock with Jay Prince, make sure you hit up the Cash App or the Super Chat. You know, he's doing this late night live stream for you guys, so y'all can enjoy yourself. Right. You can see we have powerful people on the panel having dope conversation. So if you want to join in, just let me know. Not only that, but make sure you cammed up further, and I'll let you up. So let's continue to have the fun.
They should be blessing JP, man, because he be himself, man. It's like, I love people who be themselves. So that should be just enough for people to be supportive. But it's like these motherfuckers want to pick and choose and cause more division. That's gang shit to me. So it's like these people basically, I ain't gonna say these people, but some people I've seen on these panels is like they are who they hate. They have become the same type of person that they talk about. So they could break that cycle by supporting the brothers who basically being real. They ain't trying to act hard, ain't trying to act tough. We on this motherfucker showing our compassion for black people, and we showing that we still see the potential in each other. No matter if motherfuckers into it, disrespecting each other, I still got love for my people. I can't shake that shit.
Right. So, and Mister, let me throw this at you too. Notice this. You got some of them from the gangs. They got the tattoos, the teardrops. I'm talking about the Hispanics. They got all of that. They don't have their experiences where it's like, I used to be a part of that on some cholo level, okay? On that level. And then their experiences telling you their stories is like, I'm doing this now. I'm doing that now. I've learned. I've been in the joint. You know what's messed up about it? I won't use the word hate. I dislike it. We'll have examples of us. It's very rare where we've gotten out of it, out of the game. And then you have us on the other end where it's like, on that end, I can't leave it. I have to keep going back to the joint. What's your issue? How did this person, totally different cultures, different people, know how they learned their lesson, but we ain't learned ours? That's on some other mental, not a mental level, mental type of mess. Where it's like they learned, they got their wife, a bunch of, because I'm gonna say it, nothing against it, bunch of kids. Not any time, and they don't believe in no abortion. Abortion is out. They might be, you can count it on one hand. But abortion, no, they're going to have 4 or 5 kids. And notice this too. When they go, it might be one or kids. It's like their own little entourage of posse. They go to the store in groups, in clusters. When they meet up, and I'll give you an example. I was at a spot, little joint, little casino. When they get together after work, it's all of them. It ain't with the haircuts, hairline, got it trimmed. They got their barber on lock, along with their beauticians. They coming together after work. Not no little, like I said before, just nothing against the lawn business workers. Not whatever they do, they coming together after work. They like to drink their beer, talk their language, and they group up. And you might be thinking they talking about women. They might see a woman or two that's a waitress. They mind ain't focused on that because they got their women at home. They might be doing whatever they do, adultery, committing adultery, cheating, but that ain't their focus. Their focus is on power. They're sitting together. They would never tell you if you hop up and be like, hey, what up, Hector, Jose? What we talking about? Oh, we just sitting here looking at the sports and talking about sports. Boy, Dodgers. Yeah. That's what we talking about. Bullshit. They not talking about that. They talking about something on some next level shit. Once again,
like America is business to every culture. So
get it together.
I think we don't look at America as a business, but everybody else do.
Other level shit. You know what I'm saying? And as far as abortions, like I said, they come together during the different spots that they go eat at. And so you be like, dang, they took up the whole table. Look at the holidays. And sometimes they still have it at home. When they go out to different restaurants, everybody is taken care of. And they're recognized. Whoever owns the restaurant and the waitress, whatever, they looking at it. But you got the black man sitting at the table by himself, maybe. Chances are, yeah, you do. He might not even be at the home with his supposedly woman, wife, girlfriend. Get what I'm saying? He up there, I'm just out here. That ain't stopped. They got their families hooked up together, going shopping. Look at the different stores, not just Walmart, anywhere. A bunch of them. You can look back and say, who's that? Those are all my kids. And over there, that's the little home girl or niece. You know what I'm saying? They looking at it as if like we all come together, not to fight, not to come over and take over, but we showing you this is what time it is. This is literally family. Once again, wake up. They think is on a family tip. Transforming it down generation after generation. That's how tight they shit is. Wake up, man. Wake up.
Yeah, you're right though, because they understand the value of family, and that's how they've been able to get so far.
Right. Basically, and even if you date and you be with theirs, they looking at it. They people as if like some people put it on the Asians. Of course, they too. If you whoever you want to get with, you're gonna be taking care of theirs when we should be taking care of our own. Keep it real with you. But at the same time, they looking at even if you do get in the door with them, what can I get out of Vinci, Ruthless, Esso, Roni? I got to get some out of it. You ain't just gonna be up in here doing nothing. Now we can do that with our people and get away with it because we're known for handling business. We're hard workers. You ain't gonna come up in this family thinking you just gonna be sitting on the bed and being a bum. No. The whole entire family is gonna be looking at you on some judgmental level, like what you bringing to the table. Now let's talk. Talking that whole.
So mostly they gonna give niggas bricks of cocaine and tell them to go to the hood. Move.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
Nah, it ain't. See,
I
get what you're saying, but it ain't gotta go straight there with it. It's all
I'm saying, listen. Most of the guys who I personally know who have Mexican baby mamas, all the niggas in the hood know that these niggas got access to get the fucking coke. So that's how it's been. So basically, when niggas is tied into the Mexicans, that's one thing that they look forward to doing with us. Basically, it's the coke business. So niggas basically they already understand that this shit ain't no good, ain't no good for no black community. But I think everybody knows basically as long as we stay on drugs and kill each other, we not gonna be no threat. Basically, so if you keep these niggas where they at, then they good. But as far as like black people, when I see that they mix with the Mexicans,
putting a gun in nobody's head and making them do drugs.
Yeah, I know that, bro. But at the same time, it's niggas who you can bounce out you can pull up to a certain area and walk in the store. If you jumping out your car and you looking nice, you know them niggas gonna get at you. So it's like you ain't gotta put no gun in no niggas' hand, but the mentality. It's the mentality.
I mean, honestly, would you be flexing around people who pull? It's haves and have nots, right? It's certain communities where you can do type of shit like that.
I'm talking about if you was out of state though, bro. I done been out of state. Even in Oakland, we went to the cookie store. Them niggas booked the whole man. We came out the store. They busted all they took everything, bro. Well, I was just going to get some weed. So it's like I'm just saying, you will never actually know where you at sometimes if you moving around, bro. Even in San Francisco, it's like we was downtown, but it's nigga right in the hood. So I didn't know that. This is my first time being there. So that's all I'm saying is some circumstances, bro, you won't even know. So it's like
look what you just said though. I'm not disagreeing with you. Down in Oakland, it used to be better. Then things have changed up in the Bay Area and over there. But look at how we move. Look what you just said.
I don't know if they was blacks though, bro. I don't because
check it. We get busted for things. They pretty much do the same thing. Let's go in the neighborhoods, okay? They blast their music. They have parties, house parties. They do all of that. And then once again, I'm old school. Remember them parties, USC, UCLA, fun days, okay? Look at this. They used to. They move differently. We have the same parties and get busted for it. You know what I mean? Our stuff, the way we move has to be open, but it ain't even on that tip. It's like they do the same thing, but they do it to the point where it's like they not getting their parties busted, not getting arrested. Our thing was, or it's like our stuff has to be flashy and show it, and it ain't nothing wrong with it. It's like, look it. Is it how we move? Is it what we do? Is it just us? Because they do the same thing. Music be loud. Birthday parties can take up the whole street with all their vehicles and cars and trucks and 4x4s. And it's like, damn, the Hispanics, the Mexicans is doing it like that. Loud as music. Nobody stopped them until 4 a.m. So what's really going on? When it comes to us, such and such got busted. They up in the joint for maybe 24 hours or some days. It's like, we can't do nothing. There's something wrong with this picture. There's something wrong.
It's a difference because people don't know
you see what happened in Miami with the spring break. They don't know how to act sometimes. We go crazy when we get together. Look what happened when spring break. 2 people got shot.
All right.
Go ahead.
Nah, I said them parties get wild. You
right.
said 2 people got shot.
Our party gets super wild. That's the problem.
Yeah. It was times. It's not that we can't have that, but that is the problem. It's like we can't have a party where nobody dies and we can all leave. Remember back in the days, you'd be a parking lot pimping. You remember back in the last call for alcohol. I'm talking about the club thing, but not even if you're hanging out outside, like it's Miami. Miami is the shit. But at the same time, it's like what happened in them days where it's like, man, got a number or two left alone, maybe hooked up, snatched up somebody. Them days is done. Somebody laying out, talk. You know what I mean? Ambulance, all of that. It's like, damn, I've been through them days too. But at the same time, it's like, do we have to go through that? We still going through that? Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing stopped that. But at the same time, when you look back, you're like, remember them days when the party was over there and it was the shit. But that stopped. Oh, it must have been somebody. You know what I mean? It's always put back on us that we to blame. And pretty much we are, because somebody was acting stupid. Can't have a nice, decent get together party, talking about party wise, like you said, Miami. It could be anywhere. Cali, East Coast, West Coast, Cali, LA, shootout. Somebody got hurt. Fight broke out. Can't do that. They had a thing walking away. Damn, live to see another day. And they having another one after that. That's why they don't even come at them like that. Oh, they just having a party. Hispanics, music, whatever. And if they want to be funny, talk about mocking, they'll play some of our music, but they're going to really keep their music. Get what I'm saying? Flipping the switches. It's like, see, we can do that. We can get along. All right? On some Training Day type of shit. I almost wanted to watch that the other night because I thought about that scene. When they was up there, remember with the girl they thought they got, raped and stuff like that by the molester, and they had old boy, and they was about to take him out. You know what I thought, Vinci and everybody on the panel? I said, I wonder if that police, whatever, undercover, whatever, I wonder if that was a black man. When they had him up in that bathroom, they was about to take his light and pull his wig. You remember that scene? And I said, what if it was a black man? What if it was a black man? Would they have believed him? Because they was holding off. It was like he was talking that talk, like, I ain't the one. I didn't do it. I tried to help. I tried to help her. I tried to help your little sister or your daughter, your sister, whatever. But I said, if it was us, like what just happened in Mexico, if it was us, then that's on a whole different level, different chapter, different time. If they would have took us out in Training Day, I'll probably watch it after we get off later on, after the panel. I said, man, that just made me think recently, what would have happened in a scene compared to that Caucasian, whatever, who played that part, compared to one of us in our skin? Would they have believed us and said, you know what? I don't believe you. F you, negro, whatever. Boom. You hear what I'm saying? That's real. It's a whole different game, man. Look
so
around.
do you think black people ever experience like normality, like just a normal life?
I think we can. We can.
I'm talking about in the past though, because like, I don't know of a time where things have been normal. I don't know, because it seemed like even before the civil rights, they had the whites only type of shit going on. So it's like, have black people in America ever had anything like basically on a normal level? Basically, because the shit that we described, as y'all said, it sounds horrible as fuck. Because basically, we can't party together. We gonna kill each other. We gonna talk shit.
I thought
that shit sound horrible as fuck.
Go ahead. He's talking. Go ahead and talk.
Go ahead. I'm done, bro. I've been wanting to hear down.
Okay. I look at it. I'm Vinci. I'm just addressing you. I think it's on an individual level, even when it comes to the resources and money. Not everyone up on this panel is millionaires. We do our thing. We do what we, you know what I mean? It ain't none of our business how we get down and how we do and how we take care of our families. But at the same time, is the question you asked, is it possible? It is possible. I think it's on an individual level. I noticed you said blacks. You know what I mean? Plural, blacks, not black, but blacks. I see it on an individual level. It's sad, but it's the truth. We have this, it's almost to the point where it's like, it's what you make of it. You got to create your own world. So when you guys, what's sad about it, you got some out there, this is crazy as hell. You'll have some that jump on the panel and be like, I never experienced that. I never experienced this or that or racism. You don't lost your mind. They know it. They've experienced it. They just don't want to talk about it. But they'll swear up and down, I don't know nothing that you talk about. Maybe that's on an individual level. Maybe they lying. Maybe they telling the truth. To me, it's a bunch of BS. But at the same time, I think you can.
Hey, can the brother next to you talk, bro? Because it seemed like he kicked back and be waiting. You wait on us to slip up so you can check us. So can you school us, bro? You've been sitting back waiting on us to say the wrong thing, then you jump in.
I ain't trying to make you feel like that, bro.
It's all good, bro. I just want to hear how you think too, my nigga. I want to hear how you think too, bro.
Yeah, honestly, I get the whole issues and everything that's been pointed out as far as for the negatives, and I agree with the solutions. You know what I'm saying? As far as for when he was talking about having trades and understanding, basic principles. I think once we get away from, because what really has the youth and the adults' minds is religion, and the
Right.
religion has been so detrimental that it's people who are doing things in the name of it without even really having any type of, you know what I'm saying, understanding of what the hell they doing, like what really they're teaching their children, and that belief system versus having facts and science. Like, because at one time it was, cosmology, you know archaeology, it was physiology, it was, theology, it was, you know what I'm saying, philosophy, all these studies versus, the book of Matthew and John and Jacob Jingleheimer Smith, or whatever the fuck names. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if we get to a point where we are on a even playing field and get away from that whole believing in being black, that belief system of you know what I'm saying? Because once you subscribe to that colorism and that thought process behind it, that's when you already lose. That's when you really are in a lower status. Like, you putting yourself in a subspecies category. Whereas it's certain things that are true to nature. Like, if you a blind person, how do you explain color to a blind person? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you think abstract like that, right? And try and realize that color is subjective. And so when you are, calling yourself black, you saying that you are not human. Human beings are not crayons, you know what I'm saying? And people are not, uh, corporations or persons or individual. If you look up persons, individual, and corporation, they all mean the same thing for a reason. Like, it's like a status. And if you have a black status, like as African Americans, which is 3 continents, like, it's people who are not getting the basic understand, the basic principles. You know what I'm saying? Like, them fundamentals, and then saying that white people have this over you, or white people is, these people, when in all actuality it was so-called black people who had slaves too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was so-called black people who and slavery was never really ended. Emancipation never even, that doesn't mean freed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, we got to realize that words mean things. And as people who got to work right now, and come together in some way, we got to realize, okay, there's some people who do see white people winning and say, you know what, um, I'm not trying to work for these people. You know what I'm saying? When they had this over my people, whatever, slavery, whoop, whoop, and if you can keep trying to justify, your color being what's holding you back, or what's keeping you from not being able to come together with so-called whites or so-called black, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where we'll start to break down. Like, because it's a whole argument, FBA versus ADOS. I don't know if you heard of this. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
heard it.
saying?
I heard it.
Fundamental Black America. What is it called?
I don't know the exact. I remember watching a argument. They was going at each other's throats, but I don't know what the terminology is.
Yeah, and so it's understanding of these principles that you will realize, okay, if you can't really own land, what happens is you are caretaking for it. And so you telling people to own this or own that. Yeah, I understand the principles behind that. Having something of your own where you can call home. You know what I'm saying? That basic thing, I think we should get behind for all people. And homelessness, and, you know what I'm saying, poverty versus, oh, go get you some money or go dance for these white people. No, like, honestly, understand that everybody whoever it is needs basic things like food, shelter, water, you know what I'm saying, clothing, you know what I'm saying? And if we realize that, and then we realize it's rich people who are able to control all those things for the rest of us. And so if it's a small number of people who can control the whole world, that power will corrupt. It will corrupt them people more than likely, and they will use it for their own gain. And so now we're facing what? Automation. We're facing robotics coming. And so it's like, what are we going to do with people if it's robots and machines that can take those jobs and do them faster or even more? Like how I heard Chat GPT.
Yeah.
I don't know about this AI and Google being sentient. I don't know if y'all heard about that, but it's like we gotta come together as people, as human beings versus
I agree.
robots.
They steady laying people off and they building robots to hire less people though. So wouldn't you say that blacks should be trying to develop their own? Because it looks like most of these companies and shit are trying to outdo with even dealing with employees and shit. So if they build robots to replace all the employees, how will these people how will they be able to take care of their families?
But Vinci, can I jump in on what you just said and what the brother just said? Now notice, and I'm with that. The whole, remember that was talked for the longest. Automated this, automated that. You know, the cash registers, look into Walmart's different stores, pretty much all of that. But it ain't stopping other people. Going back to, like, I get you what you were mentioning about the crayon and black, the color. It's not stopping others from being born. Y'all notice that? Not one bit. I wanted to throw this out there, and I'm not going to be on the Bible thumper thing, so I'm going to throw this at you. I didn't want to bring that in there, but pretty much you said it right there. Notice this. When they get together, however they do, unless it's something for a pretty good reason, when they get together, marriage-wise, or get hooked up, they stick together for a very long time. And when it comes to marriage, they don't even think about divorce. You get what I'm saying? If you ask them how long you've been with that person, 10 years, 20 years, it might be a situation in between of some that happened. Who knows their story? But when they get together, when it comes down to that moral, if you want to go there moral or going back to old school and tradition, and you got a bunch of them that are traditional, they don't even think of divorce. When they with you, they with you. When you in, you in. They'd be together forever, just about, unless something comes in between that. We got this hookup culture. You know that. It ain't just celebrities, down from the highest to the average to the lowest. We just hooking up. I ain't even going there with the marriage part. I'm just saying that what helps them, whatever they're being taught, you mentioned it, the brother mentioned earlier about religion, whatever's taught to them in the Catholic churches, it's about sticking together, being together forever. We want to hook up, get with this person, that person, ain't thinking about sticking it out, fighting through it. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's just hard. But the one thing, I can easily leave. I'm out. Go through the court system, pay all that money, child support, all that. It's a cluster F up. Where it's like, man, we still end up losing. And when we have the resources and money, you see it, just the black male celebrities alone. How much I gotta pay? That much a month? They said you don't even hear that in they celebrity world, where it's like, Jesus star celebrity Jesus is paying this much. It's us. We stay in the news from throwing out money, spending money. I'm not saying on a Mayweather status, because he do what he do. Probably doing that on his end, paying for some babies, but it is what it is. We got our stuff so messed up to where we even have the resources, have that little power, and don't know what to do with it. But we don't want to have that conversation. We can, but we don't. We mismanage.
Hey, the brother said blacks say they don't want to work for whites, but I be around whites like a motherfucker, and they saying that more than I heard blacks saying, and Mexicans too. Even where I work, them Mexicans, they say they hate white people, and I done found myself defending the white people because I'm like, how the fuck y'all hate the white people and y'all coming to these motherfuckers for jobs? It's like I wouldn't be in nobody's company talking about I hate them because I'm playing the game, so I understand the business. But it ain't only blacks, bro. It's a lot of them. They own people. They like that's why they driving Ubers and Lyfts and shit. A lot of them like they don't want to work for them. They own people. So I don't think that's just like a Negro mentality, bro. Because from my understanding, I talk to everybody, and that'd be the first thing come out of a lot of people's mouth is how much they hate white people. And I'd be like, how the fuck It's the
No,
Mexican.
and I agree with you how much it hit. I'm just looking at the part to where
No, I
even
was
though
talking about
they,
the other brother. The other brother.
my
When he
bad,
was
you were
talking.
talking about the other brother. My bad, Vinci. Yeah,
No,
Vinci.
no. When he
I
was
got you.
talking, he said the blacks said that we don't want to work for white people, and I heard that too. But all I'm saying is, I think that's just a human thing, bro. I think it's just humans, and humans want to be in control of their own destiny. So it's like you will work yourself from up under the wing of these people, but me retiring and all that type of shit, I don't see. That's just me though. I don't see no logic
But
in that.
Vinci, catch this. They'll work under them, hating them at the same time, but they got enough of theirs up in there. So when that person either retires or one day passes away or dies, because it will happen, they'll have their own already in position and trained to take over to give to theirs. Not you, Vinci, not us on this panel of melanated. Get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They
yeah, I
hate them
understand.
all they want, but they got their on some sleeper cell once again type of mess. 007, so to speak. They get them in just enough to wait it out. And they got the relatives weighing it out. As if like if they go and move to another job and don't want it, where it's like, I don't want to mess with this. This is taking too long. Whatever they're taught. They got some other
Yeah,
relative or friend where it's like, we gonna wait it out because Mr. White Man is eventually gonna want to let this go. And another thing, if they decide to sell this, we got enough of us to buy it from those same white man that we hate. You get
right.
that? You
Yeah,
get it? Strategizing, strategy.
strategize. Yeah,
They'll
that's
wait. They
real
can hate
shit.
all. Look at they'll do it to us. They can hate all they want. It could be your business, bitchy. They'll work for you for a little bit, but all
Right.
deep in their mind, language or not, I'm gonna get this business for Vinci because he can't hold on to it too long because he can't get along with
Hey,
his own,
hey, my
and
brother was just
and he
telling.
doesn't have the relatives. He doesn't have the relatives to take over Vinci's business. So guess
Right.
what? Hey, Vinci, this is where I come in. I'm your best friend, buddy. This and the other, and I know your language. We cool. We can go bowling, partying. Come to our parties. Hey, kick it with our women. This and the other. My whole game, I'm gonna get your shit, Vinci, sooner or
Right.
later. Get
Hey,
me?
my brother was just telling me.
Yeah.
My brother, he older than me. He did 16 years in prison, and he doing great. He switched his life up. But he talks to this Mexican guy. He owns a food truck and shit, and he has a tire shop. But he started out across the street. So the white people invested in his cooking and started the restaurant based on the Mexican. He's fresh from Mexico. So he started their company. He hated them so much where he got his people hired there. But like the same shit you just said, and he moved across the street and started his own tire shop and food truck, and his shit is booming. And them white people hate his guts. So it's
And
like
look at
I
Vinci. Do you
understand
know they
exactly
can
what
have
you're saying,
Vinci?
bro.
They can have the same. They can have different food trucks, different names. This and the other. Like McDonald's, it'll be a McDonald's. If you're familiar out here on West Coast, 7-Elevens, they'll have McDonald's and McDonald's, Burger King, Burger King. They'll have food trucks, probably selling the same difference in the taco, whatever. But they ain't
Right,
fighting each other. As if like, what the hell, on some territorial thing. They'll be like, I just saw a food truck here, 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 here. They looking at it as if like it's okay. It's free. It's free territory. They ain't fighting on it. I ain't talking about
right.
on the Blood and Crips type of stuff and Grape Street type of stuff. It's more like we ain't tripping. It's enough to go around. You get what I'm
Yep,
saying?
for
They
sure.
have that type of love where it's like, I just saw a food truck. I just saw a tire business. This and the other. They looking as if like, if I ain't got a tire, and this is the cool part about it, at the tire spot, just an example, you can't get the tire or the size of the tire, depending on how you roll. They looking like, I got a friend right down the street. Get out of here. You know that person? Yeah, man. We know each other. In fact, that's my cousin. We just
Right.
got a different, get what I'm saying? Hand over fist the money. I'll drive down there. You ain't got the size of tire that you want. You can either go yourself or I'll get it for you. It's enough money. I'll go down there and drive and get it. He ain't got no issues with it because we're going to split the money.
Yeah,
We don't
like a
work with
motherfucker.
It's business with
For
them.
sure.
It's
Yeah,
business.
I respect them too,
Family
bro.
business.
I don't have no problem.
Right.
I just don't think that we got a fair shake. Like some of our black dudes is doing good as well, so I appreciate them. But I think all of us should have a shot. You know what I mean? Even if some of us are more ignorant to the fact, they can learn new shit. So it's like nobody's willing to work with the people who don't know, but they will pass judgment up on them. And I think that's just fucked up because it's
But Vinci,
basically
but
like,
this is what messes us up. Remember that there was a time when it was like you would hear it. Work twice as hard. Remember that? Work
right,
twice as hard. Us, melanated, blacks, melanated. I'll be correct on that. We used to have the talk of work twice as hard. It's gotten so far as behind. We up here, but behind where it has to be triple time. You know what I'm saying? Each notice every time that goes by, it edges up a notch. At one point, it was like, I gotta show and prove, but now it's like, damn, I can't. I gotta sleep, eat, SHI, this stuff. I gotta do it over time to be as like you said, to get it. Where it was a time when it was like, yeah, we got to prove a point. Now some have slacked and said, I ain't got to show nothing. You know, that attitude, you know how that attitude we can be. I got to prove a dang thing. Yes, you have to do, because with that attitude that you had, this is what has gotten us what we got. Right. I get what you're saying as far as others and what we came out of the birth canal, or, you know, been birthed to where it's been against us from the time we stepped on this earth. We get that. Whoever had their job to teach us that. So coming out the gate, it was against us. Knowing that, you do the opposite of saying, dang, because at the same time, those ones, Generation Z's, X, millennials, the baby boomers, forget about them. Don't forget about them, but you gotta forget about them. It's like, look it, now you're gonna have to triple time this, quadruple time this. You can't sleep on it. After this panel's done this together, you literally gotta wake up to be like, the minute you step out this house, the hell with this. Talking about it, I give it to you, Vinci, that came from you. And I think that's the word that stuck with me, because it shouldn't be the defeated attitude. It shouldn't be, but some have let it consume them. You've seen it. You've noticed it where it's like some have just given up to be like, we ain't even have to have this conversation.
No, that's how my mom and them is, because they'll be calling me talking about, son, they giving free shit away, or son, it's like, that's how my mom and all of them is. Like they own government assistance and shit, and so they basically they don't even see themselves as basically being business women. So that's another angle for me is basically I have to make the changes so I can show even my moms and my aunts a better way of thinking, because they have that defeatist mentality like a motherfucker. So I understand when some people say that, because the people ain't basically have no dreams and ambitions. They just basically going to work at housekeeping and going home and just don't have nothing else going on for themselves. You are defeated. For real.
Vinci, I'm gonna hit you with this one too. It's gotten so bad with the baby boomers, or the ones like the grandmothers, the grandfathers who have tried to do and help. They look back at it as if like, I've done all that I can do, when really they haven't. But to each their own when it comes to their family. They looking at it like this, and this is cold. This ain't gonna like hurt you in any way, because you grown men, we can handle it. We adults. They figure we gonna die one day. So why even try? Ain't that cold? Why? I ain't did nothing anyway. I ain't been no help to you anyway. I tried, but at the same time, I really didn't. They didn't do what they could have done, what they should have done. Let's keep it 100, Vinci. And then one day they're gonna die, and they're gonna have somebody else point the finger. They're gonna be like, well, I'm in the grave, cremated. Yeah. Worms. I ain't. You can't put the blame on me, because you can't talk to the dead. You can't resurrect me. You know what I mean? And I ain't going on
that's cold too, bro. Because
like I'm gone. I'm gonna leave it to y'all to handle. You get that? That's our mentality.
When I brought my mama accountable of certain things that she did wrong that caused us to be so deep in the streets, she gets so fucking mad and don't take no accountability or none. But that's her generation. So I'll be like, how the fuck can these people grow if they don't even accept their faults and learn from that shit? Like, they don't see nothing they did was wrong.
But Vinci, the generation didn't see the future and didn't know that it would get to this. They had probably a thought of it, but they never thought that it would be like, it would get like this. That's why you would hear someone say, if Martin Luther King, if he was raised, you know, he rolled over in his grave, this, the other, no, whatever, leave that alone. He gone. He's done. He's finished. It's gone to the point. Let me throw this at you. It can be debated, this, the other. Have you noticed Black History Month just came by, February, you know, Black History Month, it should be every day, to be honest with you. But at the same time, when it happened, you didn't have a lot of us, and this is not against the content creators or YouTubers, just in general, saying, you know, recognize, it ain't even to that point anymore. You know what I mean?
Where they didn't celebrate.
It ain't even
they wasn't celebrating the Black History.
Where it's like, when I went back into my earlier conversation when it was muffled about gods, it's to the point where it's like, many have just given up to be like, you know what? Have at it. And that in itself, generation wise, is trickling down to where others are rising and saying, the hell with that. While y'all are looking and seeming mentally, Vinci and everyone on the panel, defeated, we ain't defeated. And we're going to use that same thing against you. You already using it against yourself. It's a mental thing. You got to have it in. It ain't just getting up in the morning Wheaties and going to the gym and working out and getting all these big ass muscles at Venice Beach and you know what I mean? All the body and the quads and all that from the men and the women. It's a mental thing. And when they see that and they see it physically, mentally, all of that, even spiritually, they'll sit back and be like, oh, you was a different cat, Vinci. You was a different one. We recall ones. We saw ones like you in the history books that was coming in, kicking ass and conquering. Not anymore. You got the new conquerors on the street, on the block. They coming in and they showing it to you. They're literally showing not under your nose, in front of your face, as if like when you step in the door, we ain't got no fear of you. Don't even try it. And we don't even need our crew and group and our posse. We can do it by ourselves. And look at you. You'll have one right in front of your face, Vinci, at standing at 5 foot tall, whatever, 5'2", 5'1", whatever, looking you up and down as if like,
Right.
you like, you don't even know me. But it's something that's put in them as if like, yeah, we've been watching, we've been studying, we've been seeing it all go down, and I don't fear you nothing. And it's like, wow, man, it never used to be like that, but it is now. Wake up.
I think the brother up under you was basically saying, I was trying to listen to him. So was you basically saying that the knowledge of the history is going to prevent us from moving forward into the future? So basically talking about the history of the blacks and shit is basically a defeatist mentality because it's irrelevant to the future.
Nah. I'm saying a tree without roots. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not that. I don't know how the saying goes, but what I'm trying to pretty much get at is we can't just go forward without knowing the past or acknowledging the past. But what I'm saying is living in the past, thinking of it as the white man keeping us down type shit. All right, how, you know what I'm saying? Like, how can we keep using them same thoughts and saying, oh, all white people are, or all black people are,
Mr. Ronnie, your truck is making a sound. I'm mute.
Yeah, what's good, Night? Ain't shit.
Yeah, I heard you, brother.
Morning.
You said what?
But the Esso, I got a rebuttal on what you just said. Nothing against what you just said. Not like that. We've been taught that. We know that. Nothing against you. What you just said. We know our past. We've been taught our past. We're just talking about us. We know our past. We should know it. We should know it up and down, backwards and forward, all around, in circles, literally. At the same time, others as well. But just to say us, we know it. So we know that. That should even give us more motivation and a push to say, I got to do something about this. I'm going to still be with you, Vinci, on that defeated mentality. That in itself should say, I know enough. And if I don't, it's been taught to me. And if it hasn't, it should have been taught to me to know that I want to strive and do better and help others do better. But we don't have that because others around us have taken their past and their history, because we all got a history as far as human beings, cultures, and groups, and they're doing something with theirs. We need to be doing, and we should be doing something with ours. Yesterday, not just today, it should have been done yesterday. So I do agree with you on that whole, you can't always put it on the location because that's an excuse.
I don't think that's, I mean, okay. When I have a thought like, it's a problem with not knowing our past, and you saying that we know it, I'm saying the majority of people believing that they are coloreds or believing that they're crayon, believing that they're blacks. You get what I'm saying? Like, no, thinking that, not knowing their great grandfathers or their fathers before them or their mothers or any of their family or any type of when you say lineage and you think of lineage, you're not thinking of black people, because we passing down names of Europeans. And so if we're going to keep on understanding that we have an issue or just having the conversation and saying, you know what, it's certain things that's going on with them, and y'all have pointed all those things out, very eloquently.
But I'm going to hit you up again. I'm going to hit you again with this. I get where you're coming from now that you clarified it. Thank you, sir.
I don't get it. I don't
communicate.
full circle.
We don't even do that.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Communicate with ours. When you want to go to that ancestry.com, whatever, if it's fake or real, we won't. You have some right now as we speak where it's like, not just if you're from Africa or this and the other, we don't even know what our ancestors, our great parents. What did you do? What did they do? Not just on some slave talk. What did they go through? We within our own families won't even, I'll say it, communicate. I get what you're saying when you clarified it, and I say what I said, but I'm gonna break it down going off of what you just clarified. We won't even communicate to find out who we are, because even
I don't know what he clarified. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he just said.
No, right. But I'm trying to take what he said. I'm going off of whatever he said and what he said, what I thought I heard. Yeah, what I thought I
All
heard.
right,
That we
I could try and articulate
communicate.
it better. You know what
We
I'm
don't.
saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was
pretty
making a
much
point,
saying,
bro. I think he was
okay,
making a point, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
if say for instance you say for instance in history that you are only this one thing and not go further back in history and just figure out, okay, all right, so let me matter of fact, I won't even do that. Let me pose this question. Are you black first or are you human first?
Okay, so that's you understand the reason for that crayon color you keep talking about?
Any of y'all?
Do you know why they coined that phrase black?
Yeah. And do you know what it means?
I'm asking you, do you know why they started saying that?
Oh, you're talking about James Brown, Black and I'm Proud.
James Brown, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, all of them. Do you know why they started saying that thing about black?
Because what? Come on, tell, bro.
It was a response to white power. So the response to white power was black power.
Right.
Then they just took the power off and just started saying we black instead of saying we black power. That's where that comes from. And as far as that human thing, the whole conversation back in the 60s was about us not being 3/5 human being. So they didn't even see us as human beings. So if you look on any history page, you will see these boycotts with these men walking around with sandwich boards that say, I am a man. Because they was talking about us like we just were animals, like cattle. Because that's how they bred us. As if we were animals and cattle, property of theirs. Same thing with the names. Your last name is Robertson or Jackson because you were on the Jackson farm, the Jackson plantation.
Right.
So see, people start being upset with that and then start giving themselves African names. So we're always in the defensive posture. It's not progressive. It's a response to something else. So I'm not Robertson. I'm Muhammad, or I'm Kuduga, or some African name, or some Muslim name, or something, because we constantly like fighting from behind.
Right.
That's where all that comes from.
If you
they don't want to address,
if you are going to say that you are, say, Robertson or whatever, and you understand lineage and understand, okay, which farm or all that, and you want to keep the name. I'm not saying anything is an issue with that name, or you want to honor the European slaveholders of your family. Nothing like that. I'm saying as far as for if we are human beings first and getting past all those labels, like if you say, okay, even if you say the difference between a Haitian and Nigerian is cultural and it's land masses, but if we understand that we are all, even if you want to say black and say, okay, black power, whatever, human power, I think if we come together as human beings, because I'm real, I guess I'm hopeful, but these AI, they got me thinking otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like these AI got me thinking they might take over on some Terminator. You know what I'm saying? The Matrix.
That's what it's kind of sounding like.
Yeah, you believe all lives matter, basically.
Yeah, I need all lives to matter. I need everybody to kind of get on one page.
So do you understand?
And understand as human beings, we
I don't think other people feel that way though. I think
not yet.
The best way I can explain this to you is that everybody's just taking a stance on what they believe in. So if you listen to the arguments, the gender war is, but what about women? The other war is, what about the thugs? What about the streets? The other war is, what about the squares? And what about the lane? It's a draw line versus the select versus the non-select.
Yes.
It's the light versus dark. They used to call that the Willie Lynch letter.
Right.
This is how you keep your people divided. The young against the old, the light against the dark. And we say we understand social engineering, right? But we play right into the shit. So that's why people feel like I can't walk up to the young man and look at him and say, what's up? No, that's something in you.
Yeah, you can say what's up.
It's really inshallah. Whatever will be, will be. So it's if I see a young dude in front of my face, I'm gonna say what's up to him. Now, if he mug me and keep it pushing, that is what it is. But that starts with them older people. It used to be a village that don't exist no more.
Somebody said
It's
this
the
nigga scared to be black.
responsibility of them. I can't hear. Go ahead.
Nah, somebody in the chat got me cracking up. Talking about this nigga scared to be black. That's what I'm saying. Nigga, black, Negro, all that is the same shit. If you subscribe to that label, right, you are putting yourself as a subspecies category. And even past that, I'm saying, if we get past the whole species part and realize as one human family, mammalian family, that we need to come together as one, and we are one, then I think we can come together and we can beat the robots.
Eso, you said you knew
or the aliens. I don't know which one coming first.
Eso, you said you knew history, right?
Yeah, I don't know the future though.
Okay, well, check this out. Let's talk about it. And that's another thing, time and dimensions and all that other stuff. You know what I think happens? I think we, as human beings, fuck up the world over and over again. This motherfucker get blown up. And we start from the beginning. The Big Bang Theory, I think we fucked up before because man can't back down. And we keep getting to this point where it just becomes this big calamity and boom. And then we start from the beginning again. If you just look at the so-called history that we got, look in the Bible. What's the book of Ezekiel about? Some big round thing was flying around, a big circle in the sky. When they talk about the tabernacle, they go out into the desert, they go up into the clouds. What is all them descriptions of if it ain't aliens then? What are the Egyptians putting their hands up to? When they talk about the pyramids, they talk about it lines up with celestial stuff, right? How we knew about celestial stuff way back then? It's pyramids everywhere, not just in Egypt.
Because the stars been out. I guess the sun been out. It's been,
But we're supposed to be in, if you go with the theory of Darwin, the monkeys.
Okay. All right. So you saying, don't even worry about the robots.
To distract you from the point. You don't have to go all the way back. Do you know your grandfather?
Yeah.
Right. Your grandfather can tell you what was going on back then. What, you about 30-something?
Uh-huh.
Your grandfather in the, 60s, 70s?
May God rest his soul. He would have been, 70-something.
Okay, so we can tell you what happened after them people came back from Vietnam.
Right.
They were spit on, told they were sellouts, coons, and all kind of other stuff. They felt less than a man. Look at you need an example. Here's a movie, Dead President. When he came back from the war, the pimp was sleeping with his girlfriend.
No, what I say, 70-something? Nah, he was about to be, but 80-something.
We got examples all around us of exactly what we're going through, but we keep bumping our head up against the wall, thinking we can do it as individuals. That will never work. When you talk about Latinos and all these other people, they're just doing what we used to do.
Oh,
here's
but we can get back to that.
Between us and them. The whole family's out there working. The little kids working. The wife is working. The husband working. And they pool all their resources. Yeah. That dude that hardly make no money at Home Depot, soon as you pay him, he go to Western Union and send some money back to Mexico.
That's real.
We can make thousands of dollars. And what will we do? We'll sit up in a motel room, count up the money, smoke some weed, get a bitch, get some pizza and stuff, and go back out the next day. It's barely share with anybody.
Not even your own family. Niggas will let their
own family.
That's real.
And night and keeping the Swisher Sweets company rich because we stayed buying Swisher Sweets.
Oh, backwoods.
You know
backwoods
what I'm talking about.
And so you don't think seeing
lying.
each other as
right.
human, as family, like human family, then that we would we could get past all that we could quell all those issues?
Not as one human race. I don't believe. I think we gotta work amongst each other like every other culture who has succeeded. I don't think there's no way around it. I think that's the strategy of America to succeed is by staying in your circle and building within your circle. That's what I see every other race do around here. So when I go eat Chinese food, I see all Chinese in that motherfucker. When I go get my enchiladas, I see all vatos in there. That's just how that shit is. So I don't see how people say the human race, because I believe God split the countries up for a purpose, and he divided them with large masses of water, and humans still found their way back to America to integrate So basically, I don't think like if you think it's all one human race, I don't think that's the way it was designed because we were split up.
Hey,
The human
Vinci, can
race
I
was
correct
split
you
up.
on something? Vinci, can I correct you on something?
Pan,
When you have
Pangea,
Vinci,
at
hold
one
on.
time, the
Eso,
landmaster
hold
was
on.
able to be walkable.
Eso, hold on for a
Okay,
second.
I didn't know
All
that.
right,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
you on something. Check this out. When you got Chinese restaurants, you have Hispanics up in there. When you have Mexican restaurants or this and that and the other, you got theirs up in there, including ourselves. When you got soul food restaurants, you got us, but you ain't got none of them up in there. You get what I'm saying? We
Right,
got
right,
it in some cases, depending on where you located, okay? But when it comes to theirs, they know what they got that's going to draw. But we don't have others patronizing us. You get what I'm saying? They don't want to know parts of us. We can have the best of stuff. Going back to the brother who said that earlier, as far as mocking us and getting us, yeah, our dances or this or that, our slang, yeah, they got that. But when it comes down to like that money, and really conquering and getting down, they have like a to a certain extent that they'll give to us, spend their money with us, and that's real. They won't go all the way to be like, I want all of y'all, I'm gonna spend and help y'all get to where y'all need to go. I'm gonna spend our money because they got money. And like you said, like, yeah, from the kids to the family, whatever, allowances to the wives, the ones that are taking care of their kids, they all working, splitting the money, got the money. But they keeping it with theirs. When it comes to the Asian restaurants, they'll go, and even it ain't just the cooks, it ain't just the Hispanic cooks that's in the back of the Chinese restaurants. They got their families in the Chinese restaurants.
Alignment, there's something wrong with your mic.
Yeah, again?
No, alignment, not full circle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Knight.
Y'all can hear me?
You low, but we can hear you. You low though.
I think it's my truck. Y'all can hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm just I sit back and I listen to y'all prattle and bloviate on these topics. What do y'all want? Like, what do y'all want from these other races? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, what do y'all want? It's the same thing every day.
We shouldn't want nothing
Like,
from anybody else.
right. Not a damn thing. Leave us alone.
That's what y'all want?
Yeah, and we want
leave us alone.
No, just need financial backing for all the black men who want to start businesses. We just need grants. That's what I think. Unless we gonna do it individually as blacks and everybody contribute, like 10 million blacks start contributing $5 a month.
It ain't no hope.
We can contribute $5 a month. So if you do numbers, we basically have what it takes to make the change.
Already where they are, y'all just it's a lot of hope and faith and shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's done already.
So why not talk about it though? It's like, what else is to talk? What do you talk about when you sitting around your people? What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I don't talk about this.
This is important, real shit, because my son can inherit some of this knowledge that I'm getting from y'all. So I'm exchanging knowledge with kids.
We just sharing
So now you saying knowledge? Nidus ain't got the knowledge. This man up here been spitting game. Everybody up here been spitting game. It's just some of you negative people who come in and fuck the conversation up.
Talking about history and slavery and y'all want to do Venn
We done said a whole bunch of shit, bro. You cherry picking with the conversation like women, bro. Y'all gotta learn to fucking sit amongst men. Y'all cherry picking like how you pointing out? We've been talking for hours. This nigga, I'm saying though, bro, you come in, we all fucking sharing knowledge, and you come in and fuck up the whole shit.
Ideologies and what y'all think.
Hey, he in the truck. He trying to stay up. He like, I need something to get hype. I need a fight to go.
Right, he trying to argue.
This
He trying to argue with a man.
All this coming together shit.
I'm not bugging.
Hey, this conversation is real helpful to me, bro.
Hey, look. Hey, F all that come together stuff, young. Hey, we need to fight, nigga. That's what we need to do.
Right.
That's what if y'all if we really change, motherfuckers gotta die. Some blood.
He said all this bloviating.
We just proud and we just talking about a bunch of shit for entertainment and views.
Hey, that's why your mic ain't working, bro. Because
like you far
hey,
away,
can I say something?
Hey, your mic ain't working because you on some bullshit, bro.
Hold on for a second. Hey, alignment. Let me throw this at you. Nothing against you, because I know you up in the truck handling your business stuff, doing your walk around and doing the stuff you need to be doing on your pre-trip. I respect that. Check this out. I didn't have to come up here today, and I get where you're coming from. This conversation for me wasn't a wake up. It was just a reminder. I hear where you coming from. I usually sit in the clouds and listen. And this is my first This is my first time coming on. This is my first time coming up on JP's panel. And I took a break in 2022 as far as panels. I would be in the chat, give my donations, but I didn't. I stepped away from it because it was too much for me.
Full circle.
Yes, Knight.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Hey,
you.
appreciate you for coming up.
The thing I think that I'm not sure because I can't really hear alignment is that the conversations don't be concise and to a point. And Jay gonna have the panel open. You don't have to get it all off today.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But nice.
and we got
Right.
time. So if
Right.
it can be a little bit more centered and focused, because that was my point with ESO. He was talking about black. That's one issue. You start talking about money. That's another issue. It's all kind of like all together. But as far as what we need to really decide who it is we are and get into our groups, and in those groups get your money up. It's really about money right now, and then find a ways to get those groups to work together.
Right.
Right now, what we have is a bunch of people trying to be in different individual groups.
Right. And I get that. And alignment. I mean, this is for alignment night. This is just letting you know, for me, this is just a reminder, because we even though it should be a group, and what should we do? It's the same talk, same conversation. For me personally, having this conversation is just a reminder of what's happening, because there's sometimes when you might go into your own little world. We all sleep. We got to get that sleep when we can, depending on your occupation, what you do. You might not be able to get as much sleep and rest and meditate. It's a reminder. This whole conversation is a reminder that this is actually existing. But when you step away from it, it's literally what you do, group or individually. What's the next step that's going to keep you to get to the next day once you wake up in the morning? So for me,
I think this is the same way that they came up with law.
Reminder. It helps me. Not like this ain't no therapy for me. It's just
a
reminder.
It's for me, bro. But I think this is the way that they came up with the laws. As far as all the men who were sitting at those tables developing laws, everybody was able to state their opinion. They had to. It had to be that way because everybody was on one accord.
They changed though. Something transpired from that. Something happened after they
They got rich off black people. Then changed, then designed law, and they created a proclamation.
We get on panels of 10 to 12 people with a host and just fucking prattle. We just bloviate.
No, because came up with several solutions, bro. You're not listening. There have been multiple solutions. Ruthless had dope solutions. Several people up here done came with several solutions. So we have identified problems and we have identified solutions. Now, if you haven't been listening, I understand that part. But at the same time, you just come in like at the end of the conversation telling us what the fuck we doing, bro. That ain't cool, because all these black men that had hella dope ass solutions. So therefore, even Nitis, I've been listening to Nitis before I even came on here. So I be still listening, and I understand what people trying to say, because some of us didn't have fathers, so we gotta listen to the OGs. You know what I mean? They got information that I need. Shit. So you basically telling us to do what? Not talk? I can get off this shit, bro. I've been on YouTube probably twice. You know what I mean? And I just fuck with JP. I get up here and vibe with JP because I see how my man was going through it earlier, and they was putting that shit on his name. I relate to that shit. So basically, I get in here and add my opinion, but at the same time, I let these fellas do what they do, bro. So you saying like we on here wasting time, basically? I disagree.
I'm trying to figure out what to ask Nitis to get him talking.
To get who talking?
You, OG.
I'm pretty specific. Here's what I think. I don't think nobody's listening to a damn thing we're saying. But if you are saying something, you should be kind of pinpoint direct with what you're saying. I'm sure when that I'm not that long. The thing is, as I'm saying, as we look at these YouTube streets, everybody's getting into their camps. And their camps are talking in a defensive posture. So if it's the gender war, it's what you men doing? And why are they saying that? Because they're talking about some traditionalism. So that's why when I talk about some history, Queen Nzinga was on an elephant fighting right along Shaka Zulu and them. She was a warrior princess. She wasn't resting in her femininity, sitting back in a hut, not doing shit. When the boy turned 13, they gave him a spear, sent his ass into the jungle. He had to kill something and bring it back home, or don't come back home. If you don't bring an animal back, you ain't a part of the tribe. Where we have gotten to is we are so pampered and everything. When I be up here talking, they go, "You make it seem like it's easy." No, you've never heard the word ease come out of my mouth. People was getting hung, burned, and everything else. You think you can just lay down and just relax? What's supposed to be easy? None of this shit that we supposed to do is going to be easy. We don't even get along. We can't wait to knock each other down. Not just knock each other down, stand over each other and pepper each other wrap each other up in sticker bushes, set each other on fire, throw each other in trunks, take them in front of us. Heinous shit. Heinous shit. Not just shoot you once and run off. Heinous shit we want to do to each other. Even on these panels, one day somebody cool, next minute they ain't talking. Hey man, it's deeper than these conversations. I mean, these conversations is cool, but I think that they just have to be focused. They're not focused.
Nightish.
Being black, being human, the whole race, it never happened.
Nightish. Can I say this? Alignment, you still there? Alignment. Is he there? All right. If he's listening, check this out. Nightish, everybody on the panel. I believe he cammed up and he was speaking on why are we still having the same conversations? I'm going to address this to alignment. I think he cammed up. Seemed like he was a truck driver. Going back to what you said, Vinci, as far as solutions and things like that, not just what you said, Nightish, I get that. I spoke of this before you came on, Nightish, as far as being examples and keep doing it without giving up. He's a truck driver. I know when it came down to that 6-figure or, you know, what women are looking for, you know, you got to be a 6-figure, what you got to be and what they looking for. I ain't even speaking on that. Being the example of what you do and what you're good at. I had already mentioned that, Nightish, as far as Home Depot and what they doing. You know, we're not going to go in the corner. We ain't going to be on no whole Jehovah's Witnesses on the corner and nothing against, I ain't speaking nothing negative or bad. But we're not going to put our children out there. We're not going to do it as adults and do what they do. But for example, with alignment, find that trade, find that skill and be the example of that. I either even mention attorneys, whatever, it's going to cost you. Not just going to, whatever it takes to be the example and be the face, like in a Gap commercial or on the billboard when you walk in these malls and these stores, you see them. They might use us, but they really don't use it. They use us for certain reasons. But we need to be more like a billboard, a real life billboard, and be whatever trade, whatever skill, whatever it could be that face. So when others look at it and corner it and master it and have it locked down. So when it's like, forget that one. Yeah, you don't have to forget it, but you ain't going to get up in here so easily. They've got it locked down. I'm going back to alignment again. He's a truck driver. Now on the scene, there's other things other than truck drivers, blue collar, white collar, that we just be like, and they're steady taking over it. This conversation, it's something. It's for reasons, but it's got to mean something. Because literally, as we're speaking right now, having this conversation, they're once again strategizing, monopolizing, saying, what y'all won't take, we will do. Truck driving, let's go there with alignment. They got that on lock too. You got ours, men and women, black men and women, but they got it covered. Company, owner operators, they ain't playing. Whatever industry you might think of, you better stop sleeping and wake up and get on it and bring your own in it.
Hey,
individual.
Hey, can I just say something, bro?
Go ahead.
Because that's the 4th truck driver who came on this. Hey, I didn't heard Sherelle do it. I didn't heard Trucker Yell do it. Fighter just did it. And then this dude. So is it something about the fucking truck drivers that's making
something? Yeah, that's why I mentioned that, Vinci. That part is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But there's other industries. I get it. I saw it too. There's other industries. Now that in itself that's great. I would never knock that industry. But there's other industries, and they looking at it as if like, okay, y'all come up in here, y'all putting up a fight. That's a good thing. I'll say the word, putting up a fight. You're fighting for what you believe in. There's other industries, fight for that as well. The medical industry, lawyers, attorneys, doctors, any industry that's making it major, because they behind it is money. It's money behind that industry. What alignment is in? It's money. You know what you can do with your resources. And when you get your mind right and put it together, they know that. That's what they're doing. They locking down the industries that got money and don't have money. It's all about the resources. If they can push you out, they know, hey, we got this. What else can you do? You know what I mean?
Alami, I wasn't trying to cut you off either, bro. I was trying to hear what you got to say.
Who's that?
You don't need money. Hey, somebody said putting duct tape on the trucks in the South.
Yeah, but so they doing whatever it takes. The point they doing whatever it takes.
We be all over the place like bird shit. If we talking about it's more than Trucker Yell, it's more than Alignment, it's more than Sherelle. Granville is a truck driver. It'd be a lot of truck drivers listening because this is the new radio for them.
They get on here talking shit though, attacking what the fuck people talking about. That's what I'm saying.
But here's the thing about that though, because they give information first. But see, here's us as a people. That's why I try to be very short. We not listening to each other. So in our personal lives, we don't have no power. And our personal, for example, Granville came up here and gave all kind of information about how to get beef, land, and start some homestead and stuff. He talked about how much the land costs, put stuff on the land to get the tax return and all that. They completely ignored him. Right after you finish talking, somebody cracked the joke. Powerful information, cracked the joke. So he said, okay, so you two must be just about roasting. So now when Granville come up here, he just roasts. He just trolls. If we're not going to talk about the serious shit and be focused and like I mess with JP, but that thing that he's doing right now, if it ain't going to get the likes up, if it ain't going to get nobody donating, you change your strategy. A brother was up here earlier. I forget what his name was. I think it was Twitter Global or something. His point was very, very simple, and I think people didn't listen to it, which was, if this plan ain't working, to keep doing it over and over again to expect a different outcome is insanity. Is no point in going back and forth with Fatty or Island Girl Q. They got time. They got all day to do that. That's what she came up here and said. If he stops, I'll stop. But if he come at me, I'm coming harder. I will never stop.
But
I'll spend more money to kick him off. If he come up on the show, I'll spend money all day to kick him off. If he says something about me, I'm gonna say something worse about. She's not gonna stop, and that's war.
But Nightish, I get that. But this is going back to what Vinci said, Alignment said. Even with the conversations, you said it yourself. You pretty much answered the question or the statement. We can have the conversations all day long. I mentioned myself. For me, it's just a reminder. It's not therapy. It helps a lot, these conversations. But if it's not taken seriously, like you just mentioned, Nightish, the jokes, the giggles, the laughs, it's serious talk, serious conversation. You can get it anywhere else, but it just so happens to be on JP's channel or any other channel. It's not taken seriously amongst us. In some cases, we're seen, let's call it, look at Vinci. You seem like a good brother. I could imagine in real life. We're seen as a joke. We're seen as a joke. All of it is jokes and laughs and giggles and this and that and the other. That's all we're seen as, Nightish. It's not even taken seriously.
Not to me though, because I can't go around here. I can't go around a crowd full of men and have these discussions. It's gonna be some street shit.
Absolutely.
So on here, I admire this shit because it's like, okay, now I see that black man is out here trying to have a sane mind and trying to balance the shit out. So this shit is not, even when I watch Anton in the morning and all that information, I need to know that shit. It's like he the news channel for me. So I fucking be checking that shit out.
And you got ones like that do come correct. That do come correct. But at the same time, it has, you mentioned the word balance. It should be balanced. But I think to the point, it's gone too far to where it's a lot more besides Anton, and we probably would need more like that, brother.
No, I just use
an example. I know. Yeah, it's just that it's more of the childish games as adults, and that's not what we need right now. It has its place. Just like when they talk about hip hop and this and that and the other, how people stereotype us, that's all they see is the spinning rims. And you know what I mean? All that and the jewelry. It's got to be more to us than that. It has to be more to us than just the jokes and the giggles and the laughs and the cursing and the going off on each other, where it's like, we ain't make no improvement. We're not trying to have no improvement. It's 2023. You know how the years go fast. I guess that's how it is when you get older, but it is what it is. It'll be the same next year and the year after that. When will it change? So it's going back in a way, but not a way of what Alignment is saying. The same conversation that's together. After a while, it has to come to a time where it's like, you know what? People, we seeing a difference now. Others are seeing a difference towards like, we need to start taking them more seriously. But at the same time, when does that change? When does that happen? It's happening, but it's not happening on a scale, and we're far behind.
But full circle. Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? It's like, this is what happens in these panels. We have people that make a lot of points, and it's at some point it becomes conflated.
But you know what?
So that's my point.
Asked, you said, what do I mean?
When I said earlier, it's a bunch of truck drivers that be on there, right? They could hook up and get pull resources and pull another truck driver in.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait. Listen to what I'm saying. Alignment, Sherelle, Trucker Yale, Granville, all of them is all truckers. They know each other on here. They're gonna see each other in the street. Long as they ain't trying to knock each other head down, they can pool their resources. You got to find your tribe. That's the thing. Them women that's in that gender war thing, they clicking together. They come on here 6 or 7 deep and just clown in the chat.
But this is my point. Nidus, check it. You mentioned those 4. And of course there's way more, but the ones that we noticed and saw and or on the panel. Okay, so check this out, or in the chat. That's the point. What I was getting at is that not the women part, just the men, just that industry, just those men. When they had that conversation, check it, Nidus. If they have a panel or a channel, what they do? Get together, real life, YouTube. I bet you it's gonna be on some real shit, some real business. It ain't gonna be, it'll be something in there like some good fun. But I bet you it's gonna be on some serious talk. That's really where I was coming from. Have that for another day. Have the shucking and jiving and all the jokes and all of this and other. Some of you mentioned out of your mouth, Nidus. But when it comes to that and that industry, to the learning, how to get in, what you need to do, the pros and cons, keep it on that. Because right now where we at as adults, grown men, this ain't the time for the jokes. Keep that to somewhere else. That's where I was coming from. There's a time for it and there's a time for it. I'm not saying you got to be serious all the time, but where we're at right now, we're being seen. We eat ourselves as the jokes and we're the laugh of the joke, the cock of the walk. You know what I mean? We're the butt of the joke. That's what I meant to say. The butt of the joke. It ain't funny. And it seemed like the fat lady is about to sing. So that's really where I was coming from. When it's that, any industry, keep it on that. We need to catch up to be like this just like when you in class, when the teacher be like, enough of the laughing, get out of here. They kick your butt out, detention, because you want to be the funny one. You want to be the clown. Get the hell up out of here. You're going to wish you wasn't the silly one day. Now, maybe they might break out and be the comedian making millions of whoever. That's a whole different story. But at the same time, when the teacher is teaching, listen, take note, pay attention. It's too much of that, the jokes, Nidus. That's where I'm coming from. There's a time for it. This ain't the time. And we need to start taking that, taking that seriously at a certain point, at a certain extent. All the talking, where it's like, look, this is serious talk now. Look at where we at. And if it is like that, then that's on an individual basis. That's on that person because they didn't want to take the knowledge and take it in. I do agree. A lot of knowledgeable men, but some don't take it seriously.
For me, what you're saying is easy. For me, when it was me and Da Vinci and Jordan them up here the other day, it's easy for me to sit down and listen to them brothers because I understand that basic concept. But that shit ain't gonna happen. Motherfuckers gonna be cracking jokes and they're gonna be talking about my brother Teeth. They're gonna talk about my great motherfuckers and told me to have a heart attack. Did I take my blood pressure medicine? They're gonna tip my wheelchair over. They gonna do that. It don't matter what the conversation is or how serious it is. That's where we are at. And then as far as what people think about, I don't give a fuck what somebody think about me. It don't sway me one way or another. Fuck them today, tomorrow, and the rest of their life. I don't even think about that shit. Because you're right. The work that need to be done by people who are going to take the work seriously. All them other people, shame on them.
And I agree, Nidus. And like you said, it's going to happen. Then let it happen. I won't take that away from you. You know what I mean? It's going to happen. Like I don't disagree with you. But when it happens, then let it happen. Because myself personally, I won't fight no one on this panel. Not like that. Not on that level. Because it ain't worth that. It ain't worth that. Tea in China. It ain't worth it. It's just that I'm gonna take it for what it is. How about that, Nidus? I'm gonna take it for what it is.
But and that's the thing I'm saying. Mm-hmm. When I'm in the comments and I'm saying what I'm saying is this right here is a business. The Black House is a business. I want the president to understand that it is a business. What brings the people? You cannot alienate people. So some people say they want to let it be known that this is a black restaurant. What about it's just a restaurant? And get whoever will come in. All that, these stances that we make, where is the power in it? And the women that's in the chat, their point is, y'all are powerless. What are y'all talking about? So what do you have to do? You have to show them order and structure and standards and whatever else. JP said the other day, it makes a better production if everybody get on camera. The very next day, folks was in their avatars.
Right.
There is no order. We don't listen to each other. We don't follow the basic concepts and rules and whatever else. We know all this shit. Everybody was taught it. But a part of that being a man shit is what? I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do.
Hey, Nidus, can you answer this question for me? I got to ask this to everyone on the panel. You just reminded me of something, not just the camming up thing, this, that, and the camming up part. You familiar with Mr. Lee, right? Mr. Lee, he usually has a show on JR's channel. The Lapeef show, Mr. Lee, the older brother, the wise brother, the one that was a teacher or whatever, professor. I was wondering, I recall was it last year or 2 years ago or a year and a half ago? He was starting a group. And remember, it was the Shirt and Ties. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can help me out with that, because I was not saying I was just immediately on board, but I was observing in the clouds and watching. I would be in the comments. Can you help me and tell me or explain whatever happened to that? Because at one point you gave an example of that. I get it. The camming up thing switched back to the avatar. No order, no standards. I recall that. That was from Mr. Lee. Shirts and ties, y'all. Even if it's a polo shirt. Professional. It was on Sundays. He even had the name. Remember, he was trying to come up with the name, acronym. Yeah. That all just disappeared. I remember I had left just for a minute. Came back. It wasn't the avatar thing. It was like everybody, some or with their shirts and t-shirts, everything. I didn't know what happened, Nightish. I was like, I thought this was about to be a good thing. It was some jumping on board. Even the black women was jumping on board. Like, man, where did I sign up? How do I get started? It just disappeared. Help me. Tell me, where did that go?
Before he said it, Kevin Samuels had Shirt and Tie Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a group of men that would do that. Maybe 20 people or something in his little group. And then he passed away. Then Mr. Lee popped up and he brought it back up again. We never heard about it or saw it again.
And that was my question. Like, how was that? Now go there, Nightish. We will start something, get on something, on track on something. And I was tracking it with Mr. Lee. Like, okay, Mr. Lee, besides what you just mentioned, that is true. Then all of a sudden it's like, it just stopped. Then it was the panel like we doing now. And I thought I'd seen you up there, Nightish. And I was like, what happened? It was someone that was on board. Someone that said, I ain't with it and stuff because religion is being spoken of. I'm out of here. Lee would let him go. Then you had other cats, young and old. They was renting suits, coming up with suits, knocking the dust off with the shirt and ties. Just disappeared. I look up later on, Mr. Lee was doing his own thing, but it's like it just disappeared. And I'm trying to find out, why is it when it's starting off with a good run, a good start, we can't hold it?
Let's have a discussion. That's wonderful discussion.
Okay, let's go.
Kevin Samuels was alive when Mr. Lee said that. Do you remember this?
I do remember. Keep going.
Came on the show.
Keep talking.
Kevin Samuels came on Mr. Lee's show, and he said, "Yeah, I agree with you." And then Kevin got into a discussion with, I believe it was Sway.
It was with Sway. I remember I was there.
And remember, Sway was trying to talk about the old heads and why they shouldn't listen to old heads.
Right.
Keep it coming. I remember and how that conversation went.
So you see what I'm saying? When I began this conversation, what I said is everybody got their own camps. So they following the social engineering. They following the Willie Lynch letter. Young against old. We're not gonna listen to them old heads. We don't wear suits.
But now
that was the first big argument about it. And then it trickled down.
So is that the reason, Nightish, that Lee said forget it based on that? I'm just trying to get you an understanding.
What happened was more arguments, more discussions about why we shouldn't have to do this, and why we shouldn't have to cut our heads, and why we should be able to wear dreadlocks, and why he kept having to come back and say, no, that's not what I'm saying. Then they start talking about it was a religious thing. Then we find ways to derail these conversations with arguments.
Then he started trying to make people pay.
No, keep going. I was just reading the comments. So I got to answer that too.
Wait. Let me say this.
No, go ahead.
This is a business. The Black House is a business. Team Fatty is a business. Aaron O is a business. So what you need for YouTube is what? Get likes up. You see how hard it was to get them likes up tonight? So I think somebody
so
$1.99.
Yeah, I got it. Most people have a hard time getting the lights up. That's everybody.
So check this out.
I understand that it's everybody, but every single content creator says, "Could you please get the likes up?" They're free.
That's fair.
So let me throw this in, Nightish. I'm gonna answer this TKO
like a cult.
Okay. So check this out. No different from Umar Johnson or anybody. I observed. And let me throw this at you, Mr. TKO. I got plenty of suits. I got all of that. The whole nine. Dressed up, sharp. That ain't even the point. My thing is finish what you start, Mr. TKO. This is why I'm addressing Nightish with your question. I mean, with that point. Because if you're going to start something, now you answered my question. My thing is that whatever the issues together, don't stop. Keep the momentum. Don't stop. Keep it going. We have a problem with that. We'll start something will come in the way. Something that started going back to Vinci. Someone will jump in. This ain't against you alignment and just take over and stop the whole thing. I didn't have to stay into the clouds. Actually, I was in the chat. I was all up in it. Mr. Lee was up there, come aboard. Here's my email. Here's my group. If you want to contact me. Others, like you said, the young brother that you mentioned that when Kevin Samuels came out, all of this. And I said, like I said, you got a lot of brothers, but are they going back to standards and rules? We have a major problem with that. Even authority. Some ain't gonna be on the same page. We got a major problem with that. We usually, I don't know what it is with us. And I'm talking about any other group. We can never be on the same page.
So full circle, let me ask you a question then.
We'll be on full circle your mic. Full circle your mic.
Yeah.
I'm
Full
sorry.
circle's mic is doing something.
Listen, can you hear me now?
It's like low. Your mic is low.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Can I go on full circle?
You can go right now while full circle trying to fix his mic.
Go ahead.
And I think Mr. TKO is here to address you as well on full circle.
Mr. Lyman, go ahead. Yeah, you low, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, boss.
Okay, we all seen the layout, right? How he was strategically breaking it down for us. I think a lot of people start to get away from it once it seemed more like a cult thing. Like it seemed like, I mean, and to my opinion, if we wanted to go into that manner, why don't everybody just become a Muslim and join Farrakhan and them?
Hold on.
What's the difference?
Mr. Lyman, Mr. TKO, you have two StreamYards open. Which one are you using?
Yeah, no. Let me drop out of here. I'm trying to get out. I'll be right back.
Okay. I want to make sure it wasn't no troll. Go ahead, Mr. Lyman. Sorry.
Okay, so he said, why don't we just join the Nation of Islam, or it seemed like a cult? White people have fundraisers. They go to each other's house.
God damn it!
And they take money. When the kids had a bar mitzvah when they turned 13, every family come together with envelopes. When they get married, they take money, envelopes of money. What we need as a community is, if you respect whoever it is you're talking about, instead of respecting them by just showing up, donations. Definitely hit the like button. Support the damn shit.
Right.
It's not a cult. It's a cult if you go in there and say, I'm willing to let you cut me and some other shit. Showing up with a suit is a cult?
So
No, it's not.
And look, if you respected the vision,
so
listen, let me say this. I'm gonna be short-winded. If you respect the vision and you thought it was a good idea, then when you start your panel, you just wear a suit. You look at your business as a serious business instead of coming on a panel with a t-shirt, smoking blunts, acting like it's not a business.
Mr. Lyman, your mic is acting up. Go ahead, Mr. TK. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Salute to the panel. No, I just want. That's why I put the word respect. Somebody got the YouTube open. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you clear. Go ahead.
Yes, you good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you good.
So, yeah. So, Mr. Full Circle, man, you've been dropping some knowledge up here on this panel, and that's why I put the word respectfully in front of my sentence, because I didn't want nobody to take that the wrong way. It's a question, because that was something good that Mr. Lee was posing out, and I'm just curious when you said that, you was observing and tracking, and I know you got to watch stuff, but if it was a great idea and it wasn't going to cost nothing but time and energy of putting a shirt and tie on, then how much observing do we have to do before we latch onto it and just go with it? So he'll have some numbers to start to add up with people jumping aboard.
Okay, so to address your question with an answer, and respectfully, I love the idea. I know they were working on a name, a grouping, putting things together. I've seen it not just with Mr. Lee, I've seen it in other ideas that we once again, and I'll repeat this, we'll start something and it's a good thing, and somewhere lost in the sauce. Somewhere out of nowhere, going back to like, it's easy to get, but hard to keep. I had that earlier conversation. We'll start something. And it was an observation, so you can understand a little bit about me, Mr. TKO. I'm a strategist, not just observing, and I'm that one that'll sit back and step back, not because I'm trying to come in and take over and take what you got. I'm just observing because I see that on a major scale. We'll have something, it'll be good, sound good. Then when it comes to either contributions. Oh, that's too much. You ask for some money. Oh, I can't do that. But just $1 a day, like them commercials when it was help the kids in Africa. That's too much, $1. And then adding up, you know how much we could give? Just $1 for all the black men in the channel, in the chat, the ones reviewing the video, all that. But that's too much. It's always an excuse or a reason, Mr. TKO. I didn't have a reason. I was just sitting back wondering to myself, I want this to take off, not because I'm going to jump on later on. I was down with it. I didn't have to, at that time, I told you, I said it earlier, you probably didn't catch it. 2022, whenever that jumped off for Mr. Lee, I took a break from being on the panel. I caught that. On the panel. I wanted to jump on the panel to address Mr. Lee with the suit and all. And I stepped back. I said, it ain't that time yet. That was a personal thing to take a break from YouTube, from jumping on panels. 2023, I'm here now. I'm back. But not just to throw stuff at you or to have a chip on my shoulder, just to say, you know what? I'm back now. I'm not saying everybody got to listen to me and I'm the smartest one on the panel or on the table in general. It's just that I just want us to have something and finish what we start and hold on to it. So when you sit back and be like, that Mr. Lee, what he started in 2022, 2021 is still going strong. Not because of based on what Nidish said, we can't get along, the haircut and this and that. It's always a problem if you notice, Mr. TKO. It's something, not the laughing and giggling. We can never just be like, you know what? These are the standards and the rules. You either abide by them or you're not. We got a number of ones that are down with it. Almost like the church. That's a whole different story. Mr. Lee's church, or like Minister Chapp's church, whoever's church, Mr. Lee's. To where it's like, dang, we can't have nothing. So we can't always play on offense as a white man. Why can't we have that, Mr. Lee? And you had something great where it's like, I don't care what you say. We're going to keep this going strong. That's my thing, Mr. TKO.
But see,
let me say this real quick before I get up off here, y'all. I caught that when you said it, that you took a break from YouTube in 2022. And I caught the fact that you're a strategist. And I'm not bringing this up just to you, but if everybody saw a good idea and step back to observe, that's the reason why it started and it don't take off and it end up stopping. It end up just going away because the originator or the person who came up with the idea is seeing that most folks are going to sit back and watch. Now, what we do in our community a lot of times is we like to sit back and see something get big before we jump aboard. And a lot of times that's the reason why it never really takes ground root and grow, because a lot of people like to sit back and watch from the sideline. So now that you're back in 2023, you go ahead on and be the pioneer of that. And then Mr. Lee will see that and he'd be like, oh, snap, somebody's doing what I was going to do. As long as ain't no egos aboard, he'd come in, join in with you, and everybody go ahead on and grow to the top together.
But check this out, Mr. TKO. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Full circle. It's Auntie J. It's full circle.
For you and Mr. TKO. Question here from the chat.
Repeat that again.
You see, guys, full circle. You see it? And Mr. TKO, there's a question for you from the chat.
Who was that for, though, Ronnie? And what's the purpose? I don't know who that's for because I get what that person is saying.
I think it's for you. I think it's for you, Full Circle, and Mr. TKO.
Okay, so let me go first. Can I go first, Ronnie? Look, and I address that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, good point. But I'm going to throw this, not just to that question, the part about it, and I'll ask you, maybe I don't know, Mr. TKO, help me out. Was Mr. Lee asking for money? Did it have to just be wearing a suit and showing up on a panel? Going back to that. I literally did that full circle. I don't need a suit to show up and panel up.
I got an easy answer.
I don't have to.
And I already answered the question, but I'll answer it again.
I got an easy answer.
Okay, nice. Asking for donations and money like the whole Umar Johnson, I'm all for it. Remember, did you catch what I said? Either $1 a day, this, the other. I don't have to put on a suit. I could put on a suit. Either way, if I took a break and you did catch that, that's fine. That's my prerogative. And I can still give donations. I can still give mine. That's an issue too. If you ask for money, he asked for that. Because if he did, my bad. I didn't catch it.
All right, so he didn't. That ain't what I call either. So let me tell you the easy, quick answer to that question is unity. The reason why anything small like that is significant is for one, to show unity up front, right? That's the reason why we can't build together, because a lot of us don't unite. We don't trust one another. We don't link up. So when you going and putting something together just to show a united front, that is what it was for me. That's my opinion. If I can put something like that into the atmosphere, like Mr. Lee did, and immediately 20 guys show up the next Sunday show, with shirts and ties on. For one, that shows unity. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. Us here on this panel is unity, right? We ain't in no shirts and ties, right? Oh, some in the
No, I'm
panel. We don't
dressed.
know if they in their pajamas. Ain't that
I'm
unity?
dressed every time I come on camera, and this is
Right,
what it
right.
is.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
it
yeah. I
is
get what
is
you're saying, Mr. Knight.
professionalism. What
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is structure. What
Exactly.
it is
Yes,
standards.
but I'm
And what
talking
people
That's
don't
the same
want
thing.
is structure,
as far as
standards, and professionalism.
Yeah, you can put all those
absolutely,
words on top of it: structure, unity,
right,
standard. All those
absolutely.
words go coincide with one another.
Exactly. Now, going off of that, not just what you said, Nidish, we got that covered, but Mr. TKO, you're absolutely right. I'm saying us here is unity. What Mr. Lee had is unity. It ain't just about a suit and showing up. It's the unity part. Now, don't think it and don't get it twisted and get it wrong. I was a part of that chat too, and you didn't see what I was wearing, but at the same time, I was represented and I was making comments. And if it was something about donations, didn't have an issue with that. Neither here nor there. It was still coming from me, a part of the group and the unity. So don't get it twisted. Just because I didn't panel up and jump on the suit with the young cat that y'all just mentioned that got into it with KS, there was others on there. They were starting off good momentum, but at the same time, it was still unity. Get what I'm saying? Don't get it
Yes.
twisted. I was still down with it, but I was just wondering with Nidish in the beginning of bringing it up, what happened to it? Because I wanted to see it to grow, not just being in the clouds. I wanted to see it. You know what I mean? We started, but never finish it. And
I
then
agree
My
with what
answer
Nighty
is,
said
my
though, because
answer is,
Nighty said it's about tribalism, and I think that's what Mr. Lee. I think every panel is basically the tribalism of what what Nighty was saying. So I do agree because it's like certain people should be on certain platforms who are supportive of what the platform is about, and if people ain't supportive, they should be on a platform where they relate to the people who are on that platform. So I do agree
So like,
because that's how I even ended up on this. When I was watching JP, I thought I was at a Black Panther meeting or some shit. So that's how I started following JP. So basically, I've been down, and I thought it would eventually lead to outside of YouTube. So I thought black men would meet up like the Panthers did or whatever. Eventually, just meet up and shit, and just provide structure and create different outlooks on life. That's what I thought it would
right.
lead to.
And Vinci, I could never understand that some of this stuff is in Houston, Atlanta. I was always tripped up about that. That's just YouTube, the meetup groups, even with men, with women.
Right.
It's like I used to sit back and I agree with you 100%. Through it, other people live in other states. Not everybody can catch a plane. Some can catch a bus, whatever it takes to get you there. Why does it always have to be in Atlanta or Houston or Maryland? You know what I mean? And the DV, you know what I mean? There's always
Right.
somewhere else. It's like, look at branch out. That's where I'm going with this, Mr. TKO. I won't take that away from you or Nidish. Vinci, much mad love for you, brother. Look it, put it in these different cities and sections and stuff, and grow from there. It's always where it's like it's in that spot, and then when it's that spot, it's every once in a while. Like I mentioned about Black History Month, every day should be Black History. You know what I'm saying? But all this, it's only gonna be here. What's gonna be the next meeting? Back in Atlanta again. What's gonna be the next one? Back in Houston again. Seriously? Seriously. And that is what it is. But at the same time, it comes to a point where it's like, we gonna have it in all these little sectors.
Can somebody else go?
yeah, I was gonna say, go ahead, Auntie. I want to tell you right now. I want to tell. Go ahead, Auntie. Go ahead. Good morning. Go
Damn.
on. Go ahead, Auntie.
Good morning. How are you?
What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on Full Circle,
Good morning,
Mr.
Auntie
Lee?
Good morning, sister.
I mean, not Mr. Lee. I mean, Nidish, Mr.
God
TKO.
damn.
Mr. TKO. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Shout
The floor
out
is
to
yours.
Roddy and the whole panel. I just want to say, I think that he should do like a panel. I think he should do the same thing. A panel with men, a panel with the women on it, and then he has a particular topic, and then take the questions from the topic, and we all just answer questions and have a conversation.
Auntie, sweetheart, who are you referring to? Mr. Full Circle or Mr. Lee, or you just saying in general?
In general, like a panel, like synonymous to the Lapeef thing. See, that's stressful, I think. And like every day, it's a different topic, group of people having a conversation. What you think?
I think no matter what the topic is, no matter what day it is, it comes back to men and women. It goes
You do.
right back
Right,
to gender.
right. Absolutely.
That's true.
And
Fact.
I think so because I know we all can have a conversation together, and it'd be interesting because me and you, Nidus, we hardly ever agree, and and when we do agree, it's cool, I think we need to put away these childish things, going back and forth. It's just not necessary, Leave people where they at. Learn from what learn from what has happened, and definitely move on.
So that's
Because
what
it
makes Auntie, that's what makes Aaron special. When the conversation started veering off, what does Aaron go? He turned that thing
he
on,
bring
make that
that
horn
thing
go off.
on
He
and
said, wait a
put
minute,
that
y'all
on,
going off topic. Let's get
going
back
off
on topic
topic.
again. And then he
And
straightened it out and say, we're talking about this particular thing today.
Right. And we just went all the way over there. Because you know us, we'll veer off to the left. I like that. And so it's gonna all be up to him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard to create content every day. But when you have a panel every day and questions, and we have a conversation based off of the topic and the questions he asks us, yeah, what you think?
You're right. Tonight's conversation was supposed to be about Tekashi getting jumped in Florida and what people think about people that's trolls and snitches. But
yeah,
we
what people think
somewhere
about
else now.
Yeah, we way off.
We did address that. We addressed that earlier. We did like a 3 hour, and not only that, but Q actually came up. I went for Jay.
Ronnie, I've been here the whole time. I just was in the chat at first. I've been here the whole time.
Okay, so yeah, so that's why you're doing an 11-hour live stream. It's gonna branch off because come on, it's 11 hours. Nobody gonna talk about.
I agree. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all been here the whole time.
That's the best part though, ain't it? Like how we just flow freely with the conversation. I think
it was a good conversation. I'm not gonna lie. Full circle went in great. He gave out great information.
But I'm saying what Knight is saying too, because it should be more structure. It should be more
it be some more structure, right?
We were literally hopeful. Everybody, we was literally learning from each other, and that's why I think we need to have more panels like that. Like it's good to talk about the hood stuff, but it's good to also come back and say, hey, how can we build a community and how can we move forward? And I was going to ask you guys, of course, Auntie J and Nidus, where did the suit concept come from? Why is it so important to wear a suit nowadays?
It's not that important, but where you want to go first, Auntie? I'll wait.
Go ahead. You know you older than me. Go ahead.
I'm way younger than you, but thank you for the compliment. It's good to follow man's leadership. So if you want me to be the older one, I'll take the place.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Ronnie, the concept came from Kevin Samuels. And where he got it from is back during the protests in the 60s about the people on the William Pettis Bridge. Every day black folks was in suits.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what it was about. They couldn't justify putting them dogs on them people because there's like them as church going people dressed in suits. So how do you justify that? You can't justify that.
You can't.
So back during that time of Martin Luther King, when they protested, they was fully dressed head to toe, suit, hat, tie, jacket, whole thing. And if you look in those older pictures back in the 1920s and whatever else, we used to be dressed in our Sunday best most of the time, except when we was on the farm.
We sure did.
You went to town dressed in a suit.
Right.
So it was a historical reason for the suit.
Yeah.
See, that's knowledge, bro. See, that's some shit I didn't know. You know what I mean? So they like,
that was good. See, that's why I love the older generation. They got information.
Exactly, so they like we wasting time on here. I'm like, I disagree, bro, because this is knowledge even from the older people. They know on a lot of shit.
Right, Vinci.
Right.
You know who Bumpy Johnson is?
Yeah.
When you look at Bumpy Johnson, did you ever see him in anything other than the suit?
No, he's debonair.
He always had a suit. Yeah, him.
Debonair.
All the biggest dope game had suit.
Right.
Go ahead, Auntie.
So, I just think we need to be more consistent because some days I be like, where the hell is JP at? Where the hell is JP at?
Oh yeah, he been missing in action. He been MIA. Yeah.
Get your ass up. Get
Well,
up.
look, Auntie, Ronnie is here, and if Ronnie ain't here, somebody gonna pitch in. Over there,
I know, and that's a great thing.
when Aaron gets tired, Cheeky pops up. When Cheeky gets tired, Sway pops up.
Sway pops up. So we got that part ready, right? Because you got you and Ronnie, right?
Yeah.
You got Ronnie for sure.
And I think we need to pay $1. I think we need to pay $1 to be on the panel.
It would be cool if them 100 people watching did give up $1, because that's $100 for tonight.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and hit Jay Press cash. Hit the cash. I won't be like Umar.
I'm gonna hit
every
the cash.
I'm like, hit the cash. Hit the cash.
And when it comes to Umar, he didn't have to say nothing about a school. He should be paid for them speeches that he get and all that traveling that he does.
Right.
His thing was he brought that school up. So they was like, okay, where's the school? He should have been paid for speaking engagements and travel. That's what he should have asked for some money for. And then we'd have never been this thing about he's a scammer.
Oh, yeah, Umar Johnson, right. Because they said he got the school, but he never opened it.
Auntie J and 90s, because I know y'all been on the YouTube. So if somebody wanted to start a page, would y'all rather them not address like women, like white people, like most of the shit that people address on here, that people get on here and contest? Would you think their YouTube page would be more successful if they didn't address like certain groups of people?
Yeah, and
you can do whatever you want.
I know that. I'm not planning. I'm just asking because basically I have seen like when JP started addressing women directly, then it seemed like he lost more women's support because basically like somebody, he said you can't alienate people. I remember 90 said that. So that's what I'm saying. So to not alienate people is to not call them out on their fault.
Like if you call them out on your
question in the chat. So you can answer that too. Go ahead, Auntie. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, so as far as I'm responding to this question right here. As far as it didn't protect them, that didn't change their standard, though. It did not protect them. But when they was going up to make the argument, they said, "Look at the people, though. You look at those pictures, those old pictures of them people. They wasn't sagging, they wasn't dreadlock, they was clean shape, they was going along with assimilation. So the conversation about us is that we supposedly lazy and shiftless and not doing nothing. So that's why them people constantly stayed in suits. When you look at that bus boy protest, they constantly was in suits. That's why they joined the military. That's what the sandwich wars was about. Yes, it didn't save them. No, because people are still evil at the core. But the argument can be made. Look who you did that to.
Right.
It's not going to save us today. Somebody could do something to me tomorrow, and I'm dressed every day. It doesn't change my standard, my code, my rules. I don't have to be a Christian. I don't have to be a Muslim. All I have to do is love this melanated skin I'm in and want to stand it for myself as a melanated person.
And you know what? The one thing that JP requests is for us to cam up because of the algorithm, and we can't even cam up. Well, if it was my platform, if you can't cam up, you can't come up.
No, the
only one person I make that exception for. That's PA.
It's late night. It's late night. Some of the people be in bed, so that's why I think he only allow them. Now during the day, everybody got to cam up, but during the night, it's fine.
Right, but they not cammed up now. The only one that we would give grace to is PhD. PhD. Give her some grace because she come with a lot of information.
Why? Because she a lady? See, here go the gender thing.
She come with a lot of information.
You can show us how fine she is, Auntie J. She don't want to show us how fine she is.
I don't know how she look at all.
No, but Auntie, you're all right. You're all right. But he did mention that. But it was like during the night, everybody be in bed, and I understand why everybody cam off. But during the day, you're supposed to be cammed up. That is a fact.
And they don't cam up. Ruthless, Full Circle, ESO.
No, Ruthless do cam up. He cam up all the time.
I know, but where Ruthless sleep?
Yeah, he sleep.
Full Circle ain't sleep.
I think Full Circle said he was in bed.
Oh.
Hey, if it's that serious, I'll cam up for you, Auntie.
Thank you. Good morning.
She want to see your beautiful face.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. Top of the morning.
Yeah, I was in the bed. Thank you for that. So I said,
Wake your butt up.
So I'm gonna wake up for you. I'm gonna do that for you.
Thank
How about that?
you.
All right. You got it. You're welcome. All right.
Yeah, we have to come together and be a more positive outlook. You know what I mean? I know we like a little drama, but positive draw people too, if it's something they want to listen to. Because Vince, what's your name, baby? Vince?
Yeah, Vince and Vinci.
And Vinci,
Yeah.
I mean, he held it up. All night, I went to sleep, went to the bathroom, he was still holding it up.
Oh yeah, I'm holding it up.
Hell yeah, he was holding it up. Don't look tired. His voice stayed the same. It sounded
Yeah, I
like
work overnight, so I'll be up.
It didn't even sound like your voice was dry.
Yeah, I work overnight.
I woke overnight.
Did you drink something yet? Did you drink something, Vinci?
Huh? No, I don't drink. Well, I ain't been drinking. No, I'm good.
I mean, not liquor. Did you drink some coffee?
No.
Water?
No, I'm just up.
Damn, you got a hell of a throat. It don't even get dry.
Yeah, I'm thirsty though. I'm about to get up and get some water here in a minute.
Man, Midas, you had your morning drink. You had a cup of coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
What'd you drink?
Mostly alcohol.
He's talking about in the morning to get the kinks out. God darn it.
But wait, now that you've been drinking alcohol and you look like you wide awake, what alcohol you be drinking? I need to drink some of that.
I'm messing with her. I'm drinking water.
Why you lie on a damn Thursday? It ain't necessary. Damn. We just having a conversation. But yeah, I think that'd be nice to have a panel. Maybe twice a week.
With men wearing suits? I don't know.
No, I ain't talking about no suit part. I ain't talking about the suit part.
I don't think nobody gonna really wear the suits.
Hell no, it's spring up here where I live. You know I'm not wearing a suit. I'm a female.
You gotta wear a dress.
I wear a dress. I wear dresses all the time. So yeah, got a lot of good ideas. I respect you.
I want to ask you, do you ever see the confrontation that Sway had with, God rest his soul, on Kevin Samuels, like a year ago? You actually see the video clip or no? Only full.
Yeah, I was watching it.
I never saw it. I just started coming on here like 6 months.
Yeah, so
7 months.
Sway. Well, I can put it in a nutshell. Pretty much, Sway was just telling him that you don't really have to wear a suit to be successful. Kevin Samuel on the Buck Dan said no, because it's the image of the black man. Like right now, it doesn't make sense for a black man to go around wearing Jordan, pair of jeans, and a t-shirt and think he's gonna be successful in life. That's not how it runs. Well, in the United States, that is. Sway debunked that, and that's why they had a whole conversation. But however, Kevin Samuel was being very rude to Sway, but a lot of people was on Kevin Samuel's side because the simple fact that you gotta respect your elders. That's what the whole thing is.
And then the other thing about it though was that I don't think Sway necessarily heard what Kev said, but yes, Kevin was being rude. Yeah, he was. But what Kevin was saying is that after a certain age, he said, I can understand a young guy in tennis shoes and sweatsuits and whatever else, but after a certain, you 40 and you got a sweatsuit on, your hat turned backwards, you got parts cutting your eyebrow. What you doing?
But let's keep it real, now. There's a lot of rich men that I know. I know some rich men. They don't even wear suits. They literally wear t-shirts and jeans. And
yeah, I believe Bill Gates wears the same thing all the time. Khakis, a blue button-down shirt. Yeah.
Good morning, good morning, Rilla. See, Rilla said right there, Sway wasn't disrespectful. He wasn't.
I didn't say Sway was. I said Kev was.
Oh, you say Kev? Okay.
Sway was just trying to explain what he was explaining.
I didn't like him at all. I didn't like the way he did those women. I watched him a couple of times, like 3 times. And the way that he did those women, it couldn't have ever been me. I'm not going to ask a man certain questions like those women were at female. It just was ridiculous.
Women twerking though.
They rate themselves as perfect though, so I think it was necessary sometimes because they come in adult rating themselves as perfection. So basically,
No.
yeah, when they say they 10, when he say, are you 1 through a 10? And they say 10. So they rate themselves as perfection. And then once you tear it down, then they be feeling some kind of way. So I just think it's necessary. Because if I come around like I'm all that, it's gonna be a black woman checking me like, nigga, you ain't all that.
Listen, the dudes will say it too. Everybody has said. If a dude say that, look at you head to toe and just break you down as a man. That's just regular.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hoop. You ain't got no game. Where the bitches at? Where your money at? This car's lousy.
Right. They'll say it's a big car.
Hey, can I say something to Auntie? Speak to Auntie.
Why is relevant?
Auntie, I'm sorry. Auntie, check this out. What's your thoughts on this? Something was brought up about some Kevin Samuels said, and it was the part about like at a certain age and when you get older. What about, Auntie, the reverse of that? And I'm speaking to you. I'm not saying it like I know you as a mother, but literally like Auntie. Okay. What would your thoughts be on starting off younger, dressing your Sunday's finest, and then let it carry on later on with the image? And then after that, I'm going to throw this with the Russell Simmons. Once you get accomplished and you're successful, you can do whatever you want. But at a young age, do that. Not at a young age with the whole hip hop, and then you carry that on until you're 50 years old with the hat to the back. You know what I'm saying, Auntie? What about the reverse of that? Like I said, teach it to you when you're young. You get successful, have that image, you can do whatever you want to. Do your own thing. What's your thoughts?
I think that the way you dress is a part of your character to me. When I see guys with their head turned to the back, it just makes me believe you're going in the wrong direction. It looks stupid to me. Why your head to the back? But men have different attire now than when I was coming up. You could tell by the way people go to church. When I was going to church, females wore dresses and stockings. You know, no pants. When you put on pants as a female, it changes who you are. It really does. When you put on pants, it's a difference. Pants were originally made for females. I never saw my grandmother in pants in my life. So pants, hey Arissa, good morning. So
full circle, really... your match is here now.
Oh, you think so? Detroit and Chicago.
Yes,
oh, Detroit too.
It's here.
Oh, we got. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Arissa.
All right.
Hey, Arissa, good morning. How are you?
I'm
so I
good.
think it's just a
when
sign
I
of
saw
the
Auntie
time.
Jay on here, I had to hop on here when I saw you on here, boo. I'm listening though. Go ahead.
How you see me, Arissa? How you see me?
I was watching the whole time, sitting back in the cut, and then I said I heard Nightish, and then I heard Auntie Jay. I said, "Oh, let me go ahead and log on."
Thank you, thank you, baby. Yeah. So I just think like Vinny. Wait a minute.
Vinci.
He
Yes.
had on a white T-shirt with that lettering, and it was applicable to me. What Nightish has on is applicable to me. What Arissa has on is applicable, and what you had on was applicable for you. You know, for now. I just think it's what you want to wear. But if we want to if you want us to coordinate together, then we would have to have a certain attire, like females wear this, males wear that, but everybody might not have, you know, and I just think that's a bit much, but not a much for me. You know, I know change is constant. But
Auntie, check this out. Something I gotta throw this in about the attire, right? Have y'all noticed with the lead attorney? And it wasn't like I was laughing at him in that comical. This man noticed something. Talking about observation, he wears the same suit. I think maybe even the same tie, but it's the same blue suit. That's like it's his favorite. When he does his channel, his thing, it's that blue suit. You might have seen him come out with something else, maybe on some other channel, but it's rare. But when it's lead attorney, it's the same suit. What I'm getting at is that we might not have that if we're called to action and come to the table, and it's that reason. Not this as an excuse. Some might not even have a suit, polo shirt, whatever it is. But this man wears the same thing. It would probably wish you would say something about him. You know what I mean? Because he don't care. So going back to like, stop caring what people think. He wears that. Now he can wear that as long as he wants and just switch to the tie or wear the same thing. Just make sure that it's clean or taken to the cleaners. It's just that if going back to Nightish, if we're called to action to do that, and if that's the rules and standards, so be it. So be it.
Yeah, you're right. Because once the OGs make the call, we supposed to follow. That's just how it is in any culture. Period. It's just a respect thing. So it's like the youngsters can go against the older guys without feeling no type of way, and I just think that's kind of backwards.
Well, but it's once again, it's the social engineering that we're going along with. Right. So it's the young against the old, the women against the men, the light against the dark, right?
Right.
So that being the case, the grown man when we was in slavery was called boy.
Right.
What you hear now on some of these panels when people is talking is you never had no power. You're conquered. You're not, how can you, why would I follow you? Why would I let you leave? And now they make it about money.
Wait a minute,
it's not about money, it's about, or do you look the way I want you to look? So they got all kind of rules and standards and structure. But when we turned the mirror around and said, okay, you got rules for us, here's the rules for you. Well, you hate women. All we did was a mirror. All that man did was get the same thing back.
Nightish, look, you just gave a great topic. Boy, most black men, if you call them boy, true. Yeah. And we need to have a conversation. We really do. And I personally don't like it when men say, that's my girl. Because how old are you? Or I have a girlfriend. What?
Yeah, I agree too. I do not like being called somebody's boyfriend.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What are we talking about?
But I tell my girl. See, that's why I say we don't listen to each other. That's the social engineering. That's my boy. I live in my girl's crib. She my baby.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how we talk about each other.
I don't have a problem with the baby, but the girlfriend and the boyfriend stuff, that's just too much.
Well, why is your house a crib?
I never call my condo a crib. I call it a condo.
You be making some good points, bro, because you be having me thinking.
Those are all topics that we can talk about, and have the conversation, Nightish. Keep drinking your water because you're giving up great stuff this morning. I gotta give it to you. You're giving up great stuff.
And then somebody said something earlier about somebody having smoke for Umar Johnson. I don't got no smoke for him. I'm saying that the whole thing they had against him was he said something about a school and it took forever to do. He should have said, I'm trying to get funded for speaking engagements and my traveling. Because what does he do? He go and talk to them people about getting their kids off of Ritalin and all that stuff and telling them they don't have ADHD. They just have a different way you got to teach them. And if he did nothing else, he could have did consultation to help these teachers be able to teach young black boys and young black girls.
And that's another great topic.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Nightish. I got to smoke for Umar because there was a 19-year-old in Atlanta who just opened up the school 2 years ago.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he sure did.
Yes. So listen, Ronnie, that was my point. Wait, Ronnie, that's my point. He should have never said nothing about opening a school.
Right. I think he lied.
If he didn't say that, it still would be a reason to support him. He should have, because it's a few people that opened up schools. Young men.
Facts. Young black men too.
young black men.
Mm-hmm. So I think all of those are great content where we can have a conversation. What you think, Midas? What you think, Vince?
It's the truth, yeah. It's you can find something to talk about every day. You just got to keep it structured and don't let it go all over the place.
I think we need to have
11 hours. We don't want to veer so far away from what the topic was that people go like, what was y'all talking about?
Yeah. Right. That's why I think it should be like a coordinated type of thing.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 topics
about
about
that
the
is
same
a lot of people
thing.
that hit that Cash App. Think about it. He go on a
I am. When I get off, I am.
I think like 4 million people listening every morning, and he telling people to hit the Cash App. Just do the math. People are hearing that Cash App. You telling me he's still not opening up the school? It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right though. He shouldn't have exposed his plan to he should have just showed up with the school. Shit, you ain't gotta talk about it.
You ain't gotta beg for money for something else.
No, but he exposed the plan because at the end of the day, black people are gullible. We believe everything anybody else say without doing the research.
Especially black women.
I'm just keeping it real with you.
Yeah, black women follow any man. They follow any man. They always looking to follow
Can
a
I
man.
throw this in there? Something that you all spoke of as far as having a conversation, like you said, Nightish, and staying on topic. Don't veer to the side. I'm going to throw this in. Depending on the conversation, standards, all that great stuff. I'm not talking about suits. If it's a good idea and the people, the folks, the good folks are listening, make sure someone's going to take something from that. Leave some type of contact or something, even if you take from the idea, whatever you might want to contribute to it. Hopefully the person or people, the group in that conversation can help that person get the message out. Like sometimes it'll be like something dropped, how to contact that person or reach that person, even through an email, not your personal number or something, because there'll be someone listening that might want to help. You remind me of something when you brought up Umar Johnson and how he did it and how he shouldn't have done it. Something that might really be great. Not that his idea wasn't good with the school. Leave some information so that person can be like, you know what? I want to help, contribute, assist, even if it's just for free, and I'm not making fun of that, the whole free thing, helping, or not paying somebody for the time. Literally leave that information for the people that are serious and want to help and contribute. Make sure they have that information.
Did you, wait a minute. Did you all know back in biblical days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before Christ, right? Do you know how they got married? Do you know their way of marriage back then? When a man inserts his penis into a woman, he was married to her.
So then there's a whole bunch of married people out here.
Pretty much. Everybody married to each other. We big polygamy. Yeah.
We get married for the night and then we divorce the next day. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's how it was back then. I'm just stating the point.
So what if a man sleep with 4 or 5 women in 1 week?
Well, back then a man had several wives.
Okay, so whoever you sleep is a woman.
That's what I'm saying about the end of the day. They know at the end of the day, these guys are very intelligent. They know they prey off of black people. Ignorant.
How many men say, let's be honest.
Anything they say out of their mouth. Prime example, there's a guy on YouTube go by the name of Brother Polite. Nobody do research about him. They donate to him and he end up scamming a lot of people within the community. Same thing with Umar. There's a lot of people say he scammed them. So people need to do their research before they even donate to anybody. Even though it's a pastor, minister, it doesn't matter. Do your research.
It don't matter. And
just stand on that.
Hey, but the black man hustling though, bro. So I don't knock the brother for hustling shit because you gotta hustle. So as long as he set up his school, he good. But I don't think that people really know what obstacles he really have to go through. But shit, that's his hustle. So it's like
this is the thing is they hustle with the blacks, but they won't hustle with the whites.
You're right.
The white people do their research.
You're right.
People not
I think
easy to give like that. Believe that.
Ronnie, I think another great topic is sex. What is sex to you?
Sex? Sex to me is I'm not gonna lie. Sex to me, I think it's a spiritual thing, and not only that, but you transfer information. So anybody you sleep with, you pretty much transfer information to them. So if you're sleeping with a dummy, you're gonna end up being a dummy. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what anybody else gonna answer.
Why did you
I'm
ask
just keeping it
that,
real.
Auntie J? Did you have a purpose for asking, like, about sex?
No, I'm saying that could be a topic where we could have a
Oh,
conversation
okay.
because sex means different things to different people out here
Right.
now and what it entails. So that would be another great conversation because there's no consistency with what it entails from what I've been hearing in these spaces. I'm
But to
like,
me,
what?
sex, you just transfer information. So I'm telling. That's why I say I
Right.
only talk to intelligent women or only have sex with intelligent women because you transfer information. If they are crazy, you gonna
And
end up being crazy.
spirits. You will,
It's
and
real. People
spirits
don't believe it or
too.
not, but it's true. It's true.
And
That's something
the, and,
that we can't sleep with everybody. Go ahead.
and the guy who you go ahead, Ronnie.
No, I'm done, Natty. I'm done, Natty.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The guy who opened the school was 21. His name was King Randall. He was on Roland S. Martin.
That's him.
Oh, so
And
he
it's
was
still
21. I
up
thought he
and
was
rolling
19.
too.
Okay. 21. Okay.
He was 19 when he first started getting the kids together from the foster homes and stuff.
From the
But
foster
he
home,
opened
yeah.
the school when he was 21. King
And I
Randall.
thought, that was amazing. I really did. It really made me feel proud. It honestly
Auntie, check
did.
this out. I got a question for Nightish. Nightish, you listening? You here?
Yes,
I just
sir.
want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, so
Yes,
check
I
this
hear
out.
you.
The example you gave with King Randall, I remember his story. I want to ask you this. Now, there's others out there besides Umar Johnson, so I'm not going to throw it all on him. But my question is, do you think that it's hurt us in ways that others like Umar that have come up with ideas and have had open arms as far as contributions or giving contributing or contributions, donations. And when it came down to it, because I'm going to throw this right back to one of the brothers, I don't know if it was Vinci that you said it or one of the ladies that said it, that do your homework. Maybe it was you, Nightish. Do your homework. Do your research. There are some,
No, that was me.
in some
That was
cases,
me.
no,
That was me.
yeah,
Full
yeah.
circle. That was Ronnie Ron. Appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, okay. I give you your
That was
flowers on that.
Ronnie
I'm sorry.
Ron.
Okay, so check this out. There's some that just off of face value, just off of just maybe your voice, your speech, just trusting in you. We are a trusting people. Let's go there, Auntie. Going back to old school. You know what I mean? And where things have come from.
Ronnie, full circle. Before you go, let me stop you at that point right there.
Okay.
Right now, recently in the media, they had a whole breakdown at that channel over there, No Jumper, right? The brother AD left, and T-Rail and Duno and all of them. Their whole conversation was, we thought it was some brother stuff in the family thing, and we shook hands. Then they started breaking down. They wasn't even really getting paid that much. That's what we do as a people, and that's bad business.
Right. So going off of what you just said, alone, from the bad business and all of that, do you believe, Nightish, it has left a bad taste in many of our mouths? Because I believe if it was the opposite, it would be many more jumping on board. You did this, where do I sign? You want this, how much do you need? It would be a lot of us open-handed, besides the homework and the research, that would be willing. But it's been the opposite. I'm just not coming at Umar like that. I said there's others. It'll be out in the news. Such and such done stole money, done took money, did the opposite of what they've been in position to do, and have gotten the money and ran. But I'm not going with other groups. I'm just talking about ours. Do you believe that it's a problem? And if it wasn't that,
well, the thing is this, brother. What do you look at on YouTube? Have you ever looked at Sonata Network?
I haven't as of lately. I have not, but I used to.
Okay, so you understand that over there, Pharaoh got caught in a scandal. Sarah Sudenseti caught in a scandal. Brother Polite caught in a scandal.
Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Years and years of you scamming, you this. They talked about the red pill and the blue pill. Everybody over there, at some time or another, they say this about us. But my thing is this, Taharka Bay. My thing is this: do they offer any real information? That's my thing with Umar specifically. The issue is that he said he was opening up a school and people gave up all this money for a school. He should have never mentioned a school. He would have been more beneficial giving tours, speeches, his travel, and going to these schools like King Randall, going to King Randall School, making sure that they don't have teachers that don't know how to teach these young black men. They're not putting them on Ritalin and all this other stuff. He has great information. He should have just never brought that school up.
No,
So look at Nitish. So Nitish,
let me say one thing, and then you can take over.
Go ahead.
Let me say this one thing, and you can take over. What is Tariq Nasheed? Literally used his platform on YouTube to generate $1 million to open up a black museum at California. And I think you probably already know about that Full Circle. So that shows you the power what black people can hold against their followers. Like literally $1 million to open up a black museum. So just
he
imagine.
opened it up though, right, Ronnie?
But check this out, Esso.
In California.
Okay.
So
Esso, check this out.
If he was able to do that, what about Umar? But go ahead.
Esso, but check this out. Check this out. Hold on. I wanted to go out there last week. I remember when he had, I guess not the anniversary. What am I talking about? Whatever he had, that first event.
Yeah, my friend
went to get there, but he said I guess he's still working on some things. I should have been there last week, not because I'm somebody special. I still want to go, not just the contribution. I want to see it. I'm happy that came about. That's just letting you know. Many of them can get there or not. I still want to go. Can still get there. There's nothing stopping me. I'm gonna go back to this, Nitish.
But right before you go, I'm gonna be short-winded. I'm never long-winded. He opened that museum, and he had funds.
Yes,
the people donated $1 million, and he spent $1 million.
Yes, right. And Nitish, this is what I'm trying to say. If it wasn't, besides the research and this, the other, practice what you preach, talk what you know, practice. You know what I mean? Do what you say you're gonna do. In other words, keep that short. If it wasn't for those opposites like Pharaoh and the other one, the names that you ran off. If we had the opposite of those who did not what they said they were going to do you think it would be more of us and we would be further ahead? What do you think about that?
I think that Tariq doing what he says he's going to do successfully is a good start. The more people like that can come through and do what they saying they're going to do, that's a great start. And then you have to actually know who it is that you're supporting. What is their track record?
Yes. And I think, and that's a problem, Nitish, that we have the ones that, like I mentioned in the beginning, not just trusting, because we might not even know them. We went into the Mr. Lee conversation. Do your homework. I don't know Mr. Lee. He comes on YouTube, don't know him. Just going off of what he has done, his past, his history, and whatever he shares with us. Not that we can't do the same with Mr. Lee, but it could go with anyone, okay? But with whatever it is, practice what you preach. But going back to what I said, start what you finish. It's not that we all is like just broke. You know what I mean? Some people, they ain't got to be rich, middle class, whatever it is. They can contribute something. But when you say you want this and you need this and you asking for this and we do it and you don't do it, Nitish, that's a problem. That's a major problem. Yeah, Tariq did his thing. He's one small example. It could be many examples. It's always got to be that one. It's always got to be that one Oprah. Get what I'm saying? He can only do so much. He's only one person. But at the same time, we need many more. But do what you say you're going to do. Do what you say you're going to do. Don't come up with something later and comes out in the news. Oh, he done took all his money. Well, we want our money back. Can't get our money back. We still looking for results. I'm not knocking him with the comment that came that he did land and preaching and doing all the great stuff. We've been yearning, been asking for the school. I believe the school would be a great part, would be a great add-on. But the young man had to come in and do it. And it's going strong. He's the leader, major leader. We didn't know nothing about King Randall until it came out and he was interviewed. Didn't know nothing about him. And I hope that he continues going strong. Back to what I mentioned. Continue it, and he can pass that on. I want Umar to have that and pass it on. But Tariq, same thing. We need more examples. Talking about suits, images. Yeah, that's an image right there. What Tariq just did, practicing what he preaches and doing it.
Umar is not gonna get it done. I can tell you that. You can't live off intentions and intentions. You just can't. So what he intended to do, he didn't do. That's just the bottom line. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. You took all that money from people to open up a school for the same thing that 19-year-old did, and you did not complete the task in all these years. So in that facet, I see you as something else, and I don't even listen to him because I don't believe you.
But you know what, Auntie? I said this on another panel. Children are steady. Time don't wait for nobody. Children are steady getting older. People are steady
Getting
growing and
older,
dying.
right?
You
And
get
you
what I'm
still
saying?
ain't
I
open
said
the
this like
damn
3 years
school.
ago when it was a conversation about where's the school, where's the school. Children
Right,
are
and
steady growing
doesn't
and
he
getting
doesn't
older.
even give a
Yes, go ahead,
he
Auntie.
doesn't even give an explanation. That's clairvoyant. He doesn't do anything. I have the school show us a building with nothing in it. It's crazy. This
And,
say
and,
I
and Auntie,
wanted it like
that
my
hurts us. That hurts us because if you
it
want to talk about
does.
images in a suit, you
But
want to have others to sit back and
we
say,
have
like
other
when it was the
people though.
president. If Umar can build a school, then I
But
can
we
build
have
a
other
castle.
people
If I
though.
can build a castle,
Yeah, we
I can
have
build.
other people.
No,
You
no,
get
no,
what I'm
no.
saying?
No, no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. We have other people that have done the things they say they're going to do. LL Cool J started that Def Jam thing to pay off them old rappers that didn't have no retirement plans or whatever else. So Melly Mel and a lot of them rappers that people done forgot about have a couple dollars because of the Rock the Bells tour that LL went and took over since his first song was Rock the Bells. So
Not,
now
not
he's
just how
bringing
many
the old
how many
school
LL
rappers.
Cool J's do you know that are average people?
Okay,
I'm not talking about
Ice
celebrities,
Cube
brother.
got the big three.
Who's that?
Ice Cube.
I just said I ain't talking about celebrities, brother. I'm talking about average people. We can call names. I know
We can call
celebrities. I
celebrities.
know plenty of celebrities, but I'm not talking about celebrities, sir. Come on.
So if that's the standard that the scammers trump celebrities, because to me, Polite is a celebrity. Umar is a celebrity.
Umar is a celebrity?
Yes.
Yeah, Umar's a celebrity. Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He's a celebrity now. Took him a while, but he's a celebrity now. Yeah.
I still see him as a liar.
Now the type of celebrity
but
it's called
forgive
an
me because
influencer.
no, I say forgive me because when I was watching Umar, he always talking about the school supposed to open up this year, and then he push it back. Now he push it back to next year. So let's see. That was I'm gonna wait and see. But I have friends that did donate to him, and they felt like they got scammed.
So is Polite a celebrity or is he an activist?
He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
Okay.
He is a social media influencer. He is like Jake Paul.
That's the word
He's
I was
like
looking for.
DDG.
Influencer. My bad. I'm sorry for cutting you off. The thing
You
about
don't
it is that
influence
was that his
me
agenda,
at all.
Nightish? No, look at Nightish. Was it for helping the people, influencer, or was it to gain celebrity status? See,
Right, or motivational
see the confusion? You're supposed to be for the people, but all deep down inside, I ain't talking about just taking the money. You want to be a celebrity. That's really what you want to be.
That's
It's one
what he
thing,
wanted to be.
There's a difference. There's a difference. That's why I said you got celebrities do that, they do that, they do, but they do give back. Some don't, some do. Stay prerogative, stay money. It's what they do. You got the ones like the Umar or the Polites that are on a whole different, not level, totally different agenda. So there's a difference.
And some people still giving them money.
Yeah, they're gonna keep on giving him money because they see value in the information. But full circle. Full circle.
Nightish, I'm here, man. I'm here.
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
Woo! I'm older than 50. Let's put it that way.
So check this out. Let me ask you this question.
Wow,
Go ahead.
You know who Andy Griffith is?
What was that, Nightish? I couldn't catch you.
Do you know who Andy Griffith is?
I am. I do.
Okay. Do you remember that movie he had called Face in the Crowd?
I didn't get a chance to see that movie. No, I didn't see it.
I wish you would check that out.
You're going old school, but I'll watch it.
That's kind of what Polite is.
What's the name again?
Face in the Crowd.
Face in the Crowd. I'll look it up and I'll watch it.
Andy Griffith.
While I have my pancakes and orange juice. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll
check
on
it out.
YouTube or somewhere. You can see it on YouTube, I believe.
Right. Okay. I'll look it up. Where's my shit at?
No,
okay, but I'll check it out.
Polite is giving the information is true. If you ever listen to these people, it's true. Right. But however, it's sometimes the greed and the fame get to their head, and they say, "Okay, I'm just getting the people." That's
yes. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Once he got a taste that he can get people giving up money, then it became about how much money can I get.
Right.
I mean, but every year, we have the March of Dimes, right? There's a Santa Claus in a dirty outfit shaking a bell. You throwing money in a bucket.
For the Salvation Army.
Somebody. And most of that stuff goes to printing up their flyers and stickers and paying that man to stand out there.
We just, I don't
But
know.
look at this, Nightish. They know to come to us. You notice? I'm going off of your examples. They know to come to us as far as, even regardless of how much we got resources, they know to come to us. They know we gonna be the ones that's gonna give, that's gonna openly just give. And it has gotten us, not in all cases, where they know to come to us and knock on our door, for sure.
Hey, Full Circle, it seems like an echo is in your mic.
It probably is. I can't fix that, Auntie. I've been trying to work on that from the headset to everything. I'm trying. I'll do better next time, Auntie.
So that's the thing that they kind of thrive off of. They know all the things they done done to us, and the people got so much love in them still after being beaten, hung, and everything else. Still got all this love left inside of us. Still willing to work with somebody. Still willing to figure it out. They can't understand that. They can't figure it out. So every year it's this big, something to argue about, something to fight about, something to we never can focus and have clarity.
Right.
Hey, let me Auntie Nightish, let me add on something we were talking about when we were speaking on, as far as someone put that in the comments, Goodwill. What about the NAACP? You know how, I'm not gonna use the word bamboozle. It's like we follow things, we don't donate, we give, we're thinking to a good cause, and then we look up like they was never for us, or it's been taken over or hijacked. It's usually with us. No one else's group or whatever ideas, whatever gets hijacked. It's usually ours. Either we can't get it off the ground, we usually try to, and it never goes anywhere. It still goes back. I let that go. So thank you for that, Nightish. We had that conversation. We can still, but we don't have to with Mr. Lee. It's usually hijacked, taken over, never gotten off the ground. NAACP, even with that, it's like, this ain't about nothing. It was about something, but it ain't about nothing.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying, Auntie? And at the same time, we're going literally in circles where it's like, not just with the conversations, like Vinci said, great conversations, not just talking about suits. Anything we can talk about or come up with, it's always where it's like, it still comes to just here.
Okay,
it's literally almost like a Twilight Zone.
So
like Black Lives Matter.
Full circle.
I'm here, Nightish.
Could it be fear?
Yeah, it is.
I think so.
Fear of success. We feel
they knocked down Malcolm X, so I'm not going to stand up. They knocked down the Panthers, so I'm not going to stand up. They knocked down Martin Luther King, so I'm not going to stand up. Could it just be fear? They get Mr. Lee out the way. I'm not going to do that. They got Kevin out the way. I don't want to be the next Kevin. Once somebody does something, they go, "Ooh, look what happened to him."
Ain't nobody trying.
But guess what, Nightish? And check this out. To add on to what you said, it'll have the ones afterwards to say it only comes one in a lifetime. You ever hear that? I know you do. It's always that. It's always we're only allowed one. It's never many. Not saying you got a copycat. When that one is here, gone, or had they time, not just like Prince. You know, Prince, the musician, rest in peace. Once they here and gone, you never find another one like that again. It's like we always get one every 50 years, every 30, 20 years, and never again. It's where if you look over there,
I got a question.
Over there hitting out.
That's propaganda.
Go ahead, Mr. Alignment. Mr. Alignment got a question. Go ahead, Mr. Alignment. Go ahead. Mr. Alignment, your mic is acting up. Your mic is acting up again. Just log out and come back in. Yeah, his mic, because he's on the road, so I think his mic is. Yeah, go ahead.
You clear now. You clear.
You clear now. You good now. You good now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, go ahead. Ask your question, boss.
I know we normally talk about leadership and stuff like that. You guys would, huh? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Vaguely.
I know we talk about leadership. Would you guys say that a man being led by another man's didactics is weak? Makes him weak? Being as though he got to go back to his own home and spew another man's teachings to his family?
Oh, you asking the older? You
No,
asking all the elders on the panel? Yeah, go ahead. Y'all can
Yeah,
answer.
the elders.
not at all. Because it's each one teach one.
Hmm.
So I don't see anything wrong with it.
I
We
can
do
answer
it all
that.
the time.
In order,
We
Right.
do it
and they
all the
say in
time
order
Go ahead,
anyway.
y'all.
they say in order
Ask
to be
Larissa.
led.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you hear the question?
No, I was just listening. I actually was on the phone with my son, so I missed out on
What
what
he
y'all was
said,
talking about.
what he said was, people up here talking about leadership. What do you think about a man that's listening to another man taking that other man's idea home and trying to
Another
tell his
man's
family
didactic,
something?
his teachings and preachings and so forth, and bring it home to his
His
family.
teachings and preachings and stuff and so on and so etc.
Can I
Do you
answer that?
see something wrong with that?
I'm gonna say this to the alignment. I'm not beyond learning. I'm always hungry to learn. And if it's someone older, and I just had mentioned earlier my age, up in my 50s, okay, even though it doesn't look like it, thank you for the compliment. I want to learn. I'm hungry for that. And as far as bringing it back home, it might be something that I'm falling by the wayside, and I needed to get back
Right.
older. So at the same time, I put aside my ego and pride. You know, you got a lot of that.
Excuse me.
I'm the same age as you,
But
regardless of the
yeah,
age. You might know something that I don't. I bet money you know something that I don't. So I have to
in
be
order,
open to learn, and that's where I'm at. But that's just me because I want to. Because there's so much to learn before I leave this earth. So I want to get as much as I
admittedly,
can. But I've humbled myself, regardless if anyone has an issue with the word humble, with arrogance. It's not nothing to do with that. I want to learn because I might have missed something. Because when you have others, they open up their heart from the age we are now to the youngsters. And if you haven't, and if you think you all that, you know everything, maybe that's a young youth child type of thing where you was just at a you just didn't want it, you just knew so much. You couldn't, no one could teach
for
you
you
nothing.
hear me?
But this is where you are now in life. I'm sorry, go ahead.
For you hear me?
You're coming up,
Can you hear
Bosh.
me, full
Hold on,
circle?
yeah, it's kind of hard.
Can you hear me?
Say it again.
Larissa,
We hear you, Mr. Lyman. Go ahead.
Y'all hear
answer the
me?
question.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, Larissa.
It's coming up bad.
can y'all
Can
hear
you
me? Am I staticky?
No,
No,
you're
No,
you're
you
good.
not
perfectly clear,
staticky. Go ahead.
Larissa. You're loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Oh, okay. Because you know my earpiece, this little old school one that I bought, it be working real good. It sound like I'm
It's
yelling.
Apple, girl. You good.
But I mean, if it's gonna whatever it takes to help build something positive within your family, I think it's fine if you're gonna learn from someone else to take it back home. Like we expect women to learn how to be wives, or with this YouTube talking point from other women. Or I mean, I don't see what the problem is about that. As long as if you're using it to, do better and be a better person. But I truly believe in individual self growth. Far as the person that you're with, whether like me learning to grow, and then the person that I'm with learning to grow individually. And I think and if you're on common ground, that's how you build a strong family as well.
I agree.
They say y'all can hear me still.
Yeah, it's a little staticky, but I can
It's
hear you. Did he
staticky.
drop
Yeah,
off?
you're a little staticky, but go ahead.
Is it still static?
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yes.
Say what you
Yeah,
think.
everything
Yeah.
is real bad. Just log out, log back in. Hey, Chicago Rilla, go ahead. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, Chicago Rilla. Good morning, Rilla.
Peace, family. Peace. How y'all doing?
Great
Good.
in
Doing well,
yourself.
doing well, having a dope conversation. You know how we get down.
Uh-oh. Is my phone acting up too?
Oh,
No, you're
perfectly
fine. We
fine.
No, you
listening.
good,
Oh,
Rilla.
okay. My bad. My bad.
Still
It went
acting up?
blank. I was like, dang. I said, is that me acting up? I just wanted
No,
to say for the
that's
young blood
alignment's
question.
Mike is Borgen.
I just wanted to say, like, for what the young blood was asking.
No, Rilla, you good. It's just Mr. Alignment. I think you gotta jump out and come back in. Rilla's good. It's just your mic is messed up.
Did you hear the question,
Go ahead,
Rilla?
Rilla. You perfectly clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
What I
right,
was
go
gonna say was
ahead.
what I was gonna say for the young. I think mine's is lagging, but I'll answer real quick and jump off and try and come back up. But what I was gonna say for the young blood in terms of the question that he was asking, it's a nuanced conversation. It's not as clear as you following some man and taking back his blueprint. And I think this is one of the reasons why as a community we continue to lose, because every generation starts at zero. While other generations have gotten a leg up, a hand out, or a hand up, or whatever, and they continue to build off they daddy, they great granddaddy, they great grandpappy, and all this other stuff. We figure we got to continue to find our way, learn our way. No, if a man has a blueprint that's proven successful, I'm going to use that blueprint. And it doesn't make me anything less of a man. Actually, it makes me strong, because I believe in order to be a great leader, you have to know how to serve and follow first. Right. So no, it doesn't make you a weak man or a sucker or a simple whatever. And I don't know if I don't know if he was trying to like allude to anything. I'm not casting any aspersions on the question, but we gotta, as a people, man, we gotta learn how to build and stop starting at zero. Successful run at it, man. We gotta pick up that torch and run with it. So that's all I got. I think I'm dragging though. I'm gonna drop out and try and come back in.
You're not dragging. You sound perfectly good.
No, you
brother.
sound good.
Sound
Oh, okay,
bomb. You
okay,
really do.
okay. I'm
I
just
agree
saying,
with
man.
that,
Hopefully that
brother.
makes sense.
It
Hopefully
does.
that makes sense, because we have. I've been in this space for a minute. I got a little like a skittle for a reason. This stuff gets taxing and tolling, and I see grown people they ass and then excuse it with, oh, I'm just trolling. Like, we adults, fam. Like, and then we wonder why other groups, that we would do business with wouldn't take us serious. Right. And I'm not saying everything got to be serious all the time. I just believe we truly got to learn how to build community. And my community doesn't have to, move in the exact direction that your community moves in, but we've been coordinating, resources and talent so that we can achieve the greater good for us all. But that's all I got for now, fam.
Well, brother,
Yeah,
let me
I
ask you
agree
a
with what you
question.
said, Rilla. But here's the thing, though, and you perfectly want to hear this. We got to start by ourselves and need outside help too. So an example of that is Too Short started in the trunk. Master P started in the trunk. E40 started in the trunk, right? They got their own personal stuff up first. Then when they went to these record labels, they asked for distribution deals. So we got to establish some on the ground level first. So that's what I mean by these YouTube channels. You got to take your YouTube channel seriously, establish your tribe, and they got to contribute to, if they believe in the thing you're talking about, they got to contribute to that thing. Then you can go to these people saying, no, I'm not just going to take whatever you have to offer me. Because if I got to stick with my own people, I'll just stick with my own people and keep making this little bit of money I'm making.
My thing is, how do we, as the older gender, I don't really believe, but we do have to start at ground zero because we all not acquainted with each other's ideas and hypotheses and things of that nature. So I want to know how we can capture the youth, that are not learned, that don't know, or may not know, because they're ultimately they're the future. We're not the future no more. They are.
The first thing we got to do, Auntie J, when you talk about dealing with the youth, is understand where you are in that race, right? Our time is coming. I tell these young bloods here all the time, hey man, I'm here. Right? I'm not here to take your spot. I'm not competing with you for a spot. This is a Mufasa and Simba relationship. When it was time for Simba to become king, the only person that stood in his way was his old Uncle Scar. And a lot of old heads are acting like Uncle Scar. Right?
Yeah, I prefer they don't want to get up the ghost.
Right. So our time is past. And I'll say this too. Ground zero, I'm just telling you, there's a 3-alarm fire in the house. We got to put the fire out, right? And we don't have the luxury of going to learn how to put fires out. Everybody got to get a bucket and start putting the fire out, and then we can start rebuilding the house. Like it's multi-pronged and multitask and multifaceted, in my opinion. And I don't think. And let me say this. One last thing. I don't think there's one right approach. It needs to be multiple approaches.
That's for sure. That's a fact.
I agree. I agree too. He gone,
You can hear me?
brother?
No, he muted. Go
No,
ahead,
I'm still
Alani.
here. I'm muted. Yeah, the young blood's trying to come back up.
Oh, okay.
Am I clear now?
We hear you.
Oh, okay. So, Auntie J, you said, what can y'all do to help the youth? I think y'all can't do anything at this point because they're not going to listen to y'all. Even y'all are past the age limit that they will listen to, sadly, and it's unfortunate. Like, they only going to listen to people that's had the lifestyle, like Anton. He's at the age where the youth is going to listen to because he shows and displays his materialistic things, his money, his watches. He's very ostentatious. Like, he shows that. That's what they're going to listen to. You got to grasp them with something. But y'all just sitting here on the panels as older people, showing them anything that grasp their attention, they're not going to listen to y'all. If that makes sense, if I was pellucid enough in my,
No.
We understand what you're saying, and that is the problem. So a younger guy that's on this panel, name is MRM. He's about Anton's age. He's a doctor. These people sat on here and had an argument with him as if they were doctors.
Yes,
Right.
they
The outcomes
did.
should determine what you listen to. If the person that's talking don't have the outcomes, you shouldn't listen to him. Why should you listen to that older person? Because he already been through what you're about to go through.
Right.
Right.
MRM looked at as a square, as an L7. You know that. Despite him being a doctor, he was a virgin to marriage. They're not going to follow his story.
That's cool.
But I'm saying that's why they're going to listen. Even though Anton, even though he claims to have better version, everything, but he still shows the lifestyle that people want. The money, the Porsches, the Richard Millies, the mansion. He got all of that, so people going to follow him despite him being so egotistical on whatever the bullshit. Everybody got to say they're going to follow him. MRM, even though he was a doctor, was from Chicago, whatever, even his tone of voice, his tonality, they're not going to follow because it doesn't give that. It doesn't give it, if that makes sense. I'm speaking from a millennial standpoint.
Right.
No, you listen.
Yeah,
You listen.
Wait,
I hear you.
the young. I know exactly what he's saying. When I was
Me
coming up,
too.
so when my uncles would take me to the movies and we watching the Mac, everybody wanted to be like Max Julian. When you watching the
Exactly.
Superfly, everybody wanted to be like Ron O'Neal. Why? Because it was ostentation. It was an ostentatious display. Now, this is what I'm saying. I think it's more important for the elders to listen more than we speak to the shorties. And then when we
Right.
speak, we're concise with our words. Now, I do have a little bit of pushback because I don't have to have a Audemars or any of that. I can break out some of the illest kicks, and that's going to attract them shorties. You know the first thing they're going to say? What are those?
Sneakers.
Or where did you get those? Correct.
So told you something.
you gotta. Oh, you breaking up? I couldn't hear you, Youngblood. Go ahead.
I said, yeah, if you bring out, can you hear me, Rilla?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm saying, like you said, sneakers, that's something materialistic that they want. That's something that's trendy. The Yeezys, the retros, the all that, some type of Air Force Ones, like all of that stuff like that. If you see that, you can spark the conversation with them. Once you get that little conversation, then you can probably add your jewels in there, your didactics, your teachings and all that. Especially you, really, you're very perspicacious. We've seen you on plenty of panels. I'm upset that you're not on the Thursday show no more, but that's neither here nor there. But go ahead.
No, all I was gonna say is, I mean, I do it every day with these shorties, man. So it's just meeting them where they at, and then there may connect to, may not be on YouTube. It may be in an actual STEM school in the classroom where that shorty needs his help, right? And so, yeah, I don't pigeonhole all the youth, and I'm not even trying to reach all the youth. I'm just trying to holler at the ones I'm called to teach.
That's right. I listen to, and I hear what you're saying, is it Mr. Alignment? You're right, the younger generation, but I also think it's a cultural thing too, because you see more people from other races living more of a realistic lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like they know that everybody's not going to be rich. Like that shouldn't take away from building a family, you know. So and I think that's where my generation and baby boomers come from. You know, that standpoint, like you have all this, but you don't have a family. You so worried about who gonna come take your money, who gonna divorce you. Like I said before, my sons don't think about no divorces and stuff. They don't worry about stuff like that. But now you in a generation saying, "Oh my God, I don't want nobody to come take my money." You make about 60,000, dude. Like that, you should be just worried about just building a family with somebody, and that's something that me personally, that's what I fight for, is us building families. And not so materialistic about things because you know, like I tell, like when I speak to younger women, this is what I ask: what does life look like at 60? See, they don't look at life at 60 because all the materialistic stuff, that's not going to be a thing when you get older. I was just telling my friend on the phone. I said, you know what, my boyfriend on the phone, my guy, as you say, MTJ. I said, we 50 plus, we straight. Say that boyfriend stuff. We straight survival mode at our age. We ain't worried about no materialistic stuff. We ain't trying to buy. Oh, he trying to pay his his cards is paid for, someone. You know, we on that part of life. We not worried about all that extra stuff. But see, the younger generation, they're gonna have to learn on their own time. But I hear you, Mr. Alignment. They not gonna listen to us because they too busy about getting money instead of, you know what I mean, the bag that most of them
don't listen to each other either. We don't listen to each other either. I said 7 times up here tonight, you're going along with social engineering. The Willie Lynch letter that's fake said what? Young against old, dark against light, men against women. So involved in a gender war, and you the bottom of the barrel. You going along with the social engineering, shame on you. Listen, Asian people live in a house with their mother, father, grandmother, uncles, and everything else.
Yeah.
And they supposed to make the most money because they don't understand the sense in having this enormous house and space that's not used.
Exactly.
Poor Latinos live in houses 8, 9 deep until they buy another house and buy another house and buy another house. So you can keep going along with the social engineering, but yeah, we don't listen to each other.
And Cain the Conqueror. 50,000 is decent in the South. If you're living within your means, it is decent. It is decent. Huh?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sir? Yes.
Once you said that y'all are in y'all 60s and y'all in survival mode, as youngins, you know they want instant gratification. So you saying that's struggle love. They're gonna automatically tone you out.
But and that's the thing. But see, that's the thing, right? But they're still gonna learn. Like I'm in my 50s in survival mode. The thing is this. This is what I tell y'all, younger generation. This is my guy tell you. This is what he tell his son. This is what he tell his son. Y'all got to keep living. A lot of that lifestyle that y'all trying to do is going to go away. It's not. Trust me. I mean, hell, I got a whole pair of red bottoms I wore freaking one time from my apartment to the car and took them off. Like it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing. Like
it's stupid.
Well, wait, hold on one second. Because let me say this. I think we missing each other. We kind of proving the brother that said we not listening to each other. The young blood is said, and I agree with him as I'm listening to him talk. I'm thinking about when I was 17. I didn't start remembering the lessons that the old heads on the block was the old heads on my block kept me out of trouble. I wore glasses all my life, so they called me they called me professor, right? So I couldn't do what everybody else was doing. I didn't appreciate those lessons until I got to Atlanta and I was in my 20s. Then everything started coming back to me. But when I'm just speaking strictly to the men, y'all can speak on the young ladies. When them young men start feeling themselves and they sacks start to drop, the biggest thing they want is respect. And so they want to be heard more than they want to be talked at. And if you're not showing them something to achieve and attain for, like with all due respect, like I'm listening to it and I'm like, dang, I'm about to be 50 in a year. I don't want to be struggling in my 50s either. Right? I want to retire and be able to live comfortable and live, within my means. But I really think it's important to listen to these shorties Let them spill it, and then when we giving them the wisdom, we got to put it in a way that they can what is it
Relate.
called? No, when the Bible talks about, you know, the milk versus the meat, like you can't give
Oh
a
yeah.
baby meat.
Right.
You know, we got to give it
Right.
to them in a way that's digestible for them. But
Well,
you
I
know what it
mean,
is,
if you're gonna
because
use that
we
reference,
see where
then
they headed. We see where they headed, and we trying to stop them from getting there. We rushing to get the message out. We rushing like,
Right.
no, don't go down that
Yeah,
route.
because we
Nah,
right.
wait,
sometimes you
They,
gotta
they
bump
not
your head.
I gotta push
right.
Well,
back against
well, you
Rilla.
got to look
Right.
at
Wait,
you also.
Orissa, wait, 1 second. You know, I'm sure
Mhm,
I'm never gonna be long. I gotta push back with what Rilla just said, because he
mhm.
said when he was younger, he wasn't ready to eat it then. He wasn't ready to listen to it then. But after life experience, he understood the relevancy of it. So you teach
Right.
these kids in the way to go. They will veer off, yes.
Right.
And then when they go through them experiences, they're gonna go, damn, my mama told me this.
Damn.
Damn, my father told me this already.
Every
Yeah.
time.
Mhm.
Every
Let me
time.
ask
And
Mr. Alignment. Wait, let me ask him a question. Do you know how to pay bills?
Excuse me.
Does your generation know how to pay their bills?
I mean, I can't. I've been on my own since I was 18, so I know how to pay bills. I mean, I can't
you
speak
you
on
got
that.
that struggle. Okay, so you struggle to get there. See, you probably do.
Yes, me
But
too. I
the
was
but
on my own at
statistically,
19 too.
Mr. Alignment, statistically, y'all are the most in debt. It is on paper. You
Right.
do make decent money, but you're most in debt. So the spending habit.
Mm-hmm.
And see what I try to do is teach y'all to live within your means because it's gonna catch up with you.
It
See, I'm in the
is.
insurance industry, right? So I see the whole different side of life. So my thing is this: I deal with people that's younger. I deal with people that's older. And one thing people don't really look out for is they don't look at bad health. They don't look at you getting into a bad car accident and then you cripple for
Yep.
the rest of your life. You don't look at, somebody passing
I
away. See,
might
y'all
get
don't even plan
sick.
for when your kids go out here and die young. Y'all don't
Mm-hmm.
plan for that stuff because it's gonna
That's
happen. It's a part of life.
Wait a minute, Richard, they not having children.
yes, shit.
Yeah, they have
They
like
not
one or
having.
two.
What?
They not
No, they're
having
not
them
having
at
them at all.
all.
They're not
See
having them at
there?
all.
They not having them at all.
Okay,
You
so
have
what's gonna
children, Mr.
happen?
Alignment?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
do
you
you
have
have any
kids.
children?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
I got 4 kids. They live with me. You see what I'm saying? I'm an active father.
Wow.
Yeah, they inside the home. I'm all about family. I was on Ricky's show and I told my story before, but yeah, I'm all about family. Me and my kids, mom been through whatever, but I never decided to leave her, even after she engaged in the adulterous acts, and so did I. I never wanted to leave her because I'm all about family. But I ain't gonna go on a long tangent. It's a little quick. Go ahead, Auntie Jack.
Oh, well, you
Can I
something
say
now.
something? Can I say something?
Fine,
Yeah.
Rilla, and I appreciate Rilla coming to the panel, and this is for alignment. You all have heard that. I wish if only I knew if I knew what I knew then. I wish I knew what I knew then, what I know now. You hear
Absolutely.
that.
Oh yeah.
So the part that, and I'm glad that Rilla joined the panel. Shout out to those ones in their 40s, late 40s, 50s,
Yeah.
40s, 50s, and on. I don't want it ever to be to a point alignment to where ones might look back and say, "Hey, if only somebody told me and showed me, taught me," because it's
Full
going to be a
circle.
lot of that alignment. It's going to be a lot of that.
Full,
But at the same time, what Knight has said, as far as communication, can't talk to each other, can't tell each other anything. But the whole thing about I wish I knew, wish I coulda, woulda, shoulda, that's going to be over when you hit that age. And a lot of things
yeah.
that you mentioned, all this material stuff ain't going to matter because once you done gotten it, maybe that was your goal or achievement. Once you get it, it actually don't matter. Not saying you're going to,
Don't mean nothing.
but once you
Full circle.
when you get that, well, look at this alignment. When
Full
you get it,
circle.
it's like there's something really matter.
Full circle.
Oh yeah.
You know what's gonna happen?
What's
They're
that?
gonna
Night?
have a one bedroom full
Uh-huh.
of shoes,
Uh-huh.
200 pairs
That's
of
right.
shoes. Then
Well,
what?
why do you think this? Why do you think the self deletion rate is so high amongst the rich people?
Right.
It's a part. Look, at the end of the day, it's a cultural thing because I see people when I'm out there driving rideshare sometimes. Look, people from other races are very fine. Most of them are married. I deal with so many people, especially white women and white men. They married. They fresh out of college. They go get married. They got houses, kids, cute. I just heard about a guy the other day. So I'm just saying we not building families. We keep talking about materialistic stuff, and it does not matter.
I think we going against what I was saying though right now.
No, I hear you though, sir.
The self deletion, is that amongst the black community though?
Yes,
Are
it
we
is. And that's
I
another myth. That's a myth, young man. Yes, it is.
guess because I may be ignorant to it, but in my 30 years of living, I'm not used to hearing that. If it's someone
Right.
that delete themselves, it was a nerd, maybe wasn't getting women. It was an imbalance
And
of the
women are
brain.
doing it too. Women
You know
are
what I
doing
mean?
it too.
I hear more, but if I'm gonna be candid, and be honest, it is women because they're overwhelmed with what their decisions they made in life started to come to them at a young
No,
age. With the babies, the father not being there, allegedly is what everybody say.
no.
Nobody,
That's not
and
why
I
they
just
self-deleting. That's you got
Orissa,
to
let him
educate
finish.
yourself.
Orissa, let him finish.
you're gonna have mental disconnection. I'm not here to argue or debate.
Right.
I want to have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm just jotting down several reasons that it could be finances, the lack of support. You can say why if you got the main reason why they're self-deleting, I would like to know.
I was trying to tell you because this right here, right? People are self-deleting because of loneliness. People, you got women. You got a woman who jumped off. It was last year, the year before last, Miss America, one of them. She jumped off a building because she was lonely. Women get,
Wait
oh,
a
so
minute.
it's not just because they have kids and stuff like that. Yeah.
Can you see the chat, Orissa?
No.
No, right here where it says Native Americans, whites, them black men.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that one. That's up on the thing. Yes.
So this person
Native
has done
American.
the
Okay.
research. They did the
Native
research.
American whites and then black men. Yeah. But the thing is about that, right? It's still a less number of us. We only got what, 30 some million blacks in the whole United States? Is it 30 some
40,
million or is it
like
less?
40.
40? So the self-deletion rate to us is high because within our group, a lot of self-deletion look
We're
like something
13%.
else.
Yeah.
Single car accidents, drug overdoses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he
That
said
could be that true too.
but let's talk to Mr. Alignment. How old was Juice WRLD? How old was all them dudes that was ending up going off drugs? I think they was in what, early 20s? Wait, late 20s, early 30s? Mr. Alignment. We can't hear
That's
him.
true, Jess. Alignment, I can't hear you.
We see your circle, but we can't hear you. It's like the mic is super low.
Yeah, alignment, leave and come back. Your mic is messed up.
But yeah, I hear that. But see, a lot of it, you know, what he's saying, like the thing is about the younger generation is, you know, I think there is a disconnect for the most part, but at the same time,
Disconnect.
they still not going to listen. It doesn't matter. I
But
mean, if
it's
that's the case, if
been
they
a
were listening,
disconnect, Larissa.
huh?
It's always been a disconnect.
Yeah, it has, but I'm saying for them to say, and as much as I like Anton a lot, but they
We
still not listening to him. They mock that man all the time.
Orissa, we didn't listen to older people when we was younger either.
Not to that extent, but you right.
Will Smith's famous song is "Parents Just Don't Understand."
Right. That's true. That's a fact. And see, the thing is, we're gonna have to learn. See, that's the thing, right? And this is the thing. I had a conversation with my oldest son. He called me about something earlier. Look, kids are gonna go through stuff. People gonna make mistakes, just like y'all make mistakes, just like I make mistakes. That's a part of life. My thing is not making mistakes that's gonna cost you a lifetime. That was my whole thing with my son. It was some things that I didn't give a shit what they do. I mean, when it comes to certain things, as long as you're not calling me in jail because you didn't rob somebody, that you didn't physically harm a woman or something like that, don't call me because you got 3 girlfriends. I don't want to hear all, you know what I mean? Like, it's just some things your kids are going to do.
But
And we got to
Orissa,
expect that out of
me
the
and you
younger
about the
generation
same
too.
age, right? Me and you about
Yeah,
the same
I'll
age,
be
right?
51 tomorrow. Yes,
So
sir.
you're younger than me. So you're younger than me. So
Yes.
check this out. Listen, think about our 80s movies.
Mhm.
Animal House. That was about college, right? Getting
Yeah.
drunk. We had kids. Then was young people having sex early, just because They was latchkey kids. They wasn't coming home to no adults.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you go back, what's happening, right? Raj and D and all them was out because their mama had to work all day and night. Mama's Place with Clifton Davis. He was a man who was living at his mama house because she had to work all day. You had Claudine. She was whatever she was doing.
6 kids,
ended up with the garbage man. So we've been doing the same
You
thing.
had good
over
times. I
and
know
over
you
and
ain't forget
over
good
again.
times. Good
times.
times.
We did.
Dang,
We did on
dang.
Hey, can I
DJ.
address Michelle? I want to throw
Yes.
something to it,
Yeah.
but not in a negative way. Let's check this out, Nightish and Auntie. No matter how we see it and look at it, even with the youth and the youngsters, as far as what Lyman was saying, that they what they looking for, even with Anton and the ones that's not going to listen. Have you noticed? No matter how much love you got for them, and you wish you could do something to step in place, you know what I mean? Just stop it before it happens. There's a generation I noticed is that it's like no matter how you might show them, like back in the days of school when it came to sex education and the teacher have it on a VHS tape, you know, whatever, on the TV, sex ed. The generation today, as if like they want to go through it. It's more than just preaching to them and talking to them. I'm just not chewing my gum, so excuse me for that. It's more than that. They want to go through the heartache. And then later,
Yeah.
even though it's wild as it might seem, where it's like, why would you want to go through that and put yourself through that and put yourself through the trouble, or maybe you can call it struggle love, whatever it is. They hearing it is one thing. Not want to listen to what you're saying is another. But they listening, but they not listening. They hearing,
Right.
they're not hearing. They want to actually go through the experience. It's totally the opposite nowadays, where it's like, if I go through it, maybe I can sit back later. But after that, you know, it's like I might not be able to save you or help you. It might not be to get out of that. So you might put yourself in something, signing checks that your butt can't sign, you know, to cash. So the generation now, they see it, they know what's going on. It's besides the whole Jory and Anton and the riches and something you can relate to, you know, as Lyman said, to communicate. I got what you're saying. But nowadays, regardless if it's good or bad, they want to go through it, the experience. Like at an amusement park. I want to have the experience so I can brag about it and go through it. It's good or bad.
Right.
Well, the brother's speaking in general. He's not saying everybody. He's talking about anecdotal experiences and in general. None of us up here are saying all. We're just saying
it's not
in
all.
general.
I'm not saying
Right. We ain't
everything
saying
is
all.
not for
Exactly.
everyone.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you got my point, Michelle and Auntie and Nightish. It's
Yeah, I
the
do.
generation that we at our age, we know what's going on. We've experienced it. We all had our different experiences, men and women. But at the same time, it's not that we don't care about the youth and the ones that are younger, Generation Z and the millennials. We do care, but it's at a point that you can only do so much. And after I had to pinpoint and I'm listening to it, and I was quiet for a moment, I said, "What is it? Not just the answer. What is the solution? It's more of like they're going to do what they do." And you want them to make the right choices. And like, listen to me, like I got children, I don't. I can just relate to y'all's experiences, those who have children. What is going on? Why are they not getting it or clicking it? It's that they want to experience it and go through the experience. So
Well, you're right though. You're right.
He is absolutely right.
Or to tell
But
somebody, maybe it's for that's not the MO. That's for face value. So they'll have bragging rights to be like, yeah, I went through that. I don't care if it's the men or women. Yeah, man, I went through that. I did it. It's a whole different generation. The whole getting locked up in jail and all that. That used to be bragging points. Got shot, but I lived through it, like the 50 Cent thing, and I lived through that. My story. Now
we
it's
used to be ashamed. You know,
Mhm.
the things were that in our generation coming up that people were, they were ashamed. Like when the girls had the strip, they did it on the low key. They didn't want nobody to know they was in that strip.
No, that's not the truth.
Nah.
That's true.
not the
That's
truth.
it is
No,
nice.
it's not. No, it's not. I just
Nice,
mentioned
how you gonna
movies. I just mentioned Janet Jackson's song was Control, right? Now I'm all grown up. She was a baby when she made that song. Bobby Brown was My Prerogative. All this was anti-listening to some grown folks. So
I'm
no, this
talking
is
about-
nothing new. Only
No,
thing
I
now
didn't say
is
it was anything new. It was just more low key.
it
It
was
was.
the same.
It was. You were ashamed for being a stripper back in the day. You were ashamed for that. Come on now.
Come on now.
You couldn't be no damn stripper back in the day and get away with that stuff. People would
What
talk
was
about you
Bad
like a
Girls
dog.
about? What was
Even
Down
if
the
you
Shore
want-
Bad Girls about?
It was
What was
still
Cousin
shame.
Apollonia and them singing
It
about?
was
What was
shame.
no, let's have a conversation. Prince had Dirty Minds in 82, right? He had a damn trench coat on and fishnets.
The
That was the
generation
year
that
of
have a back-to-back
androgyny.
babies.
Then was the
I
years
went
of
to see Prince.
androgyny.
Yeah,
Egyptian
but he was
lover,
a performer.
Too
He
Short.
was a
That wasn't all
performer.
about what?
They're
But Nidish, there's a
performers.
difference. Look at Auntie Nidish. Thank you. There's a difference. You got Prince compared to a bunch of princesses.
Right. What are we
Get what I'm
talking
saying?
about?
That's Prince. That's one could get away with it because that's Prince. Now today,
Somebody said,
it's
keep it real,
princesses.
old lady. Stop the
And when
cap.
I
No,
say that, I
Eric
don't say
J.
it
That was
loosely.
Shane
I
back
say
in the
that to the
day.
point
It
that
That
was
was
not.
to
It was
the
not.
shame.
point that it's allowed and
It
it's
wasn't.
It was
okay.
shame
Right.
for a
There's
man
Sex
fun
to
as a
go.
separation
performer and a
began
celebrity.
when,
You can
Arista.
take Prince, you can take everything, like you said, Bobby Brown. He was putting it out there,
It
and there's
was
only so many Bobby Browns.
Prince.
Now there's a bunch of
It
people
was
that
more
want to be
What's
Bobby Brown
wrong with
and do
them?
what they want to do.
We're
And,
talking
and
the
it's not that it wasn't
70s and
changing.
80s.
It's just a
Prince
certain
was
times
copying
they could get
Little
away with it.
Richard.
What's that?
Prince was
Say what?
copying Little Richard.
Okay, so there's one Little Richard. There was probably a
There
bunch
was
back then,
more
but
than
there's
Little
one Little Richard.
Richard.
My point is that you get only one so many. You didn't have a bunch of Little Richards compared today. Not a bunch of princesses compared to today. There's this little
Narissa,
point that it's open.
I
And
done
it's
had
starting to
Trina. She
open.
if
was
we
beyond my
wore a
time.
wig,
And it's
if
okay
we
when
would
it's
have
like,
wore a
right,
wig,
right. It's today
they
it's
was
okay and
gonna
it's
stone
accepted.
on you.
Right. It's
She got a
accepted.
wig on.
Mm-hmm.
She
But
got a
also what
wig on.
for? But also what for? But no, you didn't, Sugar Bum. No, we actually, if we had teen pregnancy sweeties, we were married. Thank you. But anyway, before
Yes, and you
circle,
were
before
shamed for
circle,
getting pregnant
right?
at
So what you're
15.
saying about the younger generation want to experience life, right? The thing is, the reason why they want to experience life because they always feel like they got somebody to come save them. That's one thing. My generation and Gen Xers and baby boomers. Baby boomers are the fastest growing homeless population out there. So the thing is, they starting to learn that nobody can come back and save you when you want to go out here and constantly make bad decisions in your life.
In
So,
your
you know,
life.
that's somewhat
But
true
Michelle,
what
I'm
you
gonna add to
say,
that. Go ahead. Uh-huh.
but
I
because they
remember
have like women can knowingly have babies out of wedlock, multiple kids, because they got the welfare system, they got the child support system that they can lean on. Like forget trying to build families for the better
right,
sake for your children. Sugar
right.
Bomb, go where the sun don't shine, sweetie, okay? Because I'm not a
My
liar, baby. I've been here
grandmother,
longer
But
than
but look
you.
at this, Michelle. Let me
And
my
show your
Michelle.
face
grandmother,
sometime.
Right, Michelle, let me
my
throw this in there.
grandmother.
Right, Auntie, let me throw this
Full
in there.
circle.
Michelle, check this out. I remember when Facebook, let's go there we talked about experiencing, right? I remember when
Mhm.
Facebook, I can't remember, it was a while ago when it came to that live, hitting the live button, like whoever, Zuckerberg, whoever started it first with that live.
Mhm.
And it was a killing on the live. You know how we take things and we run with it. Wasn't others, it was our group. It was a killing
Mhm.
on live when they hit that button with Facebook, an actual killing. And it was like, what the heck? It's
Deletion,
started something
deletion,
again.
deletion. You're on
Deletion.
YouTube. You can't use the K word.
Oh, sorry.
Deletion.
Delete. My bad. Oh man, it's been a minute. Delete. The person got deleted.
Mhm.
Okay. So when they did the live, after that, other social medias, ever since then, we took something and we ran with it. I spoke of the experience earlier. We take things not for the best, and it could be anyone, including our own, especially our own. We run with it.
Mhm.
That was we take things when we try to use it for a good thing. I mentioned experience. There's some things that weren't even a bad thing. But now with the live button live, we just do all kinds of things, all kind of mess, not for the greater good, but in some cases for the evil. And it's like those ones that once it's put in place, we know it could be used for good. The experiences that we have, we know we can take those good experiences. I don't care if it's Bobby Brown, Prince, this, the other. That's them. Take the good experiences and share with others and help others. But in some cases, Nidish, us on the panel, Michelle, Auntie, we don't. It's one thing to experience, even with the generation. They know right from wrong. In some cases, they don't. But I won't use that as an excuse. They use it the opposite to be like, hey, and I'm gonna still stand on this. It's for bragging rights. It's to show others, hey, you could be doing something with that. Our generation, I believe it was Auntie, someone said it, Michelle, we done. It's their time. Remember that was a time with that? It's y'all's generation. It's y'all's time now. It's like how many times we're gonna keep saying it? We thinking we can keep saying it till the cows come home. After a while, you want to see a change and a difference with the generation. Not this whole thing, hey, they don't listen to you. They got a mind of their own. Yeah, to a certain extent. But at the same time, even what I just mentioned to you, the live button, make use of that. Not for bad, but maybe I am from a different generation.
Baby, I was married. It's a known fact that I had a child out of wedlock at young, but I got married and had 3 other kids. So shut your ass up. Thank you. Move on. What else can we gonna go?
And my when we were growing up, My grandmother used to say, bastard children. And I didn't know what that was.
That's
So I
me.
asked her.
That's me, Auntie J.
That's you? You was
That's
what? Were you a
you?
bastard child?
Yes.
And now we gratified the single mother having a baby.
Right.
You hear me? I mean, I call them begging showers. I don't call them
That's
baby showers.
old. That's not new.
I know that was for the widow in my day. That was for the widowed wife or the wife that was married. It wasn't for the single woman at all. Now the guys come to the begging showers. Now they got gender reveal. It's too much.
Yeah.
But we're not
But
even
you-
supposed to welcome a baby into this mean old cruel world. They don't know that. We supposed to pray.
Auntie, I'll even go further than that, like with the Rihanna, the Super Bowl, or there's ups and downs about that, how she shouldn't have performed or she did perform or grabbed her crowd. The thing about it, regardless, we can go there tonight. Is check this out with the marriage part. It's one thing. I'm not going there as far as attacking a bashing, whatever. I don't care what woman in general. It's to this point where it's like the child in some cases, not with the abortion. I hope you know that word is allowed.
Right.
With the abortion thing.
No.
Deletion.
Deletion.
Is that allowed? Oh my
Deletion.
God. No, yeah, I know deletion. I know. I'm just messing with y'all.
Yeah.
The thing about it is allowed. No, I just forgot. It's okay to have the children, but forget about the husband part or the man. So even if Rihanna's situation don't work out from Chris Brown and now the man she's with, it's okay because it's like besides the billions, her money, I got that kid. I don't want to have that conversation.
None of that is new.
You know what I mean? And who does it belong to? It's the part about it. She got the kid, and I'm looking at the generation now where it's like the kid, regardless. That's all I really wanted. It ain't
Our parents said the same shit about us.
Baby daddy in the life. Hold on.
Let's go back a little bit.
Wait a
The
minute. We
first
didn't
person
walk
grabbing.
around
Wait a minute,
pregnant.
Auntie J. The
Go ahead,
first person grabbing their crotch was Madonna.
No, I'm not against that. No, I was talking.
Then
I was
the
just
other
mentioning
person that
about
grabbed
people
her
having
crotch
issues
was
about.
Roseanne Barr.
No. I'm not talking about. I just added that. That wasn't even my point. The point is about she's pregnant. She has a child. I'm looking at the whole family structure thing that was earlier because you said you had heard it from the beginning or whenever you came in, Nightish, before you came in about the family part and other cultures. I'm looking at Rihanna as a celebrity, and nowadays we got the culture when it comes to ours, where it's like I just want to have the kids. I ain't talking about child support and nothing like that. I'd rather have a baby by that person because the baby is more important than having the whole structure of the husband or the daddy or the husband, whatever. The man.
At least
That's
she
my point.
had
That's the
some.
part. That was just added.
At least she took time out of her busy career schedule to have two children.
But I'm saying, I hope that she has that father, that man. I wish the best for him. I hope it's not a situation that something happens, he get locked up or get put away, or something happens, and she keeps that same man. I'm going back literally old school to where there was a time when it's like, look, we old school, Auntie Michelle, where it's like, our parents been with that man for 30, 40 years. Oh, God, how y'all?
Okay, so I got pushback for that too. Full circle. Let me give you some pushback because this is disingenuous. Here's what used to happen. You was young and you had that child. They sent you down south. They brought you back and said, "That's our little daughter." Back then,
that's your brother.
Family secret.
No, but Nightish, did you hear? But Nightish, did you hear what I'm saying? I'm saying that I'm not saying you can give me all the pushback you want respectfully, and I accept that as a man. I'm saying that I hope. Rihanna, I'm not saying it doesn't happen and it's not true and it doesn't happen. I'm saying I'm giving one example. Remember, we were doing the celebrity thing and I gave you pushback on that. Well, I'm using the celebrity thing with Rihanna saying, I hope, regardless of her money or anything like that, I can go from celebrity down to this. I'm not saying it's not possible. I hope that he stays in the child's life. I want him to be there. Now, if they get married and if they don't, regardless, a child is about to be born. Actually, what is it? It'll be the second one now or the first one, the second one. I want that man to be in Rihanna's, in the child's or children's lives. Get my point? That's my point. And that's what I'm looking at from celebrity to where we're at now. I want to hear all the divorces. I'm going literally old school. I'm not going biblical or church where it's been taught that it was a time there was nothing. Divorce shouldn't have even been on the table. There was not even a conversation where we stick together through thick and thin. Go through the marriage vows. And I ain't never been married. Getting engaged before.
I mean, that's idea.
Stick it out. That's really
but that's idea full circle. But let's just be real.
Yes,
Divorces are going to happen, okay?
of course.
And you know, but this is the thing, and I had this on a lady on my channel the other night who was
But Arissa,
non-black,
before you go,
and
wait, before you go too far, is
Nightish.
that a new thing?
No, I was getting ready to tell you if you chill out.
Well, y'all
There's a
making
lady.
points like
Hold
it's some
on.
new shit. It's not new.
It's not new.
Go
If
ahead,
you would just
yeah.
That's
listen.
what was new.
Full circle, right? So I had a lady who
I'm
was about
listening.
my age, and she was about my age, and we were talking about, and she's not black, and we were talking about, you know, kids who come from single parent homes, and of course she was one of them, right? And I said the big question is, I said, was your dad around? She said yes. So it doesn't matter whether or not you get a divorce or you choose not to marry or not. You still have to have a responsibility on both ends. That's just how that is. Now, if you're having a child by somebody that's not going to be responsible, regardless if you're married or not, then why even allow this dude to get pregnant? I mean, why get you pregnant? But the thing is, you got to be responsible no matter what. I mean, I'm for marriage. Okay, my kids are married. I'm for marriage 100%. But I'm just saying, we got to stop acting like divorces didn't happen. I'm a 3-time baby. My mother had 3 kids by 3 different men. So, you know.
Okay, so Michelle,
you know,
I'm gonna get pushed back on what you
We
just
gotta
said.
let
Let me
him
get what you
talk.
said.
We gotta
Hold on,
let
Auntie. I'm gonna
DR
get pushed back
talk.
on what you just said. Now we talking about solutions and answers and solutions and this and the other. Look, if you got them out there like that, and I ain't gonna tell them about my business about my daddy. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it right there. I agree with you. Check this out. Is that a part of the answers and solutions? And I hear where you're coming from, Nightish, as far as is this something new? Is this something to brag about? I'm trying to find out to where does it go wrong, to where it's like, is it celebrated? Should it be celebrated? Should we
it
get
is
pushed back on
not.
that?
It's
To where it's
not
like, when you just
new.
stick with one person, things is gonna happen. There's
That's
divorce,
not.
but right now it's like it's the majority on the scale. It's more divorces than
That's not
sticking
my
together.
point.
All that cheaper to
That's not
keep.
my
They not
point.
even getting
Okay, go
married
ahead.
no more.
That's not my point.
Right.
Now, during the baby boomer era, yeah, those people stayed together. The
Right.
Gen X, us, they got that Hezekiah report where they had all them young girls together talking about, no, I don't want my baby daddy around here,
Right,
because they'd
right,
be like, I'm taking
right,
care of 2 babies because he ain't
right.
got his stuff together. That's from the like 70s, early 80s.
Right now, Nightish. Now we in a different time, and I agree with you
Right, but
totally.
my
So I
point
get
is,
back to the
if
answer
it
solution. Do we
began
reverse
there,
that or do we
now,
change that?
if
Oh,
it
go ahead.
began there, it was normalized then. So what is it now? So back in the day,
Glorified.
Jaja Gabor and them, the Gabor sisters got rich off divorces.
Right.
It was
Yes, they
normalized then.
did.
So what is it now?
Well, I'm about to do a whole story again on the Cosmopolitan that fed us a lot. So I'm
Yes.
about to do that today. I just listened to the video yesterday because I know it was Mr. Samuels did it before his passing. I'm about to do it again today, probably later on tonight on my channel, where she specifically said that they did that to make money. They did that to make money. Now, at the same time, there were some things that came out of it that were good. But then let's just go back to the bad part. You know, there were some things that came out of that lie that was good, but as far as the whole sexual liberation and stuff like that, it was not good. And let's just go back to the lady who had who fought for the deletion, never even had one. She was a married
Right.
woman with 3 kids.
But
So,
what
you
did
know,
they do after that magazine? You had
yeah,
Sex in the City,
yep,
Girlfriends. You had
yep,
all these single women living in a house 5 and 6 deep talking about we don't need no man. So
yep.
it
Hey,
was
hey,
They saved
normalized
our
Nightish,
lives.
back
Nightish,
then.
you wrong for that. For going to Jaja Gabor. Now you really telling our age.
guys.
Let's not forget. Let's not forget Elizabeth Taylor. Now she was a part of that too. That whole, married.
Brother, Ronnie is talking. Ronnie is talking.
Full circle. Don't finish the point. Hold on. Good
Oh,
morning, guys.
sorry.
Thank you for coming
Sorry.
into the Black House. If you have not done so already, please make sure you hit the like button. If you have not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe. You know, we do this late night live stream. Some of us been up for like already 8 hours. So, come in the house, have a good time. You see, we got a lot of lovely elders in the house talking, doing their thing. So also, you want to come up, just let me know. Let me know you're in the back. I'll let you up. So y'all have some fun and continue, guys. Go ahead, Full House.
Okay, wait.
Yeah. Hey,
Full House,
so
before you
Nightish.
go, wait.
Full circle, sorry,
Dr.
full
Hood,
circle.
go ahead.
Huh?
Dr. Hood.
What's good morning, y'all. Good morning,
Good
y'all.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, now
Good
y'all
morning.
cooking as usual. I didn't want to come in and shake it up too much, but I think I came in at the part where the youngster was talking about, you know, the younger generation don't really listen unless, you know, they could see somebody living that lifestyle, they showing you the money or, you know, something like that. I think that's very well, I wouldn't say disturbing, because I mean, let's be honest. There's always going to be around the same amount of people at the bottom. There's always going to be the same amount of people that don't listen. There's always going to be, you know, people that can't keep a man that can't keep a woman. You know, that's never going to change. You know, yeah, the faces of the good might change. You might see some people that were doing bad start elevating. You start seeing people that's doing good. They might think they on top. They might start sliding down. But overall, you know, it's going to be the same amount of people, you know, that's not getting the message and that think, you know, these type of things. So it's kind of the reason why a lot of the elders don't want to teach, because they feel like people aren't listening. But my thing is just, you know, if it's the right thing, you can never spit out the, you know, the right amount of good knowledge, you know, for the old heads. Like, even if they say they're not listening, or even if they think like you got to be rich in order to get the youth's attention, or, you know, I mean, there's always going to be those bright kids that listen. Like, you ever see those movies where, you know, you got to go get the knowledge from some old guy living under a tree or something, you know what I'm saying? He never had a Bentley and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's the knowledge. It's not always in the monetary or the, you know, clothes and houses and you know, like, I think that's it's a little sideways, you know? So no, I just wanted to jump in.
That's okay, Doctor. I wanted to jump in and with Michelle. Sorry, I wanted to get back with Nightish with the back. Well, hold on, Nightish. Before Ron came in, I want to real quick after the doctor. You mentioned Zsa Zsa Gabor, Elizabeth Taylor. When does it's to a point to where we follow behind, and we know they are not melanated, they're not black. These two women. I just threw in Elizabeth Taylor. We take things and we run with it again. Now it's a whole different ball game. And half of the times, the ones that are doing that on that level of Zsa Zsa Gabor and Elizabeth Taylor that I mentioned, it's that struggle love. It's brokish. Like you doing it, they did it centered on selfish gain. They had an agenda and came up with it. The ones that they got with and rocked with had money. The ones that are doing it today of our generation of women, these men don't got money. So what are we really talking about? Not saying that out of that, like for that reason, but literally, what are we talking about? Because the women that are doing it today, they're getting with men and they're doing this and sharing the same lover, sharing it, not on a celebrity status, on a broke status, struggle love status. When does it come to a point where it's like, we can't do what they do, especially on a Zsa Zsa Gabor level? And now it's to the point where it's rampant. These women are having kids by broke ninjas, you know, broke dudes in some cases, not celebrity cases like the Russell Wilsons. And now we done ran with it. And look at where we are. So when does it stop? Or when do we change it? What do we do?
Well, see, we got to put stuff in the proper time frame, right? Back then it was about money, right? Now it's about attention and social status. So if I can look good on the gram riding in this dude's car that's going to get rid of me after I do whatever I do with him, at least I got that photo. If I can get flued out, I got that photo. If me and 5 girls can get together and we can go to Tulum, I got that photo. They're just trying to stack up pictures. Are they rich? No, but it looked like it.
But besides the social media, Nightish, I get what you're saying. Like I mentioned about the
No, not social media. Attention.
Yeah, attention. No, I get what you're saying. I know. I said I had mentioned that, but I get the attention part. But now, like you said before, it was about money. I think it's still about money. But then you got to ask yourself too, to do something like have a bunch of kids by a bunch of dudes, and then at the same time on some struggle love, and you broke yourself, ain't nothing to get out of it. So let me ask you, Nightish, to break it down. Then what is the reason for it? Why is it? I ain't even talking about morals, like that was mentioned in the comments. Change yourself, do the right thing, biblical, church, religion. What's the point? What's the reason for it? What's the real reason? Do you know?
Well, if I'm listening to these YouTube streets, I hear ladies say, "Why have a baby with one man? That's only one child support. I'm gonna have one with 3 men, so I can get 3 child support checks."
Mm,
A
okay.
new study shows that advertisers have started featuring large models in lingerie magazines. Sales of deal made out of butter have skyrocketed. Of course, that's just all. I mean, times is changing when it comes to stuff like that. But I want to go back to what somebody said in the chat that posted up that was saying, back in the day we had Luke, we had Freaknik. That's true. I never in my life been a Freaknik. I used to do their hair for it though, make killer money at the hair salon. But that even then that was a small fraction. But that were younger. I do expect you to live a life before you get out of college, okay? Because I don't expect for you to be like a whole like saint until the whole life. Okay, the thing is we did shit younger. We did shit before we and got married and stuff. Y'all do stuff and be trying to do it at 50. You run around here trying to do hot girls wild and stuff at 50, 55 years old, looking to freaking, be
But
older at that
why?
time.
But why? Marissa,
Because
stop
the
right there.
social,
Why?
because this is what somebody told me. As a matter of fact, I think Leak said it the other night. She said she believed that my generation is too busy trying to keep up with their kids, trying to keep up with the younger
Thank
generation,
you.
trying to compete with
Thank
them,
you.
trying to compete with their daughters.
Thank
Like that's
you.
not your time. No,
Right.
if you got a
Listen,
fine, look, ladies, if you in your 50s, you got a fine ass daughter, you better work the shit out of it, and you better acknowledge her. You better be like, yeah, you just like your mama was back in the day. You better acknowledge that. Don't be jealous of your daughter. I do hear
don't
women
be
being jealous
jealous
of their
of
own
your
freaking kids.
daughter. But
Yeah,
I see it all the time.
yeah.
I've
Well,
seen mother
that's
and daughter pregnant at the same time.
Oh
yes.
God.
Well, see,
And
wait.
the daughter wasn't
That's
even
good.
grown.
That's one part of it, the jealousy of the daughter, right? Then the other side of it
Mm-hmm.
is that people start shaming being wives and stuff. You was a slave.
That was that cosmopolitan
Yeah.
thing that I'm about to feature on because they fed you a
This
lie. That was
they said
exactly what
there's
I'm about to
no
do.
the young people said, what's the benefit of being married? And so
Right.
far as they can see, there's no benefit to it. So they what you call stacking up and calling themselves common law.
And you got the,
That's what they
you
doing.
notice STD rate has increased, especially among older women,
And
mainly
the
against black women.
STD rate.
It has
We
really
didn't have all
skyrocketed.
that coming up.
People
We didn't
having all
have
that
wait a
extra
minute, and
sex.
yes, and look, they have the condoms available. Free.
They ain't using them.
But
They
but
are
Well, I
Michelle,
tell
not
you,
listen to
using
what you
them.
just said. Look at Auntie not putting
I
back
mean,
together what
seriously,
she
Mama
just
J, that's a true
yeah.
thing out
But
there.
it's the
Look at this.
truth.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Michelle, look at what you just said. You said earlier, not against what you said earlier, divorces is going to happen. But that was going back to my point when it was like, hey, with that one person's, you know what I mean? Marriage or not, sticking with that one person, because now it's like Auntie said, it's rampant. Things are out of control. But like you said, I do agree, divorces are going to happen. But now it's taking on it's on a whole different level. To where it's like, hey, we on that whole that not hood culture, but on that type of culture to where it's like that one, like Oprah. You get a car, you get a car, you get a man, you get a man, you get a man, you get a woman, you get a woman, you get them all. Have all the cows, all the sheep, all of it, all the candy. It's out of control, Michelle. Divorces within itself is gonna be. But what happened to the old but that is old school, that's good old days. But it's on a whole different level. To where it's like, hey, I'm with that person, marriage or not, the boat, even if it ain't on that level of just walking the aisle and doing the whole contract part. I'm with that person. But now it's on a whole different level. You can't not admit, you got to be honest with yourself to where it's like, it's out of control. Is it okay? No, because look at the outcome. Look at the results.
Well, it's bad for the kids, right? That's just how I
Right.
see it. Even though my ex-husband and I divorced, he was a great co-parent. He's been remarried 20 some years. So, he's been a great he's been a great co-parent. I wouldn't have, I'm so glad that I made the choice to have a kid by somebody that's going to be responsible regardless if we married or not. So, that's one part of it. But, but then again,
Good
it's
morning,
all
Jay
about
Prince.
that
Good morning,
sexual
good morning.
liberation.
Good
Hey,
morning,
good
Ron.
morning, Jay Prince.
Good morning,
You
Jay
have all
Prince.
this sexual liberation going on, like I just said, with that Cosmo. They lied and they got women thinking. That's why you got older women thinking it's okay and brag that they sleeping with younger men. You got a woman on
Mm-hmm.
TikTok that
Hey,
was 60
Jay
saying
Prince.
all the young men love me. Like, who does that? You're
Yes.
Hold on,
60,
Michelle.
Oh
lady. You're
my
60.
God.
Hold on, Michelle. Hold on. Hey, Jay Prince, I want to tell you, Q came by last night. If you played back the video on the 3 hour mark, she came by and she made some addressing towards you. she didn't take no shots towards you. She was just saying how the simple fact of that she did not give out your address. She wanted to make that be known that she did not give out your address. And also, people in the chat want to know, are you gonna feel some type of way for me allowing Q to come on the panel last night? Because I know you told me if people gonna come, let them rock. But if you don't want Q to come on the panel, just let me know now. I'll make sure she don't come back again.
No, you good. You know, as long as she didn't disrespect her or get the panel flag, that she.
No, she didn't. She didn't.
No.
She just came to address you so you could play it back. It's a 3-hour mark when she came on.
The security Vic was going on.
I need y'all to make that. I need y'all to make up Jay Prince. I need everybody to see. We gotta stop. That's why I came off This Is Fight Club. Had to unsubscribe because I feel I need to get my sanity back from being over there.
No, over here we just having fun. Like Jay Prince.
Yeah, exactly.
We having fun.
But see, this is the thing about what y'all said earlier about the whole thing. Like, it's not even like this was earlier when about the younger generation and the older generation. It's not even about them not listening to me or at all. It, you know, because actually some do. They really do. But for us as well, they listen. But my thing is the disrespect. If you can't have your way, you take brownie shots. Oh, you know, or you owe, you know, and they do it for men too, not just me. I see it all the time. The first thing you see, I don't recall me ever disrespecting my elders who are well in their 80s now.
They don't know, Arisa, because parents these days are more of their children's friends.
Yeah.
Versus being a parent.
See, you don't teach them to respect anybody. That's why they can't keep a job.
Right. That's why they don't know how to get a job.
Yeah.
They don't know how to get a job. They don't know how to present themselves. They don't know what to say, what to do. They go in there with blind faith.
You can't talk to them. You got teachers quitting the industry, being teachers and rather become substitute teachers instead. Like, it's really bad out here. And it's bad. You know, and the thing is, that's how you're going to function in this world, is know how to listen to people. You're going to learn how to communicate with people. You're going to learn how to, I mean, my managers are younger than me. I'm not disrespecting them at all. They teaching me some things about technology on my jobs. There's a lot I need to learn because I'm in the health insurance industry. So the thing is, you know, I'm going to learn from them because they're more tech savvy. So, and they know more. That's why they're in a higher position. So, you know, the thing is, but nowadays, we as Jones said, we giving horrible advice. Okay, that's fine. But this is what me and my guy tell people like that. Keep living. That's all. Hey, Auntie J, when they say stuff like that, tell them keep living. That's what we got to say. Keep living.
Keep living,
that's
baby.
All. Keep living, baby.
You'll see what we talking about. Watch this.
Yeah.
You'll
keep
see
living,
what we
sweetie.
mean. Watch this. You'll see what we talking about in the by and by. You remember the by and by?
That's what my guy tell his son.
Ladies, can I ask Jay Prince a question? You there, Jay Prince?
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, I got a question for you. Hey, just to introduce myself, thank you for having me. This is the first time on your panel, in the chat. Well, usually I'm in the chat, but on the panel. I had a question. Last year you mentioned that you either had a lunch truck or you were working on a lunch truck. But my question to you, sir, man to man, and I know it was for auntie and stuff like that, so we're not gonna do all of that. Face to face, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned that you were gonna hire someone in the family, like a relative, in January. Did you ever get a chance or come across doing that, hiring that for your lunch truck in January 2023? That was the one question I've been wanting to ask you for the longest. Just to ask, did you ever get a chance to do that? Since we talking about the youth and businesses.
To hire somebody to work on my food truck?
Or your food truck, yeah. I think it was a relative. Someone you said back then it was on someone's, I don't know if it was the Peeps. Probably was yours.
Oh, yeah. My uncle, he was supposed to fish it, but the thing is, he kept fishing around, then he ended up catching a stroke. Now, I gotta find somebody to do that.
Gotcha. Because like I said, I just been wanting to find out, and if you were in the conversation when you were asleep about not against you, sir. Talk is cheap, and how we start. It came from me. Start what you finish. But that had always stayed on my mind that JP is trying to do something. He's one of the one out of many trying to do something for yourself, for your family, whatever, your business. But I wanted to hear what was the outcome. You know, did you ever get that off the ground? You know, the hiring part. You know, just in general.
I gotta find somebody that because everything is. As far as like getting the walls and the floors and all the machines and stuff is done. Now I just gotta I just got to get everything hooked up, like on my
Okay.
food truck. Get everything, like my
Okay.
sockets, the breaker bar, stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's what I wanted to find out. Like I said, I've been not dying. Just I could have came on your channel and Preston and talked to you about it anytime, but I waited man to man just to talk to you because I know we talked about a bunch of things, different topics before you came back on. And I said when you come up, I personally wanted to ask you that, and see how that was going. So that was pretty much it. I switched up because I'm about to play some ball, but I had a good time up on the channel. With the ladies, with the men, Nightish, everybody. I had a great time.
Oh man, yeah, man. This is a space for y'all to enjoy, man.
Yeah. I appreciate
as
your
long
channel.
as nobody's not trying to
Yeah.
because this kind of like before, it's kind of like the late night things, kind of like before the Fight Club, and led
Right.
to like kicking people off and stuff. I'm trying to bring it back like it was, so everybody
Okay.
can have good conversations and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to come away from over there. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie, I had to
And
come
that's
away
the only
from over there
time,
this
if JP,
week.
you're not familiar with me, that's usually when
Me
I
too.
pop
I
up.
ain't
I
been on
mentioned I
there
hadn't been
either.
around, but that's the only time I'm gonna come around. If it's a topic, Auntie Michelle, any of us, Nightish, thank you, sir. If it's a topic worth, having a conversation about or even fighting for, stand on your own. I stand my ground. I'll take the pushback. But that's the only time I'll
Right.
pop up. It's something that I know I can take away from it and learn from. Other than that, I will be in the clouds or in the chat. But I will continue to be hungry and will continue to learn.
Oh, you'll
That's
be
right.
back
You had
full
Rilla here
circle. We
too.
know
Rilla
Yeah.
was here too, Jay Prince. You was asleep. Rilla gave about some good game. He was
Yeah,
talking to
Thank
the
he
you.
young
That's
lady.
did.
right.
Rilla came through, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Willa
Thank you,
came
though.
through.
Yeah, I got you. But
Yeah,
y'all
he
have
Full
a
he
good
circle,
one.
he
you'll
Like I
be
said, I'm about to
back.
go play some
You
ball.
too.
And I'll see y'all
You
next time.
too.
You have a
All
great
right. Y'all have a
rest
Nice
of
good
your
one.
talking
Thank you,
to
day.
Nightish.
you.
All right. Mad
Yeah,
love.
thank
Much
Nice
you,
love, y'all.
meeting you.
thank you,
All
Full
right.
Circle, man. You was
Yeah.
awesome, man. Great advice, man. Real talk.
Yeah.
Real talk.
Yeah, but I agree. Now, see, those are some things I do agree when it comes to the younger generation. What they say, like because they always gonna go back to we did it
I
too, we did
want
it too, we
to
did it too, right?
hold on
Oh,
one
go
second,
ahead, babe.
Rachel. I want to address that cute thing. I know probably why she came over here. She probably, I don't know. It's still a game to me, but I'm not mad at my dog Ryan.
She said she would never give nobody your address. She would never do that.
Nah, I
She said
don't
because she
trust
had
that
been
at all.
hearing it. She had been hearing it.
No, I don't believe that at all.
You
But
know?
Ryan, you
Yo,
good, bro. You good, man.
quick question.
No problem. No, but I hold it down because I know people in the chat were like, why that bring her up? And I understand the concept because they like
Vic
she is
was
the op
going
because
on.
of her disrespect towards you. However, what I was saying was, I know sometimes you go on Fatty panel, but I know you and Fatty and cool, but you go to address yourself with him. But the only thing is, she came on when you was not here, and I told her that. I said, hey, how do you come on when Jay Prince not here? She stated because she was in another stream and she just came from somewhere. So I said, okay, cool, but she didn't say nothing disrespectful. We made sure that
At
was,
all.
and Victor went on her head. So Vic was going
Yes,
crazy.
Vic
Like,
was going off.
I'm not
Vic
gonna lie,
went
Victor
on.
made sure she didn't go left. So she did. She kept it
Yes.
cool.
Shout out to
I'm
Vic.
gonna give you the timestamp, the
Vic was
3 hour mark.
going
I'll tell you the
off. Vic
3 hour
said,
mark. Just go and check. You'll see that she didn't say nothing outrageous.
no. And Vic was
Man, this
like,
shit looking
are
sad,
you
yo.
here
I
to
ain't gonna lie, man.
apologize?
Like, what the fuck,
But
Huh?
yo? Like, why is that even okay, man? Like, I don't even be putting my neck out for this shit. Like, if that's the case, I should never even been in fucking Fatty stream taking up for your ass, JP. Like, that's the shit that I'm starting to witness and see. Like, you so vulnerable and letting these motherfuckers just say whatever the fuck they want to say, regardless if it's YouTube or not. She should never came over here and she knew you was fucking asleep. That was a snake ass move. Like she been snaking your ass the whole goddamn time.
That's what Vic said.
yeah, I understood. But
How the
this
fuck
type of
can
stuff
you
we're
come
gonna
over
have.
here at 3 or 4 o'clock in the
Randall,
morning knowing you sleep?
this is the stuff we're gonna have talking in the back though. We talking that stuff in the back, but no, we ain't. I'm not friends with these people. I understand where you coming from, and
Man, I operate different, yo. I don't approve of that, man. I don't approve of that. That shit ain't. I don't like that shit, yo.
no. My
That's
thing
all.
is, I'm not gonna make
Cause
Ron.
that shit, like
I
that
didn't want
shit
to make
for real,
Ronnie
for
Ron.
somebody. She came over here on some snake shit. She came over here and started trying to regulate on why she did this and why she did that. Motherfuckers ain't been there from the beginning. But it's like you on a panel with a whole bunch of people that really honestly haven't been there from the beginning. So they just speaking on what they really see. But from the people that honestly can see, like now you're really on some stalking shit because you fucking pulled this nigga information. You talked about him on
Right.
3 different shows and 3 different panels. And then you wait till he sleep, come over here 3 o'clock in the morning trying to regulate on what other people talking about. If you really don't give a fuck about this nigga, like how you say you don't give a fuck about this nigga, go move the fuck on. That's why I don't get it. Like, this shit's weird as fuck, yo. Y'all can talk shit about me all y'all want. Y'all can say whatever y'all want. But
No,
this
why
shit
would we
is
talk shit
fucking
about
Who
weird,
we
yo.
talk about you?
No,
No,
why
I'm
would we
talking
talk
about,
shit to
I'm
you?
just saying, like, in general, y'all can say, like, yo, I'm tripping. Y'all can say I'm trying to come up here and just be on some raging type shit or whatever. But that shit right there is just like, it's, I'm like shocked for real. Like, yo, like, is niggas really like how these bitches be saying? Because we can't even stand on shit on the internet. We can't even stand on shit on the internet. How the fuck we gonna stand on shit on the outside world? We can't even stand on our own shit on the internet.
Brother,
We let them
hello. Brother, hello. Can you hear me?
shit.
Hold on, Lions. Let him
That
go.
shit
Let
cool,
him
bro.
finish his
What
thought
up,
before
fool?
he come. Let him finish his thought. Go ahead. You finish your thought, boss man.
What's up?
No, hey, Randall.
Random, go ahead. Did you
But
finish your
JP, I
thought? That's
fuck
what I'm
with you, bro.
saying.
We just, if you want to talk about it, man, we can or whatever in the back. Just, man, look, man, I don't know, man. I'm with Vic all the way 100 on this, man. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm gonna tell you why.
That shit was not cool.
I'm gonna tell you
I
why. Listen,
do think it was some bullshit that she came over here. Now I'm trying to go rewatch to see what's going on, but I don't want Ron to feel bad thinking he did something wrong.
No, I don't feel
No,
bad
it's
because
just
I
that
That's
know
the
why
we
whole
we
point
went
of
back.
I was going back to rewind and see what was going on.
All right,
And it
so
is
look,
kind
the
of
last
You
weird.
already
time,
know
It
we
is
talked about the
weird.
back on the aspect of who you want to let
the last
go and
time
who
you
you
hopped
want to
on
come up.
anybody panel,
So
which was Fatty Panel, a nigga had to pay $100 just for you to come on and talk for like
Right.
10 minutes or 15 minutes. And then on top of that, you gave the nigga $100 just being, I don't know.
So he never had to say that I owe him. But that's what I'm saying. I'm just not getting up. I was gonna rewatch when she came on to see what the hell is going on here.
yeah, that's why I told you. I gave you the timestamp, the 3 hour mark. That's why I told you 3 hour mark. But she ain't say nothing outrageous and reckless. Now I can tell you, she didn't say nothing crazy. You get what I'm saying? So what I was trying to tell her to do was, what people on the panel they understand, like let her talk, because at the end of the day, if she says something out of her mouth, you're gonna address it. You get what I'm saying? But everybody was talking at once, so she couldn't even say her point. But she did say at the end of the day, if you continue to come at her, she's gonna continue to come at you. That's all she said.
mm-hmm. But when she said that part about, I would never. I felt her. I was waking
Ron,
up
that's
going
all I
through the
was
back.
gonna tell you. We're gonna discuss that in the back,
we're doing the back.
Because I really
okay.
didn't want to like mention their name or make them that relevant no more.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
All right.
So that's why I'm not really addressing it like that right now.
So,
we just talk about it in the back. But I just didn't want you feel like, you know, because you really helping me out and stuff like that. And
while you was asleep,
I
right?
didn't want you to feel bad, but we just got to be careful with them.
When you were asleep, right?
Chop it up in the back.
I'm about to tell you something good.
What's up, dog? What's happening?
Look, hey, good morning. Look, you know what, JP?
JP, come back. Where you at?
Yo, what's going on?
Bring your butt here.
Oh, you still there? Okay. Look here, dog. Ain't no goddamn rules in fighting. I don't give a shit what you talk about. I don't know what neighborhood you from. I don't know how y'all move. There's no rules in fighting. There's never have been and never. We ain't boxing. If we're fighting and y'all consider yourself each other enemy, ain't no rules. All things apply. Ain't no goddamn rules. But dog, if you want to leave it, where do I get it?
I said, where is you getting at with that?
So if I get into a fight with you, I'm gonna use everything in my power to what I'm gonna do to win. I'm not gonna let you defeat me. That means I gotta pick up a brick, go upside your goddamn head to win the fight. I will do that. We're not boxing. We're fighting. So, dog, if you're gonna leave it alone, then leave the shit alone, dog. Don't keep bringing it up. Earlier in your stream today, you talked about it.
I thought you was leaving it alone. The other day you said you're not gonna go over. Get you was over in the show. Why? Leave the shit alone. Move the fuck on, dog. You talking about you don't want to give them no power, then don't give them none.
And don't give them
Don't
no
even
more
mention it.
goddamn money
Move on.
either.
Hold on, Auntie J. Move on with
I
the conversation.
apologize.
Y'all
Don't
come to
even
me.
mention them. Let me say this, dog. If they
I just
mention
got up.
you,
I'm not knowing
allow.
what's going on. I haven't even seen nothing. Nothing.
He was
But dog,
sleeping.
I'm talking about before she even came up. You talked about when you first started. You started talking about that.
Oh, I didn't see
The
it at the
beginning of your
beginning.
stream, y'all talked about it. Let it be, dog. Let them make you famous. You doing them a service by keep talking about it. If you're gonna
That's
leave it
why.
alone, let them talk about you. You sit back and just reap the benefits.
That's why I'm really not trying to continue to mention their names, and that's why I
And
told
dog, you have to move like that.
I
Then
told
don't
Ryan that we was gonna chop it up about it in the back. I'm
Man,
not really trying to mention
y'all
their
damn
names
near
like
going, y'all damn near going 30 for 30 with each other. Y'all going back to
It makes
back.
no sense to me. It makes no sense to me, dog. Stop moving like that. If they gonna talk about you, they bringing more traffic to you. That shit gets old after a while. You can only talk
Yeah.
about that bullshit for so long. Then
Right.
your skills got to kick in and show what else can you talk about besides beefing. If
Right.
that's all you have to talk about, you have no content. You don't have shit to talk about.
He got
If
some
that's all you got to
content.
talk, no, Auntie J, stop interfering, please. You don't have content. If the only thing you can talk about is what they're doing over there. How much content do you really have if that's your only subject every damn show?
JP,
You
while you
have
was
to
asleep,
move on, dog. Move on. That's all I'm gonna tell you, Jay. I keep telling you. I don't know why I keep telling you. I feel like I'm wasting my goddamn time. Because Jay, you don't be listening. I'm not the only one, Jay. Other people say, man, let that shit go. Let them talk about you. You don't talk about them. They gonna keep you relevant because every time they open their mouth, they talk about you. And vice versa. But when you sit there involved in their name, you're not doing anything but helping them. Now they got more fuel. Now they got more content. Don't give them the knife to kill your ass, dog. That's all I'm trying to say, big brother. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna sit back and listen to Auntie J talk bad about me.
so while you was asleep, right? We were just throwing out some topics, right? Guess what a great topic would be?
What would it be? What is
Boy.
who?
Boy. Why the black man have a problem with being called boy? And we can have a great conversation.
Yeah, that would be a decent one. You know, it has a content of it's a racial content, and then it's like belittling.
But at the same time, I hear a lot of these people calling 30-year-olds young men. It's weird. It's a weird like.
But they is young men.
No, they're not. A
No,
young
they're
man
not.
is a young man is 18, 19, 20 years old.
Right.
We're now at the point to where we're calling the younger generation 28, 30-year-olds. It's weird. I've never in my life seen, like, it's the weirdest thing that I've seen, especially on with YouTube, where it's like we'll be talking to some dudes and they'll be like, well, I'm a young man. And it's like, no, you're 30 years old. You're 28.
You're supposed to be a mature gentleman.
When
You're
I was
supposed to be a
18, I thought
man.
30 was old.
Somebody in their 20s and 30s.
Right. When
But
I was
still-
18, I thought a
but still-
30-year-old was old.
Usually,
got no
still,
young
somebody in
man.
their 50s to 60s would call them young men because they're young still.
But you're middle, like Miss Jill said, you're middle age at 35. So how can you be a young man at 30?
That's a fact.
What I'm saying is, to somebody in
And
their
black people
50s and up,
pass earlier
you
than that.
consider you can look at it still like a young man. You could be 60 and I could be 80. I'm gonna still look at you like a young man.
Well, you crazy.
No. I don't see nobody. I consider
that age,
young
it's a
men
compliment.
exactly.
Right.
A young man,
it's a compliment
being
at
a
that
man.
point.
No, a man is a compliment. Being able to control your destiny control your family, doing the things that you're supposed to do when you was raised. That's a compliment. Being a man is a compliment. Being a young man is almost a slight. That means that you're not even responsible, but we're gonna still help you, work with you. It's the goofiest thing. So when Auntie J is talking about being called a boy, I'd hate for anybody to call me a boy, but then a young man, it's like it's I'm trying to segue into that part because it's like that's been I've been listening to a lot of people on these conversations.
Why would that
like,
bother
man,
you to
you're
that
a
level,
young
though?
man. Because
why would that bother you to that level?
we're emphasized. Oh God, I want to say the right word.
So E Black, let me ask you a question. E Black, let me ask you a question. E Black, let me ask you a question. What they call you a younger man? Will that make a difference?
Yeah, no, that wouldn't make a difference. I'd still be insulted. I've been taking care of myself. I've had so much.
Why would that bother you to that level, though?
Because I've been taking care of myself. I've taken the reins of masculinity and manhood since I was a young man.
So you got some resentment or something?
No, I don't have any resentment. I just hate that we do, as black people, we raise our young men not to be men. There's no point in which we are like should be really having young men at 28, 29, 30 years old. They should be men.
He's right. We had this discussion.
I agree.
But it depends on their mentality, though. It depends on their mentality.
No.
Yes, it does. No, because you got guys who are 40 who has a young man mentality, though.
And that's
you got guys in the 50s having a younger man mentality. It depends on the person's mentality.
Well, it comes from, they feel like they kind of pushed us out off the porch a little quick.
Can I respond to this right here?
Hey, let me address this real bit. See, these people don't understand. When Jay Prince like who's willing to come on the late night live stream and help this man out, no one say anything but me.
Right.
Jay Prince can tell me I hit him up on a DM. Like, yo, I got you, don't worry about it. Then it's gonna go crazy. Nothing crazy have not yet gone yet. But mind you, on Fight Club, they had Chinky, Erino, and Sway. And guess what happened? They got porn bombed. Nothing happened yet over here. So that means, guess what? I know how to do my job. Point blank.
Yes,
period.
you
Go
do,
ahead.
Ronnie Ron.
And as far as my name,
Okay, talk your shit, Ron. Talk your shit, Ron.
I'm not running anything over here. I just when I'm watching in the background and in the chat when I see the conversation is kind of going all over the place, I just come up here to change the subject or get us a focus on one thing so it don't be all over the place. This is Jay Prince channel, not mine.
Shout out to Nidus, man. You don't have to. One thing I'm learning about, like I always used to tell people, if you pay too much attention to the chat, all it is gonna throw you off.
I don't even look at it.
That's why I'm not.
Yeah.
Heavy. And I had to check myself on that too, because sometimes you be curious about what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
The chat is always gonna be up and down.
They're gonna win every time.
Against
The
you.
chat
They're curious about your life.
A lot of people done actually fucked up their spot of becoming like popular because a lot of people cater to the chat and they try not to piss off the chat. And
But you can't worry about somebody that's hiding behind an avatar, first of all. Secondly, they don't know anything about your life. One thing I will say about YouTube, being in this YouTube space, I've met some really great people in person from YouTube that I'm very good friends with. We have been friends 4 or 5 years on YouTube. So I hate when I hear a lot
I
of
respond to this too.
Okay, I hate when I hear so much beef going on because we don't know each other. That's
we're
why I
not talking
came
about
off a Fight Tub. I'm not. Hold on. I understand.
I want to respond to this before he take it off the screen.
Okay, go ahead.
All me and Bomb Cherry was talking about is getting married, and if not getting married, being in a long-term relationship. Now, if that's crazy, then I'm just a crazy old man. Go ahead, Arissa.
Okay, that was a good one. Look, it made me feel better knowing I was with a man for 13 years, but didn't marry him. But I've met a lot of great people. So so we're really like when I'm going back really to what's going on with you and Q. Like I don't know you or her. I like both of y'all. To be honest with you, so that's why I stayed out of the conversation. I have no idea what's going on. But I have met some really good people on YouTube, and we've become really good friends. And that's the way I like to keep it. I just know that people down in the chat, they don't know you at all. They're curious. They taking shots at you. That's just what they do. They don't know anything about how, and most of them, we don't know anything about them. They hide behind avatars with fake names at that. So, that lets you know who's really the person that's hiding secrets. But the thing is with that, like I say,
Arissa, your microphone.
what is this bad?
Yeah,
Or is it loud?
it probably needs a charge.
Oh,
Bad isn't the question.
hold on. Is it loud? No, I'm not on the question.
Arissa, I'm sorry. Your microphone is
Arissa, girl,
It's snapping, crackling, pop.
It is. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put on my let me see if my AirPods working now.
Oh Lord, I couldn't.
Arissa, our ears, they hurt so bad. They hurt.
Yeah, I got the stuff in the big screen. All I see is the squares. I don't even see the back chat.
But can we get back to the conversation about men and boys, please? Because like this is one thing that like I think we don't put our men in. We're not raising the men. We're raising them to be young boys, and that young age just keeps getting further and further and further down the line. And next thing you know, you got 33-year-old young men, and it's like, okay,
that's wrong.
When do we take out our responsibility? When do we take control of our community? When are we supposed to be doing
let me respond to you.
Putting away the childish stuff?
I think people call you young man out of like endurance to make you feel like you.
No, sometimes they be trying to sun you. Sometimes, but we had this discussion. We was talking about this on another panel. And the thing is that when you look at the small head people,
you gotta like it's you in your 50s. You call me a young man. Now depends on the context, right? It depends on the context. Like you trying to call me like we having a discussion, you be like, you're a young man. That's how you trying to sell me. But a lot of times where I come from, people use a young man as like try to give you it's weird ways to give men compliments for another man to give another man compliments because they know a lot of people, they conditioned to believe a lot of people would rather have that young in them still than not.
Okay, and what I'm saying to that is if you're 80 and you call me at 50 young, that's a compliment to me because I'm an old ass man. But if you're 33 and I'm 50, I'm trying to say you young still and you're not. Right. We had this discussion because in the small hat community, when you turn 13, that's a bar mitzvah. So you're considered a man. In our community, when you turn 18, they consider you a man. You can go to war and all that other stuff. So yeah, if you 30 and whatever else, I don't know why they still calling you a young man.
Right.
And I think that's something that it's kind of like embedded in our community to be like not to allow them to take responsibility. When you're young, you can't take responsibility of your community. You're too young, right?
Right. So when you little,
but here's the thing,
this for the men.
This was wrong with us black men. This is what's wrong with us black men, and this is this is why I say when black men has been raised by women, when you pay attention to the stuff that us black men that we allow to bother us, it's kind of weird now. Think about it. You say there's no diss and no drag and nothing. You know that when you say that. Because even when people call us the ER words or now you said the young man word, as long as they not trying to treat you, it depends. If they trying to treat you like a young man, like you are young, like you don't know no better, then I can see your plight. But it's not
Black.
about what people say. It's not about what people say about you. It's about how they try to treat you, and that's where you got to set the
Black.
standards from the get go.
But
First, let
you
me
gotta
ask Black something.
understand. You gotta understand that if I consider you young, then all your mistakes that you're making, I'm willing to let go. It's like sometimes I'll talk to dudes. I'm like, bro, you at the age to where you're not even supposed to be making that mistake. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like you're not like some of the stuff, like I get it. Like you know, when you're 18, 19, 20, but after a while, you got to start taking your throne. You got to start taking responsibility. And when you say young, you're basically saying that this person lacks the responsibility to fully cooperate with the world and the standards of the world, or the things that they're supposed to be doing. And that's kind of like,
I think a lot of people is conditioned to use that as a compliment more than anything. I don't think when especially a lot of older people, when I hear them saying it don't really have no ill. It don't come off like they have no ill intentions. I think we might be reading too deep into it now that people are saying it. We might be
Usually
reading
when I
too
hear it
deep.
on these panels though, JP, they're saying you got some years to go. They sunning you. You still young. No, you not. You grown. You're not young no more. You're
Well,
a grown ass
that's just
man.
like when I talk to somebody in their 20s, right? 20. Let's say I'll speak to somebody that's 27 and we talk about a topic. And and I'm 37, and by me know the outcomes and stuff, it's not trying to sun them on purpose, but it is. We gotta respect our
Exactly.
elders.
Exactly.
it is. You set it up.
Exactly.
What's up with this word called sunning though? I didn't start hearing that word until
Because
now.
I mean that's a new
With
term.
social
That's a new
media.
term. That's a new term. But what it is you're saying to somebody that I know more than you know. But at 27, you're a man. You're not no child no more.
You can be a man all day, but if you're talking to somebody, and this is what this over masculine stuff need to stop. Like if you got to respect the elders. If the person done been through this stuff and you coming up 10, 20, 30 years behind, you a baby in this. That's just like if you go to a job, right? And this person been at the job for 10 years. You only been on here for a year. They not saying you not no man. They got way more. They know how this whole shit operates and can teach you something. But the problem with the black men, we feel so. It's like we gotta always prove that we masculine.
Well, that's the problem.
If your masculinity is that shallow, is that fragile, to the point where you let words like even this include me too. I'm not removing myself out the way, but what I'm saying is like our masculinity is so fragile to the point where we can't listen to the old heads. We gonna get offended with the old heads. I always gave the old heads that during the respect.
Like I don't like that one. Old head.
But when are you gonna?
All these weird ass words.
But at what point? But at what point do you? If I'm always young, at what point do I I turn into the old head or the wise person? You get what I'm saying?
When you talk to somebody at Peter Pan.
Talk to somebody.
Thank you.
10,
That's
20
the
years.
point.
The Peter Pan environment we live in.
When you talk to somebody 10 to 20 years younger than you.
Right.
But do you understand what we're saying, JP? You understand what we're saying?
Got on here. The young boy got on here this morning. I forgot his name, ladies. Remember the one with 4 children?
What y'all going at with this?
Listen, he said they're not going to listen to us. Us old heads.
Oh,
he
alignment.
said,
Hey, can we get somebody cammed up? It's the morning time now, y'all. This don't look
y'all
good
gotta
at
get
all.
cammed up. If you're not ready to,
I'll cam up if Auntie cams down.
Why y'all don't like to cam up? Why y'all like?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Why y'all don't like to cam up? Why y'all? I don't get
Why
that.
y'all like to
No,
clam
I'm
up?
at work. I'm at work right now, so I'm typing and in between all that. I'm like, I'm not
But
looking
that
at
ain't
my
get,
camera, so it's like it's just a bad
The
look.
rest of you muted.
No, we can't hear you.
Nope,
Nope,
we
can't
can't
hear
hear you.
you.
Hey, JP, I'm at work, man. That's why I'm not camera up.
I'm saying, besides the work hours, why y'all don't like to be cammed up?
I'll cam up just outside of work hours.
Yeah, if I wasn't here, I would.
yeah, they do clam up. But my thing is just the question: when you little as little boys, right? When do you get out of the phase of being called a boy? Is it like 15 or something? Where you be
They
like, I'm
don't
not
like
no
it when they're
boy.
little boys.
Man,
Teenagers don't like you to call them a little boy. You will find somebody 8 years old or 9 years old saying, I ain't no little boy.
Maybe because
What?
that boy word was used to like defame them, like to like, I don't know. It sounds like our masculinity is fragile to the point where we can't be getting called boy or little. Our masculinity shouldn't be that fragile, and that comes from
It's really fragile.
I believe it comes from we pay attention to the words more than how people treat us, because I always believe that's how women feel. White people could treat you like an nigger all day long as they don't call you that. So they pay attention more to the words than how people treat you.
And what you think, E Black? Why you don't like to be called boy?
Because it's like one of those things where I couldn't wait to be a man. I couldn't wait to take on the responsibility of my life, to pay my bills, to go take this world on. You know, when you was so young, when you was young, they told you're too young to do anything. You're too young to have an opinion. You're too young for anything. Now I couldn't wait. I could not wait until I paid rent. I could not wait until I was driving my own car. I couldn't wait until I was able to go to work and do what I had to do because I was responsible for my life. I wasn't looking to the left or the right at anybody. I wasn't coddled. I was not coddled. I was like, man, I was ready to go. I keep telling Nidus, you already know. What's this word? I was trained to go. You feel me?
Too.
And ain't no, I didn't just jump off the porch half ready. I was done. I was done, and I didn't look back.
And
I
so
think
calling you a boy.
So that
what question?
So
calling you a boy at that time would have questioned your masculinity.
Yes, because ain't no way I was raised to be to look at somebody else for at anything less than a man. I would hate for somebody to look at me anything less than a man. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Yes.
And you, Hank?
But people, we're not raising our kids to look at themselves as a man. We're like, well, you're gonna make some mistakes, and we're gonna coddle you, and we're gonna keep working with you, and you know, and it's like, come on, man. It's like after a while, you got a whole bunch of the next generation just waiting until they're able to be the man. Like, how many brothers do you know? How many brothers do you know right now saying, I'm not gonna get married until I have a house and this and this and this and this? It's like, I've told these brothers, I'm like, bro, all that stuff, you don't even understand what you're waiting for. You just pushing back your responsibilities. You still fucking. You still taking care of them kids.
But how many grown people done became grown and kind of regret it?
But shit, fuck your regrets.
No, hell no.
Especially when you start hitting 30s, 40s, 50s, you be wishing like, damn, I remember the time when I was a kid, couldn't wait till I turned grown.
Yeah,
and then
we
the
ain't know what
moment
it
I
was
got
about.
grown,
But the thing about it, your age doesn't determine whether you grown or not. It's your mentality. Again, you can still act like a goddamn child at the age of 30. You got those dudes out here moving like that.
Wait a minute. Hank, you didn't answer the question.
I did answer the question.
No, when a person called you a boy, what that
Well, that wasn't the original question. It was calling you young man. That was the
No,
question, right?
I asked. No, the
Well,
question
no,
was
you're
boy.
not gonna call me boy. I'm not a goddamn boy, like RTJ.
RTJ
Yeah,
asked
boy
that
word
first.
and young
I'm
man.
Yeah, the original
asking
question
why.
was young man. Ain't that what your
Right.
Black? Wasn't that your original question?
No. Hink. No, it was first boy.
Well, no,
Boy.
you're not gonna call me boy if I'm not a goddamn boy.
So why you so upset about it?
He
Because
about to
I'm not a
go
boy,
off.
RTJ. There's a damn difference. Would you after me call you girl?
It wouldn't
Answer
be
the
like,
question.
oh, God, we don't got to. Yeah, no, I
My
don't.
great
I don't
uncle
want
do
to.
it. I don't have a problem with it. So you
Okay,
know.
well
Yeah, it's family.
But we don't
that's
make a
y'all.
big deal like that. Like
I
y'all be
understand.
getting.
That's y'all. I don't play that game. I don't do that. I wouldn't call you boy if you're a man and I call you boy. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna call you the N-word. This is not my thing. Now some people do it. That's on them. I don't do that
Well, I
shit.
don't call anybody boy that I see that's a grown man. I don't care if he's 18. He's a man. But you know, I'm not gonna call him boy unless he's my grandson age. That's just and I see some men get offended with that. But I don't. I'm not gonna call
I
anybody a
think
boy
he
unless they
and
truly a boy.
E
Yeah.
Black them is lying about the boy word because I guarantee you when they watching sports, they be like, "Let's go, boy! Let's go, boy!"
Favorite.
Wait a minute. So have y'all ever said that? And keep it all the way thorough.
Yeah, but hey, check
Man,
this out.
don't do
I
me
mean,
like
I'm
Oh
that.
yeah, but
because you'll hear somebody say, "Hey man, that's
it's
my boy over
context.
there.
It's
That's my
different
boy
context.
over there."
But
Talking
you
about that's
just
your
said.
friend. I mean, I heard people say it all
What
the
you
time
say,
like that.
RTJ?
Well, Ron, what about you?
But have you ever said that?
Yeah,
No,
everybody
I
has
don't
said
say
that
that.
before, but that wasn't a
E
diss.
Black, because he ain't gonna tell the
That
truth.
wasn't.
E Black.
So here's
Fuck
the
you,
word boy
JP.
for
I just
you.
just told the truth with your
If
stanky ass.
somebody be
Go
like,
watch your
you
ass.
a boy, how that work for you? Ron
But
said it don't mean a dis. Go ahead.
No, if you playing sports and you saying that's my boy, you're not trying to disrespect somebody. But on a regular setting, if you call somebody a boy, that's insulting because you're a man. And when it comes to
But you
being a
just
young
said
man,
that's your boy.
right? That's your boy. That's not a problem. And when it comes to being a young
He just
man,
said he's not a boy though.
you like I said, you playing sports.
That's the only
If
time
you
I
playing
see that
sports, like yo, that's
Banks
my boy.
comments is
It's
when
not,
she posts up.
you're not trying to be. Which one sound better? You saying yo, that's my boy, or that's my man? Come on, man. If you with
No,
your,
I'm talking
if you
Well,
about
with
the
your
word boy.
according to Hink and E Black, it sounds like they want you to say that's my man.
yeah,
No,
that sounds
no,
a little.
That don't sound good. That don't sound
If
good.
you
So
with
hold
your
on,
man,
hold on.
oh, that's my
That
man.
Hold on, dog.
sound
You
It's
saying
out
that
of
good.
sounds
context.
questionable,
It's out of
but
context.
hold on. You saying that sounds questionable, but you gonna sit there, that's my boy, like you're a pedophile or something.
Come on,
No,
man.
it's no.
You know
It's the
everybody have
Get
said
the
that's my boy.
it's
get
the
the hell
proper.
out of here, man.
That's why I said earlier. It depends on the context of
I'm
how they're
talking about
using it.
calling you boy out of
If
malice.
I'm calling you
She's not,
boy, like boy, give me this, boy, give me that. That's
but JP, you know they
no
saying
boy.
it in
If
a
I'm saying like,
disrespectful manner
man,
though.
if I say like, man, oh, E Black, that's my boy. I love that nigga. That's
We
my
not
boy.
talking about that
I'm
boy.
not sonning him at all.
So if I
Well,
say to you,
yeah, I wouldn't
Ron,
like it.
boy, you get on my nerve. How would that make you feel?
Yeah,
I
so
said
that's
your mama's a
disrespectful because
boy.
you mean it in a disrespectful manner. But like I said, it depends on the
He should
context of
speak
how you
hey,
saying it.
sweetie.
If you celebrating my
Shout out to my girl,
success, you say that's my
Speak.
boy.
Y'all
That's a
y'all
different
twisted
story.
E Black's
You're
whole
praising me.
thing up though.
Why you say
No,
that?
we
Go ahead.
not.
He was
Speak on it.
talking about young man. Like he wasn't talking about like somebody calling you a boy. You know
Hey,
what I'm
even when
saying?
it comes to E Black,
It's
I'm
just
the
we
one
consider
said it.
a man that's 30 years old a young man. Like you feel
hey,
me?
I do
a
not.
young man,
I do
But
not.
No
usually
back
young
like
in the
man is
day,
anybody
30.
35 years and below.
That's a grown ass
And
man.
that's a
even
grown
like
ass
me,
man in my book. Like, you know what I'm
So
But
saying?
that
right, so
applies to
okay,
y'all
if we're gonna
men
go
though,
there,
because
we gotta
women get pissed off. Y'all
if
call them
we're gonna
old
go
at
there,
30.
we gotta go all the way there
Like he
then, right?
32. This dude's on these panels. They just slipping in under the young man, you know.
Dr. Hood.
Like you supposed to be established by motherfucking 32, bro.
Dr. Hood. We're
check this
gonna go
out.
there,
Just
we
because
gotta go all the way
somebody's a
there
young
then.
man
Down.
don't mean they're not established, right?
Dr.
Like
No,
Hood.
no,
anything is a damn
I'm not
insult. It's
pointing the
not an
finger. I'm
insult.
just saying.
Dr. Hood. If
Yeah.
we're gonna go there, we gotta go all the way there then. So you mean to tell me E Black, he
Say
all
Chrissy.
you if everybody would you take it as a compliment if you go to a place and ask you for an ID?
I mean that's
I mean, no,
totally different.
if that's the
That's what
rules,
I'm
that's the
saying.
rules.
That's
Niggas like to look
totally
young
different.
because
So
if somebody say, "Damn, E Black, you look old as fuck," he gonna take that more of an insult than somebody telling him like, "Man, E Black look way young for his age."
Well,
I
no,
mean, I agree with
he's
that.
talking about
I
the
agree with
young
that.
dude
Oh,
that's
so
still trying to slip up
that's
under
to
the
her
young
first
man
well, huh?
card, though. You
Look
know?
at JP. I don't have no problem with saying young man. I don't have an issue. E Black has the issue with it.
So E
Yeah, I
Black,
have an issue when I only call
if
young
somebody
men
come up to
people
you
under
like,
21.
E Black, you look,
Right.
E Black, have you ever told somebody your age and they be like, "Wow, E Black, you look young for your age"?
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm a man in
Why
terms
is
of my
that fine?
responsibility.
Why you willing to accept that you look young, but don't
Or you
want
have
to
a
be?
little boy face.
E Black, how old are you?
Why y'all
He's
look? That
45.
ain't the point. I'm
I'm
not
telling you.
E Black,
45.
E Black's the second
Right,
oldest on the
he's
panel, man.
45.
Why
45.
getting
I'm
mad?
not the second oldest. Arissa's like older than me.
Hold
Kenyatta's
on.
definitely older
You
than
damn
me.
right. I'll be 51 years old tomorrow.
And
Damn it.
Auntie J older than me.
Hell
She's
yeah,
Damn
I'm
58.
right.
59. I'm
Auntie
51 is
J.
impressive.
59.
Damn it.
Okay, she's
He
59.
see
I
what
had a birthday
Hink put
February.
Hink put all that dye in his beard. Now he think he young. See, don't be trying
Stop. I don't dye my
to.
beard, though. I never dyed my beard. No, I don't do that. My shit's all
So,
natural. It's
so
real.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
I
okay,
that's
like that.
real
JJ.
Thank
me.
God. Stop.
So let's
Yeah,
say
I'll
you
never
at
dye my
let's
beard.
say you at the grocery store and a guy says, Hey, can you get that door for me, young man? How old does that man have to be? Right?
He could be 10, 15, 20 years older than you. I take it as a compliment. Shoot, my back hurting. I'm 46 years old now. My back hurting me from time to time. Shoot, you call me a young man, I think it's a compliment.
So if he's 50 years old, you know,
Worth
can
it.
you get that door for me, young man? You're gonna take that as
Yeah, it's a compliment, man. Why we as black people always want to freaking fight people for some dumb stuff?
no, it's
Right?
not fight,
It's a
it's
compliment.
just
For the most part, if you're calling somebody a young man, it's a compliment. Like I said, a young man is usually between 35, let's say between 18 and 35 years old. Right?
No, 35 is middle
No,
age.
no.
35 is middle age.
21 and
Right.
under is a
35,
young man.
you have, like I said, you have your young man, then you have your middle age, then you have your senior citizen. Right?
So when are you a man? When are you a man?
18.
Depends on your mindset, E Black.
Man,
It depends on your mindset.
No, man,
you just said that they were a young man.
Like I said, between 18 to 35, you're a young man. It's not a diss.
No,
It's not
no.
mean you're stupid. It's not mean you're dumb. You can still do things. You can still get married. You can still, do your
18
Right.
to 21,
I'll
you're a
give
young
you the
man.
18
you
to
can't even buy
25.
It's
alcohol.
not a,
Or
it's
go
not a
get
Maybe
some.
18 to
it's
30.
still a
But come on,
compliment.
man. 35. That's stretching it, man.
25 when you're
You got
Hey, look
dudes
here,
retiring
and
from the
again,
NFL at 35, bro.
y'all guys are going off just by the age, man. Again, a person's mentality is to say they're young as hell. You got young men mentalities, and they're 40 years old. They think like a goddamn child. They move like a child. They act like
But
kids.
this type of talk enables that.
I can't respect them as a
Right.
man.
Thinking that they got to their 35 to get it right and shit. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
I
I agree with
can't,
Hank when it
Dr.
comes
Hood,
to
I can't
that.
respect
21,
them
you could be
as a
you could have
man
a
if that's how they
mustache.
move, though.
21, you know, like these days is weird, bro. I feel what E Black is saying. I wish you would get
Nobody
back on
is
here.
saying that you got till 35 to get it right, man. Good Lord. You could still be
How somebody
25.
call you a
35.
young man determines what you're doing in life, though.
Nobody's
It's the
saying you can be dumb as
context.
hell until you're 35. Nobody's saying that. Just because somebody call you a young man,
No, these
it's not
dudes on this
because
panel.
you don't know
I
what
mean,
the hell
not
you're
this
doing.
panel, but you know, I be on these YouTube streets, man, and they be dudes 32 thinking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yeah, you still got a long way to go, and it's good to pace yourself, but I mean, you know, you need to get on the ball too. You don't have time to be, you know what I'm saying? So
So, in other words, Dr. Hood, you talking about their mindset.
exactly.
That's
It
that's
gotta
why I'm
be.
basing it
And
all
then
on. I
there's
can't call you just because you're an older guy doesn't mean you're a man. You know what I'm saying? Because your mindset may be like a child. You be moving like a child. You act like you carry yourself like you're 12 or 13 years old. If I see you, I'm talking to you. All of a sudden, you have an emotional breakdown, and if it hits you fit, now I'm confused. Dude, am I talking to a grown man? Am I talking to a 13-year-old teenager?
What do you call them?
What do you call what?
You
A
call them.
40-year-old acting like a 12-year-old.
I don't call him a man. You can be called anything else. A
But
young
one thing
adult.
about black men, we suffer from a lot of anger and a lot of hurt and a lot of pain. So
Right.
Hey, go
Man,
get
that's not
go
acting
get
right.
go get some therapy then,
every
dog.
day,
If that's the case, go get you some therapy.
We shouldn't be suffering other people with our childhood traumas. You know it's
Right.
something wrong with you. You walk around there ready to go off at any minute. Please go get some therapy.
Please.
Please.
Thank
But then,
you.
but,
Thank
but then
you.
what happens?
And don't let
But then what
YouTube be your
happens is
therapist.
that
YouTube is not your goddamn
if
therapist.
YouTube can be
It
a
can be
therapist.
a form of
And the
therapy,
therapist
though.
it
Yes,
ain't
it
what
can.
you
No,
with.
that ain't what I
uh,
said.
Those are jabs.
I said
Those were
they're not
shots
your
that
therapist. I
those
didn't
were
say
shots that people
therapy.
was
I said
making.
therapist. There's a difference.
But
YouTube
what I'm
is not
saying
your
is
therapist.
YouTube actually can do more for people than the therapist. The
That's a
therapist
lie.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
okay.
charge you.
JP,
They're
that's
gonna
why you
charge you hour
J
upon
JP,
hour.
that's why you dealing
no.
with JP, that's why you dealing with this goddamn
The
beef.
information
Because
that I
you
got
think
off
that.
YouTube compared to my therapy is way more.
can YouTube
JP really
prescribe you
don't.
pills?
But how y'all
Can
getting
YouTube
upset with him over his opinion?
can YouTube
No, we
prescribe you
not.
pills?
I'm just saying.
The
And that's why JP
therapy,
is dealing with this guy.
having a one-on-one talk conversation with somebody in your family is therapy. Anytime you make yourself vulnerable and you expressing the stuff that you went through and you having conversation about it, that's how
That's
therapy works.
therapeutic. That's therapeutic. It's
Yeah,
not
It's
There's
therapy.
a difference,
therapeutic.
JP. That's a
But why you
difference.
think people constantly come on? This
Because
stuff
they
why
is
you
helping.
think
please.
we?
This stuff is helping them
No,
a
why
lot,
you
and
think we up at 3 and 4
want
in the
people to
morning?
Because y'all
Attention and
fools.
loneliness.
doing that.
You know what?
You motherfuckers ain't got no goddamn life.
That
I
ain't what
need
it
a
is.
woman. I'm an
He.
incel.
Oh, that's what an incel is.
I'm
People
joking,
go through
Auntie
different
Jack.
changes.
I
Hey,
work
hey,
from
JP.
I'm in
home,
menopause.
Comes on
I work
YouTube.
from
I'm
home.
in menopause,
I don't even know
so
what I don't really know what an
insomnia
incel
comes
is.
with that shit. Rissa,
Yeah, I
can you
work from
sleep
home.
all
Shit.
night? Rissa, can you
Hell
sleep
no,
all
I'll be up
night?
at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll be up 2, 3
Thank
o'clock in the
you.
morning. Be up.
That's that pause, that
So let me
menopause, you
ask you this. You up
motherfucker.
at 3 o'clock in the morning. Your first thing to do is to go to YouTube.
Oh no, I
Maybe
do
not
work.
try to go back to sleep.
Well, no, I can't go back to sleep, but
You
I do
can't
get
go
up
back
and do
to
work.
sleep.
I do work. I do taxes. I'm in
Me
school, get my
too. I
doctorate.
do
So I
my
find something
work.
to do. And
Me
so
too.
what I
Okay,
do is I
I'm
log
saying
into
you're doing
YouTube
work, you're
in the
being productive.
meantime.
You're being
Yeah.
productive.
Oh,
But you're not being
absolutely.
productive
Yeah.
when you're on YouTube. How productive, unless you running the show, unless you hosting a show or doing a stream, how productive are you?
Well, this is my off day today, so I have some credit.
No,
And
I'm
then
not
I'm
saying it, man,
resting.
but I'm talking
You
about
got time for that.
Auntie Jay
She
said
think
wake up 3
we
o'clock in the
taking
morning.
personally
My
to her.
first
We
thought is to say, I'm gonna go get on YouTube.
No, hell
Well,
no.
I have.
I
Go ahead, Auntie. I'm
sometimes I
sorry.
might, but most times I do more because I work from home, and so I'll do some of the work, my payroll and all of that. It just depends on what you thinking like at the time.
I
And
work
she
I
while
got
I'm
her
on
understand.
YouTube sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I work while I'm on YouTube to just give me
Me
something
too.
to
I do
listen
that
to.
too. But
Sometimes
no,
I
when
get
I'm
tired of
doing
listening to
payroll, I
music.
can't.
Yeah, I get tired
Me
of
too. I
listening to
listen to
music, so I log on
music.
to YouTube. Yeah, so I'm
And
productive.
don't
Trust
forget to
me.
take some deep breaths. Look, don't forget everybody to take some deep breaths during your day. Because, no, for real, we forget to take a damn deep breath.
Yeah, I feel you on TJ.
No,
I'll
for
try
real,
that.
to give your lungs, a chance to expand.
Yeah.
I
But
be in here,
yeah, so
the YouTube be
Auntie
on in the
J,
background. I'm in
Auntie J,
here painting and building stuff.
Auntie J, are you retired?
So you being productive.
no, I'm
Yeah,
not old
yeah.
enough yet. You know they take it
I'm talking
back
about like
now.
Auntie Jay. Auntie Jay said I get on YouTube at 3 o'clock in the morning just to get on Fight Club to talk about shit.
You lie. See how you just put all that in there?
You just sit there and said that's what you did.
I
Well,
never
okay,
said
let me
nothing about
take out Fight Club. Let me take out Fight Club. I get on 3 o'clock in the morning to watch JP show.
That's not true either. I
And she
said it
just talked about your
varies.
lungs and lit that Benson and Hedges.
God damn. Not the hair fry.
I'm so tired. Yes.
I
I'm
get
so
on here,
tired of
but I'm
people
at
telling me
work
not to
too.
smoke. I do what makes me happy. And as
Did
long
your
as
hair
I'm
grow
doing
back?
that was a wig, man. I was wearing a
Oh,
wig because I couldn't
He's
get my
silly,
hair
man. He's
cut.
petty.
Like
He's
now, I
petty.
told my husband don't like wigs at all.
I
So
know
I
that's
told
right.
him, I'm going to
They
get
joked
me
me
a
about mine
wig.
the other night.
And you know, we used to joan on girls if they had wigs in school. You know, because
You know,
grandmas was the one that wore wigs back in our day, in my day.
the
We
only
ain't
reason
see
why
young
I'm
girls with
wearing
wigs.
the only reason why I started wearing wigs because I didn't know whether or not I want my hair to just fully come through with the gray or not. So I would wear color a lot, and it would my gray does not stay down long. So when I came back from Detroit, my daughter-in-law sent me some hair. I got my hair braided, and lo and behold, my gray was like, yeah. So I just said, you know what? I told her, just send me some salt and pepper hair next time. I'm about to let the gray show. Fuck the wigs and all, except for the braids though. And then I'm gonna let it all grow. So I'm letting it all grow out to one color, and then I'm gonna let all the love go. Yeah. So you
I
can wear
can't
stuff for
take the
different reasons
braids.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
This
take the
So y'all,
braids. I
y'all, y'all
smoke
ladies
weed.
all accept y'all natural, Billy. Y'all just feel like, let me bring your synthetic shit in there and rock it
well,
out. Huh?
it's not. Well, no, not only
Yep,
because.
being
First of
lazy.
all, hold on. First of all, this is
Being
the first time I
lazy.
ever wore braids in 50 years. Was on December 22nd when I got, well, 27th when I got back from Detroit. I never wore braids, and I was a cosmetologist for 25 years. Now, far as the braids itself, but the reason why I wear braids because I'm so freaking busy, and you know, so
Yeah,
I'm trying to let my
lazy.
hair grow. Yeah, it's not lazy. It's
Well,
not
if
lazy
you
at
got
all.
your ass a fight club
Not
at 3
lazy.
o'clock in the morning, you can do your damn hair.
Well, hold on.
You
You
see
know what?
that
Hey,
shit?
be quiet. See that, but I be
See
doing
him?
now,
hair.
Hank, that's too
Hey,
close to the truth.
hey.
Don't be starting
I
that.
know.
Oh, you
Shit, I
right.
be
My
doing
bad.
though.
You right.
I
That
be
too
doing.
hurts
True.
sometimes. You see
Hey,
how trigger they are, don't you?
hey,
It's
hey.
true.
Hey, be
Listen
quiet.
to it in the
I do.
background,
It's
sit
I
in
the
do
front of
truth,
your
taxes.
man.
makeup mirror and
I
get
do
that hair
taxes.
together.
Let me
No,
teach.
hold on.
Hold
I
on. Let me
don't
teach
like
you
the
ladies
way
how to
my
say my
hair
goddamn
looks.
name. Hold on, time out. Y'all keep saying my goddamn name wrong. It's Hink.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey,
HINK,
hey,
not
Hank.
I'm
Okay,
just
HANK.
saying,
I
that's
cannot
Rissa. She the
see.
country one. I said Hank.
I
Hank,
can't
Okay,
Hank,
see
Hank,
because
thank
of
Hank,
you.
my
Hank.
glasses. The fine
Well,
print
you
is
need to
too
get some
small.
better
Also,
glasses.
I have bifocals, and
Well,
yeah, the
then
fine.
you need to get a stronger set of bifocals.
Hey,
Then.
leave me alone. Stop. Next year, I probably will be moving to trifocals. Who knows? But
So you gonna fuck my name
Don't
up
say
until
that,
next year?
I know there's heat. Then yeah, I won't not do it again. But yes,
Thank you,
I
man.
could not. But
Rissa,
yeah,
why
so
your
that's the reason
eyes
why I
so
do it.
bad? Rissa, why your
Just with
eyes so
age.
bad?
Just with age, just all of a sudden at 40, I started having to wear readers, and it just got worse. But really, my right eye is the worst. That's
When
the one
she
I
was
probably be
younger,
blind in.
she lit the house up with candles,
You know what? No, I did not.
kerosene lamps.
It's just with
Oh,
age.
no, what it is Orissa makes 3 left turns just so she can park now because she can't see out that right eye.
Y'all killing me today.
You know,
No, I like
the
the
dirt
bring the
floors
joke.
and wash
Gotcha.
buckets and outhouses, kerosene lamps, candles.
Bring the jokes. But as far as me wearing
She
braids,
dipped that
I'm not
feather in the
letting my hair
ink to
grow
write her
out.
letters.
My ends are still black, so only my roots are gray. So yeah, I'm just trying to even it out for a while. But I'm gonna let it show. But yeah, y'all funny with the jokes and stuff. Yes,
And most of us
Well,
older
Orissa, wait a
women.
second, Orissa, some of that some grease popped in your eye, and that's why you can't see.
No,
Don't
it's
do
just with
that.
age. It's just with age.
It's
That's
gonna
all.
happen to y'all if y'all be
I'm
around
about to
long
be.
enough.
I'm about to be 51 years old tomorrow. Whoop whoop. March
Congratulations.
24th.
Hey.
Thank you, in the name of Jesus. So hopefully I
Yeah.
surpass. My mother died at 51, so hopefully I'm
I
still here.
I know where your
Happy
ass
You
gonna be at on
birthday.
your birthday on
My
JP
man
show at
taking
3
me out
o'clock
to
in the morning.
dinner. Actually, my man
No,
be
yeah,
here
stop.
to take me out to
You
dinner.
you
Thank
probably gonna
you.
have your man watching 3 o'clock in the morning with you watching
Oh
JP
no,
show.
he don't watch none of this stuff. No.
Y'all going to
He's
go
not
My
to
husband
come
don't
on.
either.
No,
He
Orissa?
said
You
don't come
going
he
to
on
said
go to
go to
Corral?
No, they go to Ponderosa. They go to Ponderosa.
I don't even
Yeah.
eat meat,
Yeah,
bro.
right.
What
I
are
don't
you
eat
talking
no
about? I eat meat.
Ponderosa.
I'm a vegetarian, Hank. No, we're going somewhere
Part of
else.
They
these
got
nuts.
hey, Ponderosa had a salad bar. Don't worry about it.
No, I don't. We don't even have one in Atlanta. What are you talking about?
We don't have one in DC.
That's just one of them old head restaurants. I was
That's
just messing with you.
old school Quincy's, and I remember all them places back in the day.
She
No,
gonna
I'm
be
not
in by
going
8
there.
o'clock. It's gonna be
Yeah,
like, but
yeah.
that was a
She
good
going to the
break. That was a
hometown.
good
No,
birthday.
he's not coming till 8 o'clock because I have to work tomorrow. Thank
Hey,
you.
look, now
Hey,
you
that's
black. They gonna go out. They gonna go out for supper about 5 o'clock, so they get home for their 6:30 news.
No,
Don't
he's
do
not coming by till 8
that.
o'clock because I have to work and he have
Go
to
to
work.
the
Hey,
So
you guys,
hometown,
I'm about to
man.
run. Y'all take care, all right?
Peace, brother.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
All
E-Block,
right,
it's
big brother.
okay, young man. Stop getting offended over this stuff.
hey,
It'll be
young
all
man.
right.
Young man, young
All right,
man. I,
bye.
I need you to get your life straight, young man, okay?
Oh, my
And
life is
get you a
very
better
straight. I
look,
talk to you,
young
like I
man.
said, man, there's nothing to get offended about. You know,
You
Hey,
just
that
start a
foot.
whole
Hey,
argument on your way
hey,
out. How you
hey,
do
Nigel,
that?
since
hey,
you call
hey,
me young man, I'll be fully okay. I'll feel happy.
that
All right, take
football
care.
team ain't won a Super Bowl since I was a young man, young man.
Don't do
It'll be
that.
all right. So you
Y'all
definitely are
tripping.
a young man. All right, bye-bye.
young.
Y'all are tripping. Y'all funny.
Okay.
Thanks for the
Where
laugh, though.
JP go?
JP said he had to take him a young man nap. Yeah.
I know. He gonna
Took
feel
him
that when he get older.
he
took
be
him flat.
Wait till he turn about 50. How many naps he gotta take? Hink,
shoot.
Hink, you still there?
Orissa, stop telling secrets.
Yeah, I'm still
I
here.
know, right?
Look. Arissa loves saying my name. Now she learned it.
Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute, Hink.
I,
I
I
said,
know. It's what we call big sexy, baby.
I watched him go off over there on the pizza one night. It was a couple weeks ago. I was like, oh Lord, you and I think I forgot the lady name. I think she was talking about she don't want no coffee dates and stuff like that. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it? Did you like it?
I did. I agree. I
I know you
listening
did.
to you.
I know
I
you
listened
did. I
to
know you
you.
did. Now you look. Now you ready to ask me out for a coffee date, ain't you?
No, oh no, baby. No. None of that at all. I'm not that type of
I don't
woman.
blame you if you did, though. I don't blame you if you did.
Hink has like a every 3-week period in which he just kind of like goes off on somebody randomly. It's just
Oh no. I feel like it'll be me today.
Hink is starting to become the Suge Knight of this shit, man.
Oh
like,
Lord. Hink.
like every couple of months, the Suge Knight hanging somebody over the balcony, you know?
Hey, he's petty. Don't Arissa, don't listen to him. He's petty.
Oh
But yeah, I did
yeah,
enjoy
y'all
that
cool.
conversation, Hink. That was a good conversation.
Yeah,
She
he
did
triggered
deserve
that
that.
lady. He triggered
Well,
that lady. He triggered her so
look here.
bad. Poor
It was
thing.
just it was a teachable moment, and she just needed to be taught. That's all. I was helping the sister out.
Absolutely. And by the way, I don't mind. Like to me, I don't mind. I mean, coffee dates don't bother me at all. Like, should I? This is what I was telling someone the other day about that. Because actually, that came up in convo. I'm like, I'll be daggone if I get dressed, get my hair done, get my nails on, and go on an expensive day with a dude I'm not even gonna like. That makes no sense. Give me the coffee date first, and then we go from there. That's what I'm saying. That was my opinion on that.
Yeah, I think after a certain point when I used to date, like I was trying to actually get to like the bigger the date didn't really matter. It's
Right.
weird. In
Right.
fact, the more I planned, the more it ended up being flake outs. So if I was like, yeah, man, we're gonna go to the movies, Benihana's, we're gonna do it big on Friday, I get ghosted. If I say, hey, let's just go walk down the street or do some bullshit, that's more that had more of a success rate. I think the anticipation really kills a lot of people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the dating scene is hard. I don't know. Do y'all think the dating scene is different now, or is it,
You have to ask Hink. He's the only one dating.
Hink, you're dating?
Look, I told you, Arissa's trying to get at me. She keep dropping hints. So is that what you want to know if I'm seeing somebody, Arissa? Is that what you want to know, baby? Just ask.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now you're gonna get quiet on me. Okay.
She ain't gonna beg.
I mean, she might as well get. She sounds like she's doing it already. It's too late.
Ooh.
Ain't nobody talking to you, Auntie J. Calm down.
Ain't nobody talking to you, Auntie J.
Ain't nobody talking to me.
No, we just want you to listen sometimes.
You ain't talking to little old me.
No, you got a whole husband, baby. We ain't nobody talking to you. We talking to the
You
single
ain't
Arissa.
nobody talking to me.
Arissa, you not gonna answer the question?
No, actually, my son had just called. What you say? Tell me again.
I said it sounds like you trying to put your bid in. That's what it sounds like.
Oh
If you want
no,
to know I'm
see,
dating, just ask me out. Just ask me,
I
and I'll let you
already
know.
have I already have somebody that I'm dating. You
You're
so
not happy
funny.
with him. You're not happy with him.
Oh, why not? Who you say? Oh, see,
Old
that's
school
how they be
gang.
doing you
I
too.
can't
That's how
run
they be
from
doing.
old
Hey,
school
hey,
gang.
Ronnie, drop. Hey,
And then
Ronnie,
you be
drop
like,
everybody
yeah,
down, Ronnie. Ronnie, drop everybody
No,
down.
drop
Don't
us
even do
down,
that. Do not
Ronnie.
do that.
Ronnie, don't drop.
I'm too old for Hank. Hink. I'm too old for Hink.
You don't know how old
He
I
just
am, man.
46.
You don't know
46.
how old I am, man.
I thought
Oh,
you
how
said
old
you
are
was
you, Hank?
46.
I'm 47.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
My ex of 13 years. He's 45.
We're not gonna talk. We're not gonna talk about him. He's irrelevant right now.
Nigga, nah,
my new
Mr. Good.
my new guy in his late 50s. So yeah. Y'all so funny.
Let me find out you gonna drop that guy for Hank.
Oh no, honey.
Yeah, look at Auntie J. She ready. She
No.
tipping, calling now. She,
Y'all
look,
so
look,
sweet.
she got off camera. Look, she
I
got
got
off camera. She's thinking about it. I said, well,
tell
should
me
I?
that date tomorrow. You so funny.
Yeah. We you gonna be like my man, that cop calling Sunshine later. I'm not coming home, baby. Don't wait up for me.
Oh, somebody said you too old for me. No, not like age appropriate. But my ex was 5.5, 6 years younger than me. Yes, I admit.
So Rissa, you was out there rocking the cradle a little bit. Ain't no, I hear you.
Let me
I
find
did,
out. Let me find out. Arissa out here cougaring.
No, my guy's older than me. I didn't think I was a cougar because I was only
That's
5
not
years
no
older than
cougar,
him.
5 years.
Yeah. And I know 5 years now. If he was my son age, who's 30, about to be 36, then yeah, that'll probably be more
Well,
cougar
Rissa, you don't have
status.
to worry about it. It's all. I think what you said. You 50. You gonna be 51 here soon.
I'll be 51 tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, it's just a 4-year difference between me and you.
Yeah.
And he
I
could
mean,
grown ass man. He gets
grown.
mature.
Look,
Grown.
Rissa, what,
if
hey,
I wasn't,
hey, y'all,
if I
she's
wasn't
nervous.
seeing
She's
someone,
nervous.
yes, you are age appropriate. Yes.
She's
Okay.
nervous. That's
Yes.
okay.
As
I
long
heard
as
that
you're
little nervous
mature.
laugh. I heard that nervous laugh. But that's okay.
And Lee
And
Bell,
she
she said,
can though.
"Oh, your husband is 8 years younger. Ooh, that's not too bad. See to me, unless you like 10, 15 years, that's to me when you get into cougar status. So yeah,
Like my husband 6 years older than me.
okay, that's not bad.
Yeah,
Ron, you married?
Miss Rissa had that old nervous laugh. Look, she tried to get off the subject. Ron, you see how she do that? You see how she do it, Ron? Off his game already. She trying bad.
You done jumped all the way up there to Ronnie Ron.
Auntie J, please save me. I can't handle what he's putting down. Save me, girl. Sister Cole need to kick in. Sister Cole need to kick in right now.
Wait a minute, Heek.
You are a mess.
Wait a minute, Heek. You gonna respect me, Heek. I am your elder. Don't play with me.
I'm just saying.
59.
I'm just saying. Arissa was looking for you to bail her out.
I can't save her.
She was looking for that sister code.
Since you can't save her, she don't want to be saved.
Yeah. She was looking for that sister code to kick in and help her out.
Somebody said I flirt like a bully. Stop it.
Arissa flirt with like a spatula or something. Come on.
Mr.
Johnson, you need to
Arissa
stop,
got that
Mr.
Debo flirting.
Arissa flirting, she'll make you some
silver hair.
juice.
Now you
Arissa make
daggone
you
right.
some natural juice.
You want some
Don't
beet
play with
juice,
her like
baby?
that.
See, Arissa flirt, she be like, look, my fan making a noise. Could you come over?
Y'all are really tripping today. Y'all messed up.
I don't know what's wrong. It's something under my sink ain't working.
And yeah, she bend over and she bend over and say, right here, this part on my fan is broke.
Don't bother me. Don't bother me. I'm just in my robe. Just underneath the sink, baby.
No, Rissa ain't gonna have on no robe. No. She's not about to have on no robe.
I don't know. Y'all
When
haven't
you
working on my body. You're right. Oh my goodness. Y'all are hilarious.
The truth shall set you free.
Auntie J on here instigate, you know.
Hell yeah. I believe
Oh
in
my goodness.
I believe in love on YouTube. You heard me? That
I
would
don't.
be
Oh yeah.
something. The wait a
I
minute, that'll
don't.
be something. Rissa breaks up with her almost husband for Hink in the basement.
I
Hey, that's a good title too. Yeah, he's in the
Hell
basement.
yeah.
That's a
Girl,
good
that
title.
would
Yeah,
go viral. That would go viral.
I ain't gonna lie, that'd be dope.
That
That's a
would
good
go
movie too.
viral. Girl,
if
that
that
would
were to
go
happen,
viral.
if I get with
They'd be
anybody on
like,
YouTube, I
wait a minute,
would
they'd
not
be
be on
like,
YouTube again. I would
wait a
not
minute,
be on no more YouTube platforms.
they'd be like, when she on Fight
Stop
Club?
lying.
You
Stop
come on,
I
Rissa,
would
let me
not.
go
I would
in.
not.
I'm going to the same page. She don't mind.
I
She
wouldn't come
lying.
back either, Rissa.
She lying. She.
Yeah, okay. Well, you won't know if
Yeah,
you
Hank
find
left,
out, huh?
but he'll be back. He probably had something to do with his job. He'll be back.
Yeah.
Nah, I
Yeah,
know that's
so
one of them old player moves. You know, let him leave, so she could be like, "Where Hink go?" Mm-hmm.
I know, right? See, I ain't
Oh,
gonna. I
that's
can't
true.
do
That's
it.
right, dog. You like I forgot about that.
Look, I'm an old player.
Y'all so sweet.
I'm an old player. Okay.
And
Wait
that's
a
true.
minute,
Look, and
she
he came
said,
right
Told you.
back. And look,
wait a
and you
minute,
said he
Roddy
came right
Ron.
back.
Wait
Arissa,
a minute,
he
Roddy
back.
Ron.
He
She
back.
said
Y'all
she
are
saw me
straight
on here.
clowning me today.
Rissa
Huh.
said she saw me on here, so she came on, right?
That's
She
right.
might have came for me, right? But I ain't the reason she stayed.
Oh,
Dun, 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 dun.
Auntie J, come on, don't be doing
Oh,
Auntie J. You cannot throw me under the bus.
Hink in the basement, girl.
he's in the
Well,
basement. So you would.
did I
Hink in the basement.
did I miss something?
Oh yeah, she asked about
No,
you.
He
Yeah,
back.
you
He
missed
back
a
is
no, I
right.
did not.
He back is
No, I
right.
did not.
lot. You
Don't
missed
believe
a
nobody but
lot.
me.
I told you I'm an old player.
Don't
I know
believe
that
nobody but
player
me.
move, Hink. I know what you're doing over there. I see what you're cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, what you saying, Black? I don't know what you talking about, E Black. What you talking about? Go on, let it be known.
Yeah, it's coming up.
You
It's
want
coming
us
up
to
with
repeat
stuff.
all that?
I
It's
didn't hear
coming
it. I'm
up with
sorry.
stuff.
Well, what had happened was I
Auntie J,
said,
y'all doing too much.
I
Y'all do
said,
it.
what
Wait, Auntie, you got
if
a crush on Fatty? Auntie, you got a crush on Fatty? When was this?
Auntie, you got a
I
crush on
don't
Fatty?
fuck with niggas with no neck, okay?
Ooh.
That's
I
like
don't
two of my
fuck with
kids.
porn niggas either, okay? They
Y'all
don't fuck
are
with me, I
too
don't fuck
much.
with them. Now back to the conversation with Rissa and Hank.
What?
So
I'm too old for Hank. I got gray hair.
Rissa would leave her dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Auntie
And
J.
end up with Hank in the basement.
Do you blame him?
He
Do you
said,
blame Auntie J?
No, she
nah.
did.
Girl,
No, she
Hank was
didn't.
talking about cooking some ribs and all that shit, Rissa. You heard me? On
Well,
the
hell, he
Yeah,
don't
grill.
eat no meat. I'm
yeah.
vegetarian. Hold on.
Well,
He don't
he
eat no
can
meat.
cook some vegetables too, girl.
Hey, you can cook anything on the grill, baby. I promise you that.
Oh, of course you can. Oh, yeah, absolutely. For sure. That is hilarious.
So
But
what you
ain't nothing
saying,
wrong with
Arissa gonna slap that season on the meat and bring it out to you, Hink?
I mean, if that's what she wanted to do, she might not feel comfortable touching the meat. I don't
Oh,
know.
no,
She
I
might
still
not
cook
be into the
meat.
meat.
I had no problem cooking meat for my ex.
I wouldn't talk
I had
about
no
that meat,
problem.
baby, but that's okay.
You know what? I'm just saying. And you, I got caught myself up with that when I did that to myself. Okay. I caught myself up. Okay.
E Black set you up. You
Oh,
gotta look at the
no.
first call. E Black set you up.
E Black is up here. Look, he's supposed to be gone. Who's supposed to be gone?
E Black, because he said he had to go to work. And look, he's still in the he's still there.
He's still here. Up here starting stuff.
I'm in the meeting. I'm in a meeting in one ear and talking to y'all in the other ear.
How is that possible? And they don't hear you?
I believe it. Dayla used to do that. Dayla used to be on his laptop. Literally at work and be on Fight Club. I'm like, how the hell?
He said they was out there multitasking, huh?
Yeah, he was like,
We
I'm in the
found
meeting. I'm on Fight
ways.
Club. I'm like,
Hey, look, hey, y'all better not mess around and get Arissa in trouble. Don't do that. We're not gonna do that.
I'm not saying nothing.
I don't blame you. Hey, sometimes things just definitely be unsaid. Sometimes you just gotta just shut it down. I agree with you. I know what you're doing, Winston. I see what you're doing.
But this is a question to ask for the man on the panel. Why it's so hard for guys today to talk to like older women? Like, what's the problem for the young guys? Because you know some young guys like older women, but they say they're having a hard time. Well, to talk to women in general. I'm not gonna say older, just women in general. Why y'all think?
Why do
Well, truth
younger
be told,
men like
I don't.
older women? It's because of money? Because I be keep hearing this sugar mama thing, but all older
No,
women,
ain't
they
no
ain't
money.
looking.
Ain't
Yeah, I was
no
Yeah,
gonna
money.
say.
look here, man. I
I
don't
don't
think
know
it's a
what it is.
problem how do you talk to women. There's really not that much of a difference. It's all about their maturity level. That's the only difference between an older woman and a younger woman, right? You just got to know how to talk to a woman, period.
Yeah.
You got to put your work in on how to do it. You know, what I used to do back in the days, I used to talk to the ugly girls. And that's how I got my practice. They was my practice dummies. Talking to the ugly girls, picking up shooting game, and I'm saying what I need to say, seeing how they react, how they respond to it. And then when I worked my way up, I started getting more comfortable doing it. Then I started working up to the pretty girls. I noticed there's no difference. It's just their appearance. That's it. So once you get past their appearance and how pretty they are, then the conversation won't be much different from an ugly girl.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
the
it's more.
accent.
I think it's more of a lot of people don't know how to take no for an answer, or you have to have enough no's to build yourself up. Like when I was younger, I used to do telemarketing, right? I've told people all the time, I've been told no 1,000 times before I was 18. So I know how to take rejection. I know what it takes, but I also know how to overcome. Pause. So
Mm-hmm.
so that's kind of like the deal. Is like a lot of these guys, they think you're supposed to have, a good batting average. A good batting average is 25-30%. But they think they supposed to be, Steph Curry from the line, So I'm sorry, I have a conversation one here.
No, but that's very interesting because but a lot of people think because it's like a sexual preference, like Free DJ, I think he said it, like more older women they're more freaky than the younger women.
We are.
Well, look, I
Cause I,
don't think it's always true because it depends on the woman's sex drive. You know what I'm saying? So you got some OGs out here. She got high sex drives. You got some young girls out here with the high sex drive. It's just about what you're looking for, what you want.
I want to know why we still fucking.
What
do you mean, Auntie J?
What?
Why are we still fucking?
Well, is that a problem?
Is there a problem? You're supposed to, no?
Why? For what?
What do you just want us to sit around just look at each other?
No, we can do other stuff. I'm just saying, why do we gotta keep fucking?
We
Why
can.
do we gotta
We can
keep
do other
fucking
stuff.
and sucking and all this?
All right, but ain't nothing wrong with that, Auntie J. You act like it's a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing.
People jaws get tired.
April. No, you're not. Talking she too young for this conversation. Don't even try to pull that young card now.
Well, roll out, move around, move around, April,
No,
move around.
Make her stay.
Shit.
So, y'all funny. Yeah, y'all are too funny.
Yeah,
oh my God! But
no, I just wanted to know.
I think I hear some younger guys like older women just because, like somebody said, it's really a mature level. Usually, I mean, as long as they know we set in our ways, after the age of like 40. But from what I hear is because they want maturity. They don't want all the drama. They don't want to go back and forth. They don't want to go through that with some of the younger women. So they rather just deal with an older woman who are usually less combative. They just want peace.
First of all, the younger woman nowadays is so busy, and I get it because I was young at one time, and I was into my money more. But once you make all the money and things of that nature, once again, it get old.
Yeah.
So anyway, they're not interested in getting to learn what a man likes because we've been taught we're the prize, but in actuality, they're the prize.
Right.
And I see now why they are the prize, because when they go out in the world, they don't see it like we do. And when they go to work, they have to deal with more than what we do because they look at life differently. So, and they do more things than we can do. Well, we can make ourselves accessible in other ways too for the man. Say like, you can be his secretary. I'm the secretary. I handle all the paperwork, bills. I handle all of that. And my husband, before we got married, he called me his secretary. And I didn't know at the time that I necessarily wanted to be called that, because that's the type of work I do at my job, for the district government. So it works because men don't like to handle bills, right? Men don't like to get confirmation numbers. Men like to stick and move. We go to the store to buy clothes. We want to look at this. Men go to the store, they know what they want. They go right there, they get it, and they out. That's not what we do. We need to see
Lord,
something else over there, or over there.
somebody did a video on Jay Prince, Lord AC. Nah, you might have to DM him on that. He probably will talk about that. If somebody did a video on him about him going to Brook trial. Really? Wow.
Oh yeah, that's old.
Oh, that's an old video? For real? Somebody put in. Oh, send that in the back chat. I want to see that. Somebody did a video on Jay Prince. I ain't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that's old. They just wanted to know why was he there and things of that nature. But like he said, he wasn't there for him for that. He was there to support him.
No, Auntie, they say it's a new video. They say it's new.
Oh, another new one?
Yeah, I DM. You already know, just DM him that. You know he gonna do a reaction to that one. 4 days ago. Yeah, they say it's 4 days ago. Yeah, Jay Prince probably in the shower. Yeah, so when he gets back, then I'll probably let him know and tell him, hey, somebody did a video on you. So, wow, Jay Prince starting to be known out here for real. Oh, there's Jay Prince. Hey, Jay Prince, somebody did a video about you, bro.
Yeah. I think that's the dude that was interviewing me. He butchered up the interview, or if that's the same dude, I don't know. I was supposed to do a reaction video to that, but I was like thinking, like, should I go back doing that to react to that? About the Derek Brooks trial.
Shit, you react to everything else. You react to everything else.
Yeah, I was gonna plan a date to react to that.
Yeah, you gotta react to that. Yeah, that's big. I mean, you get well known on YouTube. That's good.
Yeah, and another thing, I know you didn't know. I know you, because I'm sitting back here thinking I still haven't watched the video yet. I was in there helping my daughter. I'm sitting back thinking, I'm like, man, my ops coming to the show, especially when I'm not there to defend myself. You know, Fatty, Q, I really don't want them over here.
All right, bet.
Yeah, dog. That's. You know.
Wait a minute. This is going on with Fatty too. See, I don't be in the YouTube stuff like that.
Yes,
okay.
Nobody over there from that camp.
Oh no.
So you hear that? So you hear that, Mars, over there in the chat?
And I hate to call people ops on the internet. I hate to call people ops on the internet, but you know, they definitely not somebody that is got my best interest.
All right, so if they in the chat, block them.
Y'all, JP, let it go, man. Y'all.
No, I'm letting it go. I just don't want to. You know, they like ops. You know, I'm trying to keep the people that don't got my best interests away.
But I wouldn't block them though either. I let them come over. Let everybody see what's really going on.
And you just never know how things gonna see. That's one thing y'all ain't got on our generation. We would do all that, be friends the next day. I think that's where I got. I think I have a lot of my
channel and still promote on your YouTube. I've been trying to get that off.
I don't know.
I think that's one thing I will say. We
You have
could
to
go
go on a
at it
laptop and
back
do it.
and forth. We could go at it back and forth all day long, but we could be cool.
No,
Like
you don't have
I
to.
guess
You
to
don't have to
me.
block them. They just not gonna come on the panel.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Say
Gotcha.
less. Anybody else or just them two?
That whole team, Fatty whole team, and Q.
Oh, Chad. Okay,
And
got
Hink.
you.
And Hink. Block Hink.
Oh, Hank. Oh, Hank,
No,
you gone.
I
Sorry,
fuck
bro.
with Hink.
Hank, you
Dang.
gone. Hank, you gone. I'm removing him now. See, he's gone.
Rick James,
You can't
cold
take
blooded
Hink
right
from
there.
Bristol. You see what that did to her?
Yeah, look. Hey, she's ready to pay that $20. Bring me back.
Let me reach in my pocketbook for
Ronnie, where Rich at?
But
No,
Ron,
she
you
left.
did a good
I
job,
didn't kick
bro.
out.
You did a good job today.
Oh, okay.
You've been holding this stuff down.
Nah,
You've been
thank you,
doing
bro,
real
man.
good, bro.
I fuck with you, man. I told you, man. I got you, man. Don't worry about it, man. And they say Fatty been talking shit about me, but it's cool though. It's cool
Let me know
though.
the
It's
price too, man.
cool.
I'm gonna throw you some too, bro.
All right.
We're gonna
It's
talk about
fat
it in the back.
ass.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it in the back. Yeah, I was saying like freaking.
Don't give your password out though, Jay.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Auntie
don't do
Don't
J.
that.
give
I
your
was
new
saying don't give your
password
password
out.
out, bro. Don't do
Auntie
that.
J, didn't they say in the chat that you got a crush on Fatty?
I will bust him in his motherfucking throat that he don't have.
See, Auntie don't know where to start, so now he gonna clip this and he gonna show it. What? He gonna go in on
I
you,
don't
Auntie.
give a rat. I started to flag the video he did about me, but the shit was so funny, man. I ain't flag it.
How you gonna Auntie J, how you gonna flag a video?
Because it was about me.
So what? Was it wrong?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
that's why I didn't flag it.
She said nope.
That's why I didn't flag it. I'm a good sport. Like, if it's funny, I'ma laugh.
But
it was funny
you say
as
you went over there
shit.
to flag it, how you gonna enjoy it and say you gonna flag it at the same time?
I was gonna flag the video if I didn't like it. I already had it made up in my head. I was like, let me see this shit. Marcus was my attorney. It was so funny, y'all. I laughed. But I won't go up there on his channel, and I will not ever sit on no panel he got. I'm not no fake person. I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. Ain't no love lost.
Now, Jay Prince, I do want to tell you this, or whoever running Ronnie, like y'all need to create timestamps, right? But not like I'm telling you. Once you see how that remix game, you know, like you can drop a clip and you get paid more than with your whole live stream. You know what I mean?
What you mean?
Like create a
Like-
time
like-
so for example, let's say we talk about
You talking about like creating
right?
shorts?
Yeah, and then make sure we put on the title, like on a thumbnail or something, and be like, okay, not on thumbnail, but on the caption, on the header, like, hey, we talking about teenage adults. Clip that and use that as a video.
Yeah,
'Cause
use
we
that
be
as a
going
video.
in.
And
Yeah,
then I'm
last
telling
video was really good, man. Rilla, that guy named Full Circle, man, they went in. Him and that young guy, well, freaking, what's it? I think Mr. Alignment,
Benji,
Ruthless, all Eco, all of them. They
all
it was really
of
deep,
them.
man. It really deep.
and StreamYard has a functionality to where you can actually like take parts of your stream and clip them down. So you don't even have to have like software. You can just go into your YouTube. Well, I don't know how your storage is, but like if you have enough storage, go to your last video, take the timestamp, download the video, put a new thumbnail up, upload it. That's another money stream because you still get ads off of that. And in fact, those type of streams, those type of clips get pushed to different areas than a live stream would. And that's because I have a few clips. Like the live stream may have had like 300-400 people 300 views, but I have clips off of one of those live streams that are like 1,000, and I got paid more.
Wow.
Because sometimes when the way you clip, like especially if you clip it right. So anyway, just don't clip up some of this stuff because you might have a. That's why you need to just take down the time.
Yeah, it's because it's a lot of good it's a lot of good shorts I can make out of all of this.
Ain't nobody gonna come back. I'm sorry, I don't mean like that, but ain't nobody gonna go through all of your stuff, and you might have a good conversation and. A 7 to 8 minute clip is easier to digest. Because like my wife, she'll look at a stream and I'll say, hey, look at this, and it'll say 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, and she's like, I ain't looking at all that. But if I show her something for 8 minutes, she'll probably more than likely look at it.
That's how my husband is too.
Some people won't even look at it just by the time on it.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, they say link up with Cynthia G.
Do you know Cynthia G was the first channel that I got blocked on?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I literally was in her chat, and I didn't know who she was. I didn't know all this stuff, and this was during a time when she was hanging with 3 girls, and they were just drunk. You could just tell they were drunk. And then she was arguing back and forth with some girl, and her homegirl was like, see, you've been drinking too much. So then Cynthia or somebody, Cynthia said, see, when you say that, you're invalidating my argument because now everybody says that I'm drunk because I've been drinking. And so I'm in the chat. Are they drunk? Are they drunk? They drunk again. See, that's why you can't let them have drinks. Blocked. So
yeah, one thing over there, you can't really, if you're not catering to what they believe in, it's sips or nothing over there. So they're blocked.
Yeah. So that's it. But that's YouTube. So.
But not so. But if you go over there and have a conversation with her, Jay Prince, I don't think she'll block you. You just have to have a conversation with her and not be disrespectful. You tell that guy all the time, you don't respect what she's saying. Y'all can go over there and debate her her talking points.
Yeah, I think it's weird that people won't I think it's weird that people want to have conversations, but they don't want to act. That's one thing I respect Destiny for. He will go to any chat. People. Why do people just stay in their own little cubbyhole and just say, oh, well, I'm just having an open dialogue and open conversation? It's just you're never going to truly test your arguments until you go into other people's spaces.
And I think it'd be a good look. Remember, she debated Umar. So she debated a lot of good people, though. Umar, I think I don't know if she debated Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta look into that. But I think she debated him too, if I'm not mistaken. She debated a lot of people. So
man, I got kicked off of Tommy Sotomayor's panel.
No, but E-Black, somebody paid for you to get kicked off.
But that's fucked up. I'm tired of that shit. Somebody
paid to get you kicked off. We don't know who did it. You know what I'm saying?
But how you gonna kick somebody off?
I don't know who paid for you.
How you kicking people off?
It was me. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that to you. I'm sorry.
but this is what pisses me off. How do you kick somebody off for respecting the fact that you have respect for children? It's the wildest thing. It's I'm saying
you said chat lives matter, they still got rid of you again.
Yeah. I'm tired. That's why I like being over here. That's why I like being I've really stopped going to channels where I get kicked off because it's getting old because it's really censorship.
No, but the thing is, everybody went over there to Tommy. Tommy didn't know about the kickoff thing. He didn't care. Tommy don't care. But everybody from my channel went way over there. So
yeah.
Yes. Yep. Q said how much. Q asked how much is it to kick somebody off, and then she ended up kicking somebody off. She ended up kicking Jay Prince off.
That was funny. That was funny.
E-Black, we're not gonna talk about that. We don't move past that now. Come on.
Oh, my fault. My fault.
We're trying to help JP do right. We're trying to help JP do right.
Yeah, stay on track.
Then there was a fake Jay Prince in the chat. That was weird. That was weird.
Yeah, it was.
I think JP, was that your burner account? You like KD? That was your burner account? What the hell is JP doing? Just smiling and shit.
Oh, you talking about Cynthia G? Talking about she got pregnant by a broke a dusty truck driver.
Okay.
Yeah, Cynthia. I think I debated. Yeah, Cynthia G and Nolly since they double team me.
JP, do you still call women healers?
Yeah.
Me too.
Because they healed the soul.
Because I truly believe they healers.
God damn, JP. Why do you say that?
And once she find the right healer, he will marry her because he don't want her to go and heal nobody else.
Man, these heifers ain't healing shit. They give motherfuckers nervous breakdowns.
Nah, some of y'all need to sit your ass down.
What you mean?
There you go.
What you mean when you
that
have sex with
bull
them?
crap.
Don't you feel healed? When you have sex with them, don't you feel healed? Don't you feel like your soul went out of your body and it came right back
Don't
in?
you feel like right? Don't you feel free?
Because I busted a nut?
What you busting for then? Why you ain't leaving in if you don't feel that freedom?
Shit, then shit, I ought to feel healed when I beat my meat then. God damn it.
It's not the same.
Oh, okay.
Men don't really like to do that. They like to put their seed in something. Not their hand, not a cloth, not a towel. You heard me?
Yeah, I was looking at a clip.
I heard that, Auntie J.
I was looking at a clip. I was looking at a clip, and it said the guy was like, "I'm tired of dealing with modern women. I just rather beat my meat." And I was like, "Okay, wow, we're really talking about like y'all really down bad, that bad?"
Yeah. No, they only say that because they can't get women. They only say that when they can't get women. That's when they say that. E-Black.
And they can't get women. They can't get them. They can't get the women to commit. They can't get the women to have their children.
I think Patriarchy said one time, you know what was funny? Patriarchy said something that was weird one time. He was like, "Man, I'd rather be in jail than to deal with an ugly woman."
E-Black, hold on, my baby's back. How you doing, Arissa?
Hey, you're so funny. You wait a minute. He said he'd rather be in jail than what?
Than to deal with the ugly woman.
I mean, maybe that's his preference, to be in jail. I ain't gonna knock it, man, for what he wants.
It depends what he determined is ugly. I just don't. I mean, I just hate that word for both men and women because at the end of the day, women give birth to men, and men we come from y'all balls. So while we keep talking about, to me, like that's one thing. That's the reason why I got so triggered the other day because somebody told us that all black women are unattractive and all that stuff. I got triggered by that because it's not true. But I'm the first to take shots at our weight. I'm the first to take shots at having all these kids out of wedlock, no husband in sight, never change her last name in her life. I say stuff like that. But I cannot let nobody get away with calling a whole race of women ugly. That's just I can't do that.
Arissa, let me ask you a question. Are you ready to heal me?
No, you're 47. You got to heal yourself. What I got to heal?
Not according to Jay Prince.
What Jay Prince say?
Jay Prince said you's a healer, and I want you to heal me, baby.
I'm a healer. Jay Prince, I'm not no healer. Jay Prince, you cannot be throwing me under the bus while I'm not here.
Y'all making that out of a joke. Y'all making that. I really do believe women heal men through sex. I know what I was saying was I believe women are healers to men, and through healing and part of their healing processes, sex is part of it.
Well, y'all got prostitutes. Y'all can't. You can't. That's a weak defense because of that.
if it
alone.
wasn't no prostitute or no hoes or women and like to give us some pussy, men would be going nuts.
So again, Arissa, are you ready to heal me?
No.
Okay.
Jay Prince, stop this. He tried. Hank, you off work today, huh? You off work
Boy, I'm
today?
learning some game right now from Hank. So he can
Well,
go
hey,
ahead.
hey,
I'm learning game.
Rod, you hear the nervous in a conversation? She said my name about 3 or 4 times before she got that question out.
That means you in her mind. You in her mind. I'm learning some game. I'm quiet. You see,
Oh, you up
You
here
see,
trying
I
to
went
see how
on
you can
mute. I
run
went on
game,
mute.
Ron.
Look, got her glasses all foggy. I understand.
I got, you know what? Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Y'all know how glasses get. You know how glasses
Oh
get.
no,
You know
I
you
ain't
gotta
never
keep
seen
wiping
you.
them down.
I ain't never seen you do that since I've been
What, wipe my
knowing you.
glasses?
Hell
Wipe my glasses?
no,
I normally take them
never.
off and do it.
Oh, they say you shivering.
You know what? Was it free JDC1? Stop playing. Y'all so funny. He back to, wait, what he on earlier? Oh no, he was not.
No, I was on earlier this morning.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was here. He was here earlier. Yeah, he was.
What's
Gotcha.
He ain't got
Good
Arissa
morning.
going. Just gotta look at her.
He do. He got her blushing before her birthday. He ain't no
Richard,
good.
yes,
You
you
see,
was
man,
not
ain't
that
shit.
light when the stream started.
40
Since
Boom
he got
said she
up
was
here, now you done
extracted.
turned
We ain't
light
shit
skin
for
on a
real.
nigga. Yeah. You looking real swagged out in that car.
Arissa, I didn't mean to make you nervous. I'm
It's them
sorry.
light skinned niggas. Remember you said it was them light skinned niggas. You see? You see
It's
what they
always,
do?
Light
it's
skinned niggas got
always
that
them light
effect.
skinned niggas.
Oh, my man
Always
super
them
light
light
skin.
skinned
My
niggas.
man super light skin. He lighter than he.
It's always them light skinned niggas.
He look
When you,
white. He look white. He's so damn light.
I know every
Huh?
time you kiss your man, you probably think about him, don't you?
He got
No.
lips. He got lips. He got lips, girl. Look at his lips.
He got.
He got lips.
You know what? Auntie J. Auntie J always play. Oh, she always clown afterwards. Beautiful. Y'all are hilarious.
Sometimes you can be with a man, right? And then you meet another man, right? And you may have more in common with Hank because both of y'all are Southern. And I just think y'all got a lot in common. I don't know why.
Auntie J, stop this.
Okay, my fault.
He probably is a nice gentleman. I don't even know him at all. He can get her.
Trying to play.
Oh, Ronnie down there. He down there playing, huh?
So we all listening to you and Hank. Now make this show great again.
No, the women are agreeing too. The women are saying he can get you. The women are saying
Oh,
he
she
can
clouded.
Arissa, you know I go. You know I will go. I had Arissa cracking up when we was over at Fight Club one night. I had her ass cracking up.
Look at Rilla. Look what Rilla said. He's a savage. He's a savage. I'm telling you. He got game for days,
Look,
man.
Roddy Raw. I was on Fight Club one night, right? And one of the people in the chat gave Aaron $100 to do whatever he wanted to do with it, right? And it was like 6 of us up there. And I didn't want to get kicked off at the time, right? So I said, Aaron, can I sing my way to stay on the show? He ain't say nothing. So I said, sitting here looking in the mirror, he clicked my ass down.
No, he didn't really. Aaron.
I went on the bed.
It's a beach show.
How long did you have to stay down?
How much is $100? An hour or two?
He's the whole He's the whole 100 on you.
What, like 2 hours?
See, I make men spend money. All my life I had to fight.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I make men spend money. I help Aaron get money. Huh?
Oh, I definitely help Aaron get money.
I help Aaron get money. I took JP's stance with the healer. We got so much pushback with that shit. I was just saying how far I was gonna go for real. But they got on there and they was taking it so serious, like we had committed a crime. Oh, programmed as people we are. You gotta unprogram yourself sometimes to the ways of old that our mamas and dad that they didn't teach us right. They taught us what they knew. And what they didn't know, we had to learn on our own. So that's why the disconnect is there, because the boomers let y'all generation down. I think y'all generation X in. What's y'all generation, Rissa?
I'm Generation X. I'm 72, so I'm Generation
Right.
X too.
Yeah, right. And Generation X dropped the books on the what are they next?
Yeah.
What's after that?
Generation X, they say that y'all the one that messed up our generation, this generation.
Yeah.
I
Millennials.
agree to a
What's your
certain
generation?
extent. Yeah, I agree to a certain
millennials.
extent. I
Yeah,
agree to a certain extent. Did what we
I
did because
know
a lot
we
of us didn't
did.
correct our trauma. Yeah, a lot of us didn't correct a
And
lot of trauma. Yeah.
and we was
we did.
raised up in my generation, the knowledge is to be sold, not told.
Yeah.
And they still keep that same stance in my generation. Like I literally can't have a conversation with people my age. It can be uplifting and gratifying or stimulating because they won't talk. They won't talk. They
Who
Yeah.
wants to
still
talk
hold
about
on.
slavery all
Make sure you
day?
guys drop your channel
But
on the
maybe,
I
chat.
don't
maybe
even
you're
know
not,
anything
We
about
gotta talk
slavery
about.
though.
That's
I
maybe
don't
you're
know
not
about
asking the right
slavery
questions
I
though.
though.
wish I never knew about that slavery shit.
Maybe you're not asking
I
the
don't
right
even know
questions.
about slavery.
well,
I
that's
don't know. I
what
wasn't
they
there.
offer to the
I'm
Guys,
sorry, that
drop
was
your
an
channel
old
in the
joke.
chat.
That was an
Drop your
old
channel
joke.
in the YouTube chat so I can highlight it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they
Maybe y'all not
offer
asking the right questions though. Maybe that's it.
And then they
Like,
lied about some.
Damn, Jay got kicked off.
Somebody
Well,
paid
I
the
tried.
LTR.
Damn. Y'all
Damn,
booted,
you
y'all
might
booted
pay the
yourself
kick
out.
They
off.
paid me.
oh man, my man
Nah,
said
you do
Auntie
They
J
paid
do
smoking
you
too.
off on
cigarettes to the
YouTube.
filter.
To
Auntie
the
J, you
filter.
out there smoking cigarettes to the filter?
Past the filter, man. I be seeing them.
Damn,
Terrible.
them cigarettes
Wait,
don't
have you
stand
ever
a
seen her?
goddamn
She
chance.
pressed the wrong
Have you ever
button.
seen her smoke? Have you ever seen her smoke a cigarette and the ash fall on the camera?
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, I did. I saw that one. We was cracking up in the chat. Yeah, I
Auntie
saw
J,
that one.
they clowning you.
I tell you, those be Chesterfields you be smoking.
Justin Fields, damn.
Oh, listen.
Y'all
Chesterfields.
are hilarious.
Well, do those be some Paul Malls? Gotta be some Paul Malls.
No, but Auntie promised that time she wasn't gonna smoke no more. She couldn't help it. She said, "Forget it."
Hey, Auntie J's on that Virginia Slims, baby. Auntie J's on that Virginia
You
Slims.
muted.
I'll tell you muted.
It's
There you go.
Benson
I
Head
smoke
Gold.
Newports.
You smoke Newports?
Newports.
Yeah, hundreds in the
And
box.
I
Auntie
smoke
J,
weed.
Stay
Auntie
with the
J, them
weed. That
Newports
Newport
and
fuck you
Cools,
up.
those are the worst cigarettes.
Yeah, they are the
I
worst. They'll
know.
fuck you up.
But ever since I started sucking my husband, I just need a cigarette. I feel
Hey
fine.
man,
God
You know what?
damn, God
God damn.
damn.
Wait, is
You
that
know
a
Auntie
good
J
reason
gonna
why
give you
you
the
had to start
business.
smoking, or is it a bad reason why you had to start smoking? It's just like, damn, you popped a dick
It's
about
all of the above. I don't know which way to go. I don't know.
God
Auntie J
damn.
gonna give you the
Yeah.
business.
Don't ask me no questions. I tell you no lies.
You
Heard?
You heard that?
stressed out. You be that stressed out to take care of your husband. You gotta take a cigarette smoke.
No, I be that drained.
Oh damn.
What are we talking about?
Auntie
No,
J.
I
that's
be
right.
drained.
Arissa,
I
hold on,
be
Arissa,
drained.
Arissa,
I
Arissa.
plead the fifth.
Hold on,
I plead
Arissa.
the fifth. What?
Auntie Drake put a lot of work in about healing her man.
Hey, listen, she be doing a whole lot of healing.
Oh my God, y'all.
I be
don't want.
healing. I
Come on,
be
y'all.
healing.
It's about to be lunchtime over
She
here,
be down
y'all.
there
Y'all
mixing.
gotta.
She be down there mixing up ingredients and going off recipes. She be down there putting in work. Not
If I
work.
wouldn't have had to go to the doctor today, I would be doing it at lunchtime, and then I'd be doing it at dinner.
So you gonna get you
Well,
some
you heard.
noon healing,
Tell him,
huh?
Auntie. Tell him, Auntie, if you gonna get it, you gonna get it. Goddamn it.
Well, did y'all
You gotta
hear
get
that?
them lunchtime healing.
Do y'all believe Scottie Pippen asked right when she say she's had sex with
Yeah,
him 4
exactly.
times a day?
4 times a day for every
I-
So
23
you would have
years.
sex 4 times a day?
I,
Nah, you can't
No,
do it.
normally it's the dude lying about that shit, but when the
That's a
woman
cap.
does it,
usually be
it's kind
about
you gotta
That's
three
a
kind
or
of
cap.
believe it. You don't
it
think so?
usually
Why?
be
Why do you
about
say
3
that?
or 4.
Because
4
number
times a
one,
day?
unless she because guess what? Number one, she had babies, so you take time after you have babies. Number two, you're on your period. That's number, and then we go through some menopause. I don't know.
Hold on,
I think
I don't
I think
bleed
it
Orissa.
no
took
more,
too
so
much.
you
Orissa,
know
hold
I'm
on.
good.
So let me ask you a question. While you was pregnant, you never had sex?
Not, I'm talking about after the baby's born. After the baby's born, you're not having sex. You're all stitched up
6
and shit
weeks?
down there.
6 weeks you can.
But she said every day for the 23 years, every single day. That's what she said. I
Well,
posted on my
maybe that's what it
TikTok.
seemed like. Maybe that's what it
That's
seemed.
what
Look
it
here,
is.
you could have sex during your menstrual. You could
But
get
then
them
she
red wings.
but
I
then
don't
she
bleed no more
but then
though.
she
No.
but then she
No,
accused
that's
him of
true.
cheating.
Hell
Then
no.
she accused him of cheating. So how
Because
is
she
that?
wasn't doing it 4 times a day. So somebody had to make up for it.
You know what, Hank? So you up there starting trouble. And yeah, but
Arissa,
that means
if I
she
come to
wasn't
you
doing
4
it 4
times a day,
times
you
a
better be
day.
ready. Don't come with no
I'm
goddamn
saying 4
excuse,
times
Arissa.
a day. I'm saying that's not like 2 times. She said 4.
I don't.
I'm
I
up there
don't.
with
Four.
I don't
Auntie.
believe
I
it.
don't get them monthly visits no more. So I'm up there with Auntie J.
I don't. I
So
don't believe it as far as the.
I
So that's
don't
more you gotta
know if
do
I'm
it.
gonna do all that.
I
I
don't
don't know if
believe
I'm gonna do 4 times a day though. I really think that's a cap.
No, honestly, it's not.
unless
You
You
she
don't
can
think
tell
so,
by
That's
my
Auntie J?
lips.
connection.
My
But
lips ain't come to the world like this.
wait. She is Latino. Isn't she a Latino woman?
Who?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
but
so.
she also did surgery.
So you know
though.
them
She's a
Latina
Latina,
girls,
but she
they
also did
be
surgery.
but the Latino women, they be a little freaky. They go all damn
So,
day.
so,
You
so
hear
E Black, you
her friend.
stereotyping now? Is that what you're doing?
I'm not
Right.
stereotyping. I'm giving my what's that when you have your own perspective?
Although I'll have you experience a Latino woman.
Yes.
You're
Plenty.
Okay.
I mean, you never know. And then she was a
Ain't nothing wrong
housewife,
with
so
that.
maybe she had
especially
time
especially
for it,
them,
you
them
know.
Latino grannies.
No, but
That's
no
some
black woman
nasty
ain't gonna do no 4
motherfuckers.
times a day. They be like, no, they got stuff to do. They be like, baby, I gotta
Hey,
get ready for my hair
when
done. I gotta cook. I gotta clean. They're like, hell no.
Yeah, but you got also
Well,
think
all
she
that
might not
sound
always talk about
always.
but she may not be always talking about penetration. She might be talking about she topped him off. That might
No,
have been
she
one
said
time.
nope. She said I
That's true
posted on
too.
my TikTok. She said every single day for 23 years she gave it up
I
4
believe it.
times a day. She went on a road with him. She
But
said
Arissa,
that's what
that's
she
what I'm
said out of her
saying though.
mouth.
What some people consider sucking dick sex.
That could be right too. She because the women were saying poor
She might have topped him off
poor vagina.
once a day, and the rest of the time she's taking up her pussy.
I mean, you could be right, but she said she gave it up 4 times a day. She didn't really specify. I mean, the other women were saying poor vagina.
This has got
but
to stop for me. This has got to stop. I'm a boy to mend this shit. Now that we've come to
What the
the
hell?
end of this road.
God damn. Jay Prince, put this shit up.
Auntie J is the new Miss Hollow, okay? She is the new Miss
My
Hollow.
lips have to let you go. It's a natural road. You have fucked my lips up.
Well, hold on, man. Look here, y'all call y'all women healers. Y'all say y'all women are healers. This man
Yeah,
plays
but it's only so
basketball.
much that
Hey,
he
hold
is
on,
here.
Auntie J, stop the singing. You ain't on the American Bandstand. We calling women healers. This man plays 82 games a season, not including playoffs. This man needed a lot of healing. Banging against the Pistons and the Knicks. That man needs some healing. So 4 times a day, there's nothing wrong with that. Give that man his good healing.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong
Wait,
with it. I think it's a cap.
hold on, Hank.
I'm
Even in the
tired.
soggy in the soggy basketball shorts,
Doesn't matter. Get it in.
Hell no.
Well, what?
No.
She,
No,
hey,
you not
hey,
about to.
look,
I'm not about
look,
to
E
do
Black.
it with that
She was
sweat.
oily
You
clean his
crazy.
salty ass nuts. Get it in.
Hell no. That's some nasty shit. Motherfuckers out here
I
fucking
can't go
fucking
for
with
that.
some
that were
washy
true,
ass nuts, man. That shit nasty.
I better not smell nothing. Is you serious?
I mean,
You think I want to
if she
smell
was,
some cheese? I don't know what you ate while you was out there, and I ain't trying to smell no cheese because we ain't eating no pizza. None of that. No boiled hot dog.
So hold on, guys. Let me ask you guys this. So when you with your husband or your wife or whatever the case may be, you ain't never woke up first in the morning knowing you got morning breath, did what y'all had to do.
Yeah.
her morning breath sex is the one. I mean,
There you go. What's
We don't have morning
They say
breath. Our
morning
breath
sex is
don't
the
have no
best
order.
sex.
Yeah, that 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning.
My man, I can't even hear my man. What you say, dog? I'm sorry.
That's different than being out in the street all day or being at work all day or coming back from the gym. You full of sweat. It's like, damn, go hit a shower. Go
So,
wash your ass.
okay, but hold on, hear me out. You never had sex after workout before you was able to get in the shower.
Oh hell no!
I'll take my ass in the shower. I don't fuck with
Now,
that.
again, I'm going about my experience. I have had sex after football games. I have had sex before I was able to get a shower. She wanted it so bad that she just wanted to go right in and there. After the club.
That's why bacteria vaginosis is where it is today.
I don't know.
Look here, ain't nobody saying you do it every time.
I don't know if this was your girl or not. If she was just a little one time thing. If she
No. This is my lady. This is my lady. That's what I'm saying. With your lady. That's why I said with your husband or your wife. That's why I was specific when I said that.
Yeah. So if that's your girl, I can't speak on what people do. I just know what I don't do and what I do.
I got you.
I'm not about to be fucking and I smell a certain type of way and I'm not about to be
stinking ass woman. That shit is
get
awful.
your ass in the damn shower.
Look here again. I'm just saying when when in the heat of the battle, when you come from the club, you come from the club. When you and your girl come from the club, y'all always ain't gonna say, "Well, let's jump in the shower before we have sex." No, man, the moment might be right there. It's just there.
Nah,
I think when you're young, you do stupid stuff. Like in your 20s, that probably did apply.
And that's what I'm, Arissa. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. People act like they ain't never had some, intimacy, like right after we left the club. I mean, you hear dudes talk about, man, I was high and drunk and had sex. How can you really have a good time high and drunk and having sex? I don't think it's possible. But hey, some people do it. That's their thing.
It is possible. It's possible. It's possible.
That Hennessy.
But guess what? At Hennessy, you would sweat like a motherfucker too.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, so you evolve from that shit, right? Because as you get older, you understand it's just like, man, some things.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Back in the young
no.
Now I wouldn't do without a shower.
I'm not talking about my man. I'm not talking about at a hink at 47. I'm not talking about hink then. I'm talking about a 22, 23-year-old.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Crazy
like
stuff,
you said, you step out a little bit, do some like my lady Arissa said, some crazy type shit.
Yeah.
Oh, she like that. Look, she like that. Made her smile. Funny. She's all giggly inside.
I'm a smiley person anyway, despite
no, Arissa, don't do that. You ready? Arissa, you gonna have to go change your panty line about time I get through with you.
God damn.
Man, with the game, boy, I'm still in all your game today, brother. I'm sorry.
I hope those leather seats you sitting on, they cloth.
I'm ready to go to the car wash. I'm about to mute myself while I go to the car wash. I'm listening.
Damn.
She gonna blame the car wash. That's why my seat where it was. The car
wash. You know what?
Wow.
Arissa, keep the cam on. Don't cam off. Let us see where you hands.
Man, are they both on the steering wheel?
Hing inbox about to blow up, boy.
He's my man silly.
Man, Rilla, shut up, Rilla. That's my guy right there.
Hey, Rilla, I don't know why you black on the panel, brother. For real, I don't know.
Man, I done had meetings. Man, I done had meetings and emails. I'm rocking out in the Black House this afternoon. I'm really waiting on my computer to get in. But yeah, go ahead. What was y'all talking about? Go ahead.
We was talking about Arissa and her seat being wet.
I'm still listening, although I'm in the car wash. I hear you.
That's fine. I want you to hear me.
The seat over there bubbling.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, put Wipe Me Down on the speakers. Wipe Me Down.
He's like, what a wow.
Hey, Rich, I'm gonna leave you alone, baby. I ain't gonna get you in trouble. I apologize.
Always tell women, can carry you some napkins in that glove box. You don't want to be going home.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she probably got some wet wipes in her purse.
A roll of Bounty in the back seat or some shit.
Maybe a spare pair of drawers or something. I don't know.
I
Y'all
heard
wow.
all that stack y'all was talking while I was going through this car wash. I heard it all. Yeah, it's funny.
We just gotta make sure your OG don't hear it though. That's what we got to worry about.
He's working.
He hear it. He'll be all right.
So you got to just shake it off.
Working.
Listen, so I already gave my spiel on how I move, right? That ain't, and no disrespect to Arissa, but my thing is that ain't my woman. So I'm gonna move how I move.
Oh, you wanted a missionary gas. You just missionary all day. I gotta look in your eye.
I'm a bull within the swinger community.
Oh, well, damn.
Yeah,
I think that's the majority of men, though. I think all men are bulls. We all bulls. I don't think no man like doing missionary.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of dudes is cucks, and when the cuck in them and the simp in them come out, it's actually depressing to watch for like 2.5 seconds, and after that, it's just like, hey, you asked for this, dog. That's on you.
Because remember, missionary is more of an intimate moment. Most dudes like, nah. So,
I mean, whatever position she wanted, she gonna get it. I ain't gonna hold back.
Wait a second. Somebody said, I don't eat box. I'm too old for that.
Man, you don't let her sit on your
face. I just saw that too.
Yo, wow.
You sit on your face.
Hold on. They said they what? I don't need Fox. I'm too old for that. Man. Damn, who said that shit?
Hank said he got that flavor saver, man. He got
that's a cap. Whoever said that be capping. That's all some of y'all old men be doing. Y'all need to cut it out.
Dude. I ate boxing when I was 16 years old. I didn't have a problem with it.
And you still eat
Not
boxing?
at all. And I still doing it 2023, waiting on the wrist to come through from the car wash.
He got a tattoo on the side of his neck that say this side up. Nigga don't play.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't do what you got to do for your lady. Do what you got to do for your lady. Hey, E Black spotted Eat Ass Club, ain't you, E Black?
That is a negative.
Oh, man, ain't nothing wrong with eating ass. You just can't eat everybody's ass.
Look at
that. That is a negative. I would like to.
You are half a centimeter away. Go ahead, E Black. Join the club, brother.
No, your beard. I know you like your beard to touch it and wiggle it a little bit.
I ain't got no problem with it, dog. For my lady, you hear what I'm saying? For my lady, I'll do that for her. I ain't got no problem with that. It's all good, baby.
Okay.
She want her toes sucked. She want her ass ate, whatever.
E Black.
It's all fair game, big brother. I promise you, it's all fair game.
No.
It ain't fair. No, I get it. It
ain't fair.
But people be capping online. They be doing it on the side. So
you ain't like, hey, Ronnie, E Black's probably the one that sent that damn message in the chat. I'm too old to eat pussy. That was probably E Black's burner account. Acting like KD and his bitch. Stop that, E Black. Eat ass.
Oh man.
Nope.
You see how his voice got softened? He was like, no.
Let me tell you why I got soft, Ronnie, because he's thinking about it now. Maybe I should.
That's either cut the grass or eat the ass. That's your choices, man.
That's right.
They say he from Oakland. They eat heavy.
Nah, man.
Oh no, hell no. E Black?
E Black, you from Oakland?
Yeah. I'm from both Oakland and San Francisco, so you know. Don't let Aaron O hear that too, because Aaron O it's some weird stuff, but I'm from both. So now, munching. Truth said he a munch. Oh, he said no munching allowed.
No munching is allowed. Truth, come on, man.
Truth, ain't nothing wrong with it, dog. Go on, do it. Tap in, big brother. Tap in with it. You might like it.
Oh, sugar bum. She said, "Angry man, bitch, got his legs in the air."
Oh, damn. Hey, Rilla, my Final Four ain't shit, man. I got one team left in the Final Four, and that's Houston.
Oh, they playing right now.
Should no man,
I
should
gotta
no
see who
man
playing.
be
You
caught with
want
his
playing today?
legs
I'm
in
going where you want. But
yeah. Should no man be caught with his legs in the air, period. You should never be caught with your legs in the air. Hell no. No.
Hey, there's a
No.
Carlos Miller. Hey,
No.
there's a Carlos Miller joke where he's like, man, when you eat ass, you can't be having your booty all in there. And that ceiling,
your feet kicking and shit. Nah, man.
Oh shit.
man,
Hey.
and that ceiling fan hit your ass.
Oh man, listen. Sitting down there looking like a kid eating a Lunchable in front of the TV.
E Black, let me tell you how you help yourself from doing that. Have her ass in doggy style. You just eat it from behind. Spread them cheeks and eat it from behind. You ain't got to worry about your ass all tooted up in the air.
Or just have her sit on your face. Either way.
Well, you can do that too. But hey, some of these cats got some big women. I don't know if they can afford to have a woman on their face. So,
hey, if she ain't 280, she ain't a lady. Hell no.
God damn, my man said she ain't 280. She ain't a lady. Hey, my man, I took the motto: if I can't lift them, I can't get with them.
Yeah, man.
So
I think I remember when, like, in high school, you know, the whole eating out thing, it was like a whole thing, like, nah, we not doing that. Man, after I got out of high school, all these girls used to tell me the story, like, yeah, he used to eat and I'll be like, him, he was the main one. Telling everybody. So after that, I realized I don't take nobody for what they say. Like, everybody has their own innuendos, you know. So,
well, look, E-Black, I told you, I was eating pussy at 16. I ain't have a problem with it. That is what it is. But look at, you know, back in the days, you know, back in my time, the black girls wasn't saying they wasn't sucking dick, so I had to go get me a white girl to get my dick sucked.
Oh, that is another thing. That hey, on the flip side, black girls did have that issue. Let's be real. Now, this is a conversation Jay Prince supposed to be waking up to, but he must be busy.
No, I think he's busy with his kids. Remember, I think his kids doing homeschooling.
Yeah.
Man, got to take care of his business.
And homeschooling.
Shit. Hey, I talked about this last night on my show.
I think homeschooling is the best. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I talked about this on my show last night too, about teachers and all that, and homeschooling. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking into if you ain't did it or you trying to do it.
You talking about homeschooling? Are you talking about them like learning from school, like on a laptop? Or are you talking about you teaching your own children?
No. You teach your own kids and the whole curriculum.
Yeah, okay. I thought y'all was talking about like the kids attending school from home. Hell no.
No, I think that was only beneficial during COVID. During the shutdown. But yeah, just on general, no. But homeschooling your kids out, to me, if you don't like what's going on in the curriculum that they got set for these kids now and what your kids involved in, yeah, I would definitely recommend to do homeschool if it's feasible for you. You know what I'm saying? So
most definitely, especially with the way that they trying to indoctrinate these kids and set them up with all these different methodologies of thinking. Yeah, you don't want nobody teaching your motherfucking child.
Hell no.
I don't want them to be teaching my kids about them same sex in school.
Exactly.
I'm saying my kids are grown, but I'm saying that's straight.
Look who decided to come back. Look who decided to come back.
No,
I'm listening. I'm just cleaning out my car.
She had to get out. She had to wipe that seat up.
She had to wipe it down.
Did you put a towel down, Arissa? Arissa, did you put a towel down?
She didn't have a towel. She had to get. She had to reach them up.
I wash my car every day. What y'all talking about?
So you saying that cloth is sucking up all your juices? Okay.
She got 3 terry cloths.
Ooh,
terry cloth.
No.
That two-ply don't apply.
I know that's right, but hey, on a serious note, yeah, I would definitely recommend anybody who can homeschool to do it for sure. But I'm also the type of like right. You said you watched the show last night. I was pushing for kids should only go to school for 4 hours a day. They should only learn 3 subjects in school. You know, that's math, science, and English, and everything else should be taught at home. Unless your child wants to learn a trade. You know what I'm saying? Then I can also go with that.
Well, they took trades out the curriculum. I think that destroyed a lot of what a lot of people's like work ethic, especially within the workforce, because when you take trades out of the program, now it's just standardized tests. And even when I was in school, I would be like, you know, why the fuck is we learning about shit that we're not even gonna be using? You see what I'm saying?
Right. But you know what?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a delay. You good? I'm sorry.
No, but nowadays, they're not even teaching the curriculum anymore. Now they're talking about same sex, and they talking about all these different type of theologies that they do in the school. I don't know all of them because I don't pay attention to that shit because I don't want my kids learning that shit. I'd rather just homeschool my kids. But thankfully, the school that my kids is in, they're like, man, fuck that. We don't play that shit. They had a teacher come up there and try that, and they got them out the motherfucking school quick as fuck. They don't play around.
Really?
Yeah.
So, my man, let me ask you this: since you say your kids homeschool, are you in part of a homeschooling community?
No. My kids is not homeschooled. They are in a school that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
They in the school here in Detroit that don't play that shit. Like they don't mess around with the whole parents shouldn't be directly involved with children's learning. They don't play around with the curriculum not being about the read, write, arithmetic. You see what I'm saying? They don't play around with the whole. I don't want to say the they don't play around with the alphabet ideology.
Right.
Now, a lot of schools have garnered that because that's the way that they are trying to pretty much move and indoctrinate the kids. But when you know, like the parents will come up there and seriously cause a motherfucking problem, they're not gonna do that shit. Do that shit.
Well, the thing is, parents can opt out of this. Parents just need to figure out what they need to do. I tell parents all the time, you need to join the PTSA because that's going to be your first line of defense of keeping that bullshit away from your child. Because when you go to those meetings and them board meetings and you involve yourself with the board, now you have an idea and you can cut it off at the road before it gets to your child. You know what I'm saying? So parents definitely need to be more involved because a child is an investment. It's going to be the most important investment you make is your child.
When parents stop using, now I'm about to talk shit. When parents stop using school as just a daycare and just actually send their kids to a school so they can actually get some real learning going on, then it wouldn't have that problem. And yes, parents do need to get involved. Stop just sending your kids to school and not being involved. Take your ass up there, talk to the teachers, see what's actually being learned, see what's actually being taught. Go up there, check on your kids' attendance. Make sure they ain't skipping school. Go in there, check
your kids' homework every night.
Period.
That's something. Like I said, I've been, the reason why I specifically fell back off YouTube just a little bit because my daughter got in the 2nd grade. She got more homework. I don't have time to do half of it. I don't have a lot. It's an all day thing. She get off at 3:30. We got to do the 20 minutes of reading. We definitely doing them spelling words. We definitely doing your other stuff that you got to do around the house. By that time it's 9 o'clock. Now it's time to get you in the bath and get ready to go to bed. After that, at 10 o'clock, I'm tired.
It builds structure. It does build structure.
Yeah, definitely. But again, Ronnie said you watch the show. I talked about all of this stuff last night. Teachers and educators are not babysitters, and to call us that is disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? To say that's disrespectful. And it's just unfortunately, people need to respect and show more appreciation to teachers because they spend more time with your kids than your parents would ever do it.
Yep.
And for you to not be involved in the parenting in school in some type of way is really sad. It's really sad.
Well, the teacher, when I first moved to Atlanta, I did substitute teaching. As long as you have a bachelor's degree or higher, you can do substitute teaching. So while I was waiting on my cosmetology license, reciprocity here. So I taught for a couple of years here. And I can tell you it's a difference in the school system that I taught at too.
Mm-hmm.
There are different scenarios, not only there are some teachers who are very involved. I mean, some parents who are very involved in rural areas, but be honest with you, a lot of them, they single parents, they working 2-3 jobs. They really can't come up to the school, you know. But then you have the kids who parents be like, can't nobody tell you anything. So if they call me, they'll just cuss the teacher out as well. So,
Arissa,
you know,
that's no excuse.
No, but Arissa, I feel
There's
like
no
that's
excuse,
crazy
Arissa.
because you know why?
I
Because
That's no
if a woman
excuse.
want to go on a date, if a woman want to go on a date, they're gonna find a babysitter real quick, or they want to smash
that's
somebody, they're
true.
gonna find somebody to take care of that kid. So they use it a lot. You use a lot of excuses here.
I'm
You know,
Yeah,
you just some women just
I'm
don't care
not
about their kids.
disputing. I'm
and
not
and it's,
disputing that fact because I was a parent, and even though when I divorced my husband, yes, I was one at the school all the time. I leave a client under the damn dryer and go up to the school. So you know, I know all about that. But
as
I'm
long
just
Arissa, as
saying,
long as you got vacation days, you can take a day off. Most of
oh for
these jobs and
sure,
careers, you have vacation days. Take a
Yep,
day off if
true.
that's
Yep.
what you need to do to go check on your child.
and
No,
see, that's what
we can't
you
keep doing
right.
that, man.
And see,
You
that's
can't
what my
keep doing that.
oldest son do, because he the only one to have kids. He go up to the school, check on his 8-year-old son all the damn time. He's a PA, so he can be like, shoot, I'm about to go up to my son's school to check on him, you know, because you do have to really truly be involved in your kid's life. You
Hey,
really
but
have
Hank,
to.
Hank,
I
what
agree
get
with
on my
y'all.
nerves though? Hank, what get on my nerves is when I go to my children's school, I primarily just see the mothers. I barely see any fathers up there.
See
Well, that's
there,
the sad part, though. That's the sad
That's
part.
the sad part.
see
So
there.
I start like this was like last year. I started saying to them like, hey, you know, like, is there anything y'all can do like get fathers more involved? You see what I'm saying? Like have a Father's Day. Like I hosted a whole thing where fathers came up there and they would read books to the kids. And a lot of dudes, they was kind of skeptical about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they wanted to put their reading ability out there, but the kids was interactive with them. And a lot of these guys was just like, man, this was actually kind of dope. Actually just be able to just take time out and just interact with my children and also with their classmates to where you can see where they at as far as their learning go, because you don't know what these kids is getting outside of the school. Some of these kids, they go home to busted homes. Some of these kids, they go home to broken homes. They go home to single parent homes. And I'm not saying that single parent is bad, because sometimes a 2-parent household can be even worse. But when they in their school, that's that time for them to get away. And excuse me, especially when it comes to young boys, yes, they do get a lot of learning. They do get a lot of wisdom from some women, but it takes a man to raise a boy. You see what I'm saying? And when they have that male energy, that positive male energy that they can interact with, it actually kind of motivates them to want to do better. The sad
Well,
part
yeah,
is that a lot of dudes just don't get involved in kids' school.
unless it's through sports, and that's a problem to me. Like my son, the school he go to, it's majority black. It's a black school, right? So, but it doesn't matter. I go up there and I not only check on my son, I check on other boys that I know. And of course, these are boys that I know. His teammates that I know their father's not in their lives. And I take initiative and do it and check up on them and talk to them. I say, hey, dude, what I'm hearing, man, you struggling. Why are you late to class? Why are you not on time? I know you get there on time because your first period is your coach, your basketball coach. So I know you're there on time for him. So why don't you make it to your other classes? You can't keep coming to me talking about, well, I had to go to the bathroom. So if you got to go to the bathroom after every goddamn class, you got a different problem. I need to get your damn bladder checked. Why the hell you can't hold yourself that long enough where you can make it to class on time? Don't keep coming with these bullshit excuses. You got to challenge it. And unfortunately, a lot of these schools, they target these young black boys.
Yeah, they do.
Just to try to get at them, upset them, and push them. It's the sad part about it.
Target the young black boys, and they let the young girls just run amok all.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
What
And
you said.
unfortunately, they got a lot of, and I'm not saying all women, just a little small disclaimer, but they got a lot of bad examples of some of these mothers that come out there acting complete fucking ratchet, getting out the house looking like any old thing and acting any old way. And then next thing you know, these little black girls like, well, fuck that. I seen this one black girl cuss this teacher out. She was like, fuck that. You ain't my motherfucking mama. I don't even let my mama talk to me like that. I'm just like, God damn, what a motherfucker, what the fuck? Like, what the ass whooping that? Like, what's going on? So when I see the mother come up there and then she had to say, y'all can't talk to my motherfucking child. She my motherfucking child. Y'all ain't gonna be talking to her like that. Like, come on, hold up.
The apple don't fall far from the tree, big brother.
Your child is in the classroom cutting the fuck up, disrespecting the classroom and fucking up the floor of the teacher. But at the end of the day, she's not wrong. Nah, hell no. Something wrong. Something ain't right with that. Fuck that.
Exactly. The apple don't fall far from the tree. And you see examples of that on a regular basis.
Yeah, and then another thing is that's bad because you can't function on your job. Nobody can tell you what to do. You can't handle authority. You know, like I say, I have my managers at my job is younger than me. I have a problem listening to them because they have authority regardless. They're above me when it comes down to senior, far as work hierarchy of work. So, you got to know how to function around people, because I was a cosmetologist for 25 years. I had to listen to some customers rant from time to time. You got to listen. And how can you retain those customers, those angry customers, when you have somebody that wasn't pleased with something you've done? You got to listen. But when you don't have that structure in your home, that's what it's going to be like. You feel like the world owes me everything and I don't owe you anything. That's sad. That's very sad.
Yeah. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself to deserve a better education. You owe it to yourself to deserve a better lifestyle. You owe it to yourself. No one owes you nothing. And that's what I mentor to my youngest. It's just like, you got to stop walking around with this chip on your shoulder, like everybody owes you something, like you deserve everything that comes your way. I'm not saying that you don't, but shit. It's just like when you in class fucking up, when you in school fucking up, when you out in the streets fucking up. How the hell do you get out here and say that you want to go work for somebody, collect a paycheck, but you don't want to follow the rules? For every rule, there's a rule. If you don't want to follow it, get your ass from up under before you get put the fuck out from up under. Period.
Yeah, and another thing, you know what I'm saying? When I was telling my son, I said, look, just because you want to act a goddamn fool, don't take away from these other kids who want to learn, who's there for the sole purpose is to get an education. You want to act a fool, that's on you. And I'm going to deal with you appropriately. But don't take away, because it's not fair for you to take away from these other kids who was in here and they got a purpose. And they got an agenda and they trying to accomplish it. No, we're going to handle that where we need to handle it. Yeah. But again, I talked about this on my show last night, man. And the crazy part about it is when I was substitute teaching for like my first 5 years, I did it for like 5 years. So my first year of substituting, I was wondering what they call the substitute. You didn't get to pick your school, right? So they send you pretty much to any school they wanted you or where they needed you until you got the year of service in. Now, once I got my second year, then I could say, hey, I want to be a permanent sub at this school. And so that's what I ended up doing between the elementary and the middle school level. But the sad part about dealing with that, I always had to, when you had to deal with kids that was a trouble kid, they took the teeth away from you. So now they don't want you to suspend the kids because they wanted the kids to be in school. And the only options was either in school suspension or detention because they wanted the kids to be in school. The only way they're going to be in school is they're going to get paid. It's $1,500 a head for every child to be in school. So what do they look like? Say, well, we're going to suspend you for 3 days. No, because now they're missing out on money for those 3 days.
Yep.
So that was your only your only defense was you can't even write them up no more. The kids got to do something egregious. The kids got to do something egregious in order to get suspended.
I can't remember what it's called.
Hey, Big Red Bull, I didn't hear your question, boo. I was driving my car on. What you mean? Answer the question.
Big Red Bull, what's your question again? He didn't see it. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to see what question he did what? I got it. He said, do you prefer less or more?
I'm not answering that question. That's why I didn't see it. Don't do that.
No, Ronnie, what was the question, big brother? What was the question? I didn't see it. What was the question?
You don't see it? It's highlighted.
Do I prefer less or more lube?
More lube doing sex.
Okay, I need to know this. I'm
thinking something serious. He literally trolling.
I'm not answering that public question.
Water based or oil based? You ain't got to answer, Rich. I'm just fucking.
Hey, let me tell you this. Arissa's old school, y'all. Arissa's old school. She probably like that Mr. Luigi style. You know that old. Yeah. Y'all remember when she had to do the spit in the hand, she had to rub them together?
Shut up.
All right, I'm sorry, Larissa. I didn't mean to tell our business.
I need Auntie J back up here.
No, Sister Code ain't gonna save you today, baby. Sister Code ain't gonna save you today.
We was on a good topic. We were on a good topic.
Ain't no wrong with cutting up every once in a while. We can always go back to it. I promise you that. But
No,
again, man,
but this is my thing. This is my thing. I think is that like
Less,
parents today
y'all.
became
Less,
more and more
damn it.
lazy. We became lazy. We don't want to really take care of our kids. I think we just focus on we want to make excuses. After excuse, we want to blame the
Right.
government. We want to blame the teachers. We don't really want to blame ourselves. And I think that's the
That's
issue
because
there.
we're
I think
young
that's the
men.
thing.
That's because we're young men.
stop it, E Black. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Because my thing is that once people, and I'm talking about the black community specifically, once the black community get past that victimized narrative of blaming everybody, it's everybody else's fault, and start being accountable for themselves, that's when the shit will really start to turn around. Period.
You hear me?
You got to get away from that victimized narrative of, oh, it's the white man's fault, it's this fault, my dad, or my mama was on drugs, or my brother got killed, on this, that, and the other. Not all of that sounds good, but where's the accountability?
Right.
I get that you're going through hard times. I get that you're struggling, but shit, everybody struggling. If everybody on this panel right now was to put their struggles on the table, we
What's
all
going on, True?
Shit, what? Are you kidding me? We all have been through the struggle. Especially when you're young. Especially when you're younger.
Yes. And I was telling this group, I was like, listen, if you don't know how to fucking stir up government peanut butter, I don't want to hear shit. If you don't know how to meat, I don't want to hear shit. If you ain't never had food, if you ain't
mayonnaise sandwich, bologna, damn.
Not food stamps on the card. I'm talking about old school when you got to get them books. Okay.
Hey, he's talking about when the food stamp look like fake dollars.
Right.
Dudes getting beat the fuck up for books. You see what I'm saying? So,
right.
You speak on that. Let me tell you what I used to do. I used to get $1 food stamp and go get some 10-cent candy. Now I got 90 cents in my pocket.
there you go. And then you go to school and you say, where you motherfuckers learn to hustle at? You take $5 of food stamps, you take your ass to the penny candy store that will take it. You buy the candy, then you take your ass to school, you flip that shit. What's going on? This is simple math.
Hey, Gilbert.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
What we really need to do, yo, is we need to get proper leadership, man, and get rid of all the fake stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And those
But I
who are
remember-
saying they need to be in the form of leadership, they need to be verified that they're actually doing something. Like
Yeah.
all these fathers out here that's claiming that they're actually doing something, they need to be showing their work that they actually doing in their daggone children's lives.
That's
And
right.
we need to start hearing from the children that, yeah, daddy is in my life, daddy love me.
Oh man,
Yeah, what I'm saying.
it's a complete. You can tell. Just sometimes you don't even have to hear. Sometimes all you gotta do is watch. You see what I'm saying?
I was gonna say the results gonna tell it all. The results gonna tell it all.
So when I see a kid walk up to their parents and they got their head down and they fidgeting and they every time the parent go to raise their hand, the kid go to shrink down. It's just like, all right, something happened. You see what I'm saying? But then when I see the kid run out to school, every time I see this kid, they run out to school, arms wide open, eyes real bright and wide, and they smile is real huge. And they scream at the top of their lungs. Something going on. They doing something right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm talking about all around the board.
That's
I'm talking
true,
about
Shay Love.
not just the people you see in your school. I'm talking about in all places. Not
It
just
takes a village.
Not just the places that you can see. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
whoever is even open their
True,
mouth.
they say your audio is low. True, they say your audio is low.
Audio low.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
true.
You
I mean, I
can't
can hear
say
him just
nothing.
fine.
You can't
Me
say
too,
anything
but
to
they say his
anybody's
audio's low.
child anymore.
Well, I agree with you,
No,
Rissa.
that's not what I'm talking
village.
about talking to somebody, child. I'm talking about the main thing that everybody complaining about is, which is true, is poor leadership. That's on both sides.
Mhm.
Men and women are saying that we do not have proper leadership, and it's true. If I believe that if the men actually start becoming men, then things will change. The problem is nobody doesn't understand what a man actually is and how he moves.
Well, that's
And
because
it's out of order.
the image of man has the image of a leading man has been removed from the mindset. Now the man they want the man.
That's
to be,
right, young man. That's
they
right,
want,
young
They
man.
want the man. They
E
want
Black, stop that, man. Stop that, E Black.
they want the man to be submissive. They want the man to be non-existent. They want the man to be just a paycheck and to come home. That's it. So when and then I can't blame it on them for thinking like that, because look at the quality of men that walk around these days and say, "Oh, I'm a real man. I'm a grown ass man." Yeah, bro, but you ain't even got your finances ordered. You ain't even got the knowledge. You haven't even taken the time to take your ass to therapy and heal up some of them traumas that you didn't have. And no matter what it is, no matter what traumas those is, you need to go. You can't just be born a man. You have to be prepared to be a man. It's almost like cooking, right? You can't just put the damn shit on the table. You got to set up the ingredients. You got to do some chopping. You got to take some time. You got to actually set the fire to a certain temp. Building a man is almost like back in the days of ironworking. You don't just get one good knife from the first time. You got to put it in the fire. It got to get hot. It got to get cool. You got to hammer it out a couple of times. You got to put it back in the fire. Hey, the blade might get dull. It might start to angle out a little bit. You got to put that thing back in. That's what it takes to be a man. I don't know what it means or what it takes to be a woman, because I'm a man. I don't know what it's like to grow up as a woman. I don't know those values and those morals and those traditions. But I can tell you, as a man, a lot of dudes have missed out. And I would say it's 50% they fought, and the other 50% because their father wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? It comes
so in other words, what you're saying, a man has to be forged.
A man has to be forged.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
You can't just a man. The only man that just fall out the sky was Jesus.
There's a couple of different things. Everybody know how diamonds are created. Diamonds are created through pressure. You feel what I'm saying? But pressure also busts pipes. So depending on what type of man you is, determines what you are. You a diamond or your pipe that's gonna be bust.
Right. True. So the thing is, some men are molded to be leaders. Some men are molded to be warriors. Some men are molded to be workers. And finding your place. Now I'm speaking to the young man. This is some of the things that I would mentor to my young guys. You have to find yourself before you try to find your place in the world. Because if you allow yourself to just be dropped off into the world, you may be dropped off in the wrong spot. You have to find yourself. Whatever it is that you're dealing with, you have to deal with that before you make your next move. You cannot move forward if you got this big ass iron weight behind you holding you back. And I'm not saying that it can't be done. It just makes it that much harder. Take the time to build yourself. Take the time to educate yourself. Take the time to mature. Don't be in a rush to go ahead and get grown. Because I can tell you right now, when I was young, and I was like, man, I can't wait to be an adult. I can't wait to start making some money. I can't wait to paying bills. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then bills start coming, right? You get your first check and you see so much of that shit being taken out your check. Then you realize one job ain't gonna be enough. One source of income ain't gonna be enough. Right. And now we getting the time that we are in now.
But did that make you a better man though? Did that make you a better man though?
A man that don't a man, did it make me a better man? Hell yeah, maybe. But I'm better with
exactly. So I don't see why having the responsibility of a man is a downfall. Because you said, oh well, don't be. You said don't be too quickly because once some bills come, well, that's the point. You're supposed to see the responsibilities you're supposed to be having.
Yeah,
a lot of times these people don't have no bills. They don't have no real responsibilities.
So check this out.
Go ahead.
The one thing that a lot of us don't speak about is the fact that we grew up in trauma, and that trauma is what's keeping a lot of people stuck in these defeated mindsets and inferiority complexes. See, what I'm doing with my children is I want them to remain children as long as possible. They got plenty of time to grow out in this world and learn a lot of fucked up shit that's going out here. When you spend 18 years being a child, and then the rest, we'll say like 70 years, so we talk about 51 years that you'll have to live as an adult and deal with these ugly ass people out here. That's what you got to deal with. And I want my children to be children as long as possible. They have time to pay bills later. They have time to be, deal with other people. They had the time to work, force themselves, deal with sicknesses and all that other bullshit later.
But in the meantime, you still have to teach your child responsibility and ownership, though.
Yeah, no doubt. You already know what type of man I am, G.
The example is set by the parent. If the parent not setting the example, then they're gonna learn from somewhere else. And the last thing you want your children to do is learn from someone.
If you providing a living example in your household, the child is gonna follow.
You feel what I'm saying? I don't do too much speaking. I show through my actual actions. You feel what I'm saying? And that's how I live. So as long as I'm doing that, everything has worked out so far.
But even then, you're gonna have some kids that's raised in dysfunctional homes that still come out very functional in life, because there's still gonna be other people on the outside who you can look up to, coaches, teachers, and stuff like that. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
we
but that's the
gotta.
exception, not the rule, Arissa. That should
Yeah, I
be
understand.
something that we strive towards. We should strive
Oh
towards
no,
the parents in the household doing what the hell they need to do, so other
oh,
people
I
don't supposed to do
understand
their
that.
daggone job.
Oh, I
Daddy
understand
and
that.
mommy
Like,
need to be taking care of their children, not the school system,
right. Oh no,
not
I
nobody
agree
else.
with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Unfortunately, that's just how the world is. Like, we try to create this perfect world. Now, trust me, I'm with you on that. You know, I try my best to do the best I can with my kids, with my ex-husband and stuff. I mean, yes, my story. Everybody know my story. My kids turned out pretty good. You know, they're all married and stuff now. But well, at least 2 and 1 is getting married this year. So my thing is, but still, there's still going to be some type of dysfunction that you're gonna have to learn how to get through, regardless if both parents are in a home. I mean, because I'm be honest with you, I see kids coming out of functional with parents that everything they possibly could. They was these stand-up citizens, and their
You
kids
see,
still turned out to be fucked up.
I actually did a
But
show recently about this. That just because you come from a 2-parent household doesn't mean your parents are functioning adults.
Period.
Some
right.
children are raised. Some parents are aged children, what I call them. They're aged, but they're not. They haven't went through a process of maturation.
Hey,
And
truth, a functional addict is still an addict.
Right.
Yeah, and they got daggone exactly, and they got babies. You feel what I'm saying? So just because the mother and father is there, doesn't mean the child is going to come out correct. You feel what I'm saying? The mother and father
For sure.
need to be in a process of maturation. They need to be straight up here and actually be able to be parents and know that that child is there. So their job is towards that child. You feel what I'm saying? I tell people the way we get to immortality is through our children. They're the ones that's going to be here when we leave here. That's physical immortality. You feel with my son, he's going to hold my last name. My daughter's going to carry on the last name of the husband that she goes to. My son is the one that carried me on for years to come, and the son that he has.
I want to respond to Sin 7, I forgot when they were saying it takes, that's it. Statistically, individual 2-parent household sons don't do any better. It's a community with most 2-parent families that makes a difference. I'm going to 100% agree with you, right? It takes more than just
I
a
don't agree
2-parent
with
in a
that.
household.
I don't agree with it.
I don't agree with that.
It takes the family.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
it
takes family members. It take like my son, my oldest son and his wife. They do have 2 kids, and we just talked about this. Me and my daughter-in-law. How it, I go up there and babysit out, and when they want to go on the trips, her mother is there. Like, it does take a whole community. Her brothers, my other kids. It takes a community and on the outside as well. It takes more than just the 2-parent house, especially when you're dealing with boys. I mean, maybe because I raised 4 of them, I see something totally different than what you all see.
Arissa, you need a community because you're trying to raise men, and that's not your job. That's their father's job. So
he was there.
You need the operation of other men to do that. That's why you need a community with that. If the dad is there, that's all they need. That's all they need.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's just not always as cutthroat as we try to make it be. Like my ex-husband was very involved in our kids. Like, hell, they lived with him for some years. And I tell people all the time, I did not raise my kids by myself. Especially when you're dealing with boys, but it's just, I mean, sometimes when we talking on YouTube, we try to make it seem like it's just so cutthroat. It just takes 2 parents in the household. I do believe men should be very active in their kids' life, their sons and their daughters, because their daughters go out here and they don't know how to vet a man, and then they end up meeting the guys that y'all don't want your daughters to be with. So,
well, that's the problem, because she's trying to vet the girl, trying to vet the man instead of the father trying to vet the man.
Exactly. That's where I was about to go, Hank.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you have these young women who will lie to their father, and they don't want to bring the guy that they don't want the guy that their father think they should be with. They want the guy that they want to be with. They want what they want when it comes to women, though.
They're gonna have to take that L, then. If they don't want to listen, they're gonna have to take that L.
Hold up, Hank. So you're proving the point, Arissa. So when it comes down to it, I'm not saying that all, But when it comes
Right.
down to a lot of quite a few single mothers, that the poison that they pushing is actually hurting the child. Correct?
Yeah, a lot of things that we do, some as single mom, yes, it can be very well self-inflicted, you know. But it does take more than two. It takes a lot. It takes definitely 2-parent households, but let's just be real. Some people die. You know, you have parents, you have black men die, not only from violent, but because I have a brother that's deceased, but
Yes.
you know, just sickness,
Stress.
So I'm gonna
that
give
we
you my,
die, stress,
I'm gonna give you my story. So I had my father, my biological father, for 7 years. After that 7 years, my mother married my brother's dad. So then I have him, and I still have him in my life to this day. So the job of the mother is to make sure that that space is occupied for that little boy to grow up to become a man at all times. That is her job. If the first father dies, she need to find somebody to replace that, so that boy, because she cannot do that.
Right.
She can't do it.
See, when it
And
comes
the
down to
problem
it,
is people are out of place. They're trying to do something that they're not built to do. That's when it starts saying, "Oh yeah, we need a village and all this." And I'm not saying the community ain't supposed to help out, but see, back in the day, if I did something wrong, Miss James down the street can whip my ass, and then I come home to get my ass whipped now. You see what I'm saying? We can't do that now. That's not happening now. So it ain't no more community. Miss James down the street can't tell some of these kids, "Hey, you're inappropriate for out here cussing. I'm going to tell your mother." And your mother.
You know the crazy part, even as a parent, if you whoop your child, they look at it as abuse.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how corporal punishment is legal in all 50 states, but you cannot because I've had an issue with that before, and you can whip your children. It's just that you can't be thinking you're gonna leave webs on them, punching them in the face, all that stuff. You got to know how to spank your children.
The ass whoopings that we got, the ass whoopings that I got, I would never do to my children. I'm not about
see, that's the thing. That's
I'm not about to pull out no extension cord. I'm not about to pull out a cast iron skillet.
It ain't even about whipping ass. You feel what I'm saying? It's just a simple
Shit,
concept.
I'm whipping that ass.
Even speaking,
I bought my daughter a train set. I bought my daughter a train set just for the whooping.
Damn.
That's what's
Dang.
up. It's even about the concept of somebody speaking to you. They say, "Oh, don't talk to my child." Like, what do you mean, don't talk to your child?
Right.
Why is your child out here out of place and saying all types of stuff out of their mouth? What are you doing at home that they think is comfortable to come out here and talk around adults? And you were speaking about it earlier, Rissa, about authority. See, I was raised to respect that at all times. Any person in a position, whether teachers or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Did I do it perfectly? No, of course. I was. Children displayed certain points of mischief sometimes, but even with the situation with my child, my children. What I did was, like I always give this example: your child be running around in the house, playing around, having a good time, and you ain't bothered with them. But it could be a glass on the side of the daggone edge of the table, and then a child fly past and knock off the edge, and it breaks. Then you get upset to say, "Sit your ass down. Why you running around here fucking up or doing all types of shit?" But you just was cool while the child was being active, doing their own thing, and you wasn't chilling. So what I do is now that's my glass that I should have cleaned up and put away so the child wouldn't have break it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
If you be proactive with a lot of things, your children put like this, it's less stress on yourself if you clean up after your children, you be proactive so they can't break shit, and then they can be who they are. And most of the time, once I continue to do what I was supposed to do, my children became better. I didn't have to say nothing to them. I daggone sure I probably gave them like 3 spankings their whole entire life, if that, and it was early on. And that's come like popping the hands or something like that. But other than that, nah. Haven't had them, and they about to graduate next year.
I think it matters too when that man voice.
Ass whooping, not get it.
Yeah, because my grandson, he hear that his daddy going up to the school. That's when he start crying. You know,
Ooh-wee.
mama.
Yep.
He
Yep.
don't really say too much when
Ooh-wee.
mama comes. But when he say dad, when he say Chad, Mr. Miller coming up to the school, oh, then my grandson start crying like, Mom.
Yeah,
Exactly.
listen. So
Hey.
this one time, my son was cutting the fuck up in school, right? So
Mhm.
I went the old school style. I put that I put that belt around my neck, and I walked up in the school. I'm like, where he at? So after I got his ass together, right? Because just because my son, his brother has a different dad, right? I'm not me and his mother, we not together no more. But at the same
Okay.
time, his dad is not involved in his life. And when me
Mhm.
and her was dating, he would look up to me. You know what I'm saying? So when I would go to school to check on my son, I'd be like, you know what? Where Chris at? Hey, let me go check on him. You know what I'm saying? So like they would like pretty much associate me with like whenever Chris was fucking up, they'd be like, hey, call Will, call Mr. Will. But you don't want us to call Mr. Will. You know how you're gonna show up, right? So I went up to the school a couple of times, and then from that point on, like this boy, he would look at, hey, I got my report card, Mr. Will. I'm like, all right, good job. What you got? All right, you got to be in this subject. All right, we need to do some work on that. You got to see, we got to do some work on that. Hey, I seen your progress report too. I seen that you was talking back to the teacher during class. What's going on with that? See, I don't differentiate just because my son has a brother from another father, but unfortunately for him, his father sold him to his face. Unless your mama fucking me, I don't want shit to do with you. See,
Oh, that's sad.
that's traumatizing to a child. You see what I'm saying? So when he look up to me, I'd be like, hey, bro, I'm not about to push you to the
That's sad.
side just because, you know what I'm saying, you got a different dad. Boy, I didn't fend it for you. I didn't put up for you. You see what I'm saying? So that's only fair because I feel that most children are innocent. Now, some children, they're not. These little
They
bad,
are. Yeah.
Yeah.
these little bad
It's
motherfuckers. Some of these kids
I
not.
don't know
hey
what I
Ron,
would
highlight
do.
Shorty, go up and highlight Shorty, because I spoke about this
Which
a while
one?
ago.
Which one?
Which one? Which one? Shay Love?
Shay,
Yeah, Shay Love.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
I
one.
wanted to,
I'm trying to find
yeah.
which one. Do you remember what she said?
It's right above normal nerd, normal name changer. It's right above it.
Okay, normal name.
Yeah, punishment is
Facts,
great for
brother.
some, but some kids may be touched, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But this one?
No. Above normal
The
nerd.
next one. It's a next one, not that comment, but it's the one after the one that she posted after.
Oh, punishment. I know you're talking about that one.
Punishment is great for some.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
punishment is great for some, but some kids must be touched, unfortunately. So this is what I tell tell parents. If your child is acting up that bad, you got to understand what DNA they have in them. They have your DNA in them. So if your child is if your child is screwing up that bad, you need to be mad at yourself that your DNA created somebody that goddamn bad that they don't want to listen. Don't beat the hell out of that child. You need to be looking at yourself.
And they
like I said, if the ass whooping is warranted, then the ass whooping is warranted. Like I agree with you. I agree with you to some degree because when I look at my children, I look at their behavior and I refer back to my childhood. I talk to his mom, like, hey, what's going on? Like, is this something that we need to like look into deeper? Is this something that we have experienced that we maybe just not, addressing or something like that? And then again, a lot of kids, especially, I'm only using my children as an example. I'm not gonna use nobody else. When they go to school, they see all these other kids who have no structure completely wild the fuck out, and the teacher don't do shit. And then now my child think you about to get away with that shit. Nah, bro, you can bring your little black ass here. I got something for you to get your ass back on. You need a hard reset button. You see what I'm saying? So they get influence from a lot of it. I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just that influence. This is one of the reasons I don't let my children use certain parts of the internet. This is one of the reasons I don't let my children watch certain TV shows. See, a lot of what these parents do, they get tired of the kids and here, take my phone. Here, go take this tablet. Go sit your ass down. Go watch TV. No, hell no. Because you're not letting us raise your children.
April Carter said, I never had to raise my hands towards my child. All I have to do is raise my left eyebrow and my child gets it. Same thing with my child's father. All he got to do is use his toe. Because you know what?
It's
makes
real.
the biggest difference. Because
Yeah.
let me tell you, my kids, I have all my kids I got a son that's 6'3", he's like 6'2", be on the nice side, 6'2", he's like 300 pounds, played football in high school, middle school, and high school. He's a big boy. So when he turned like 13, I couldn't go swinging on him like that. He was too freaking big. But his daddy, even to his day, he's 30 now, married and 30. And I guess he and his dad, I guess he was mad at his dad. He was saying some stuff like, yeah, when I talked to him, blah, blah, blah. His dad called him. He was like, yes, dad, love you too. What happened to all this? What you gonna tell your dad? Stop, because you're not gonna act that way. You talking all that smack to me, but you know your daddy, he ain't having it. So
But see, this is another thing,
you don't talk
Arissa.
crazy to his dad. Huh?
This is another thing. So like I'm taller than my mother, but I know not to speak to my mother that type of way.
That's right.
Because that's how I was raised. I know physically, if I want to exert force on her, I can do what I want to do. I can say what I want to say. But
Facts.
if you raise your child to be respectful to you, it's still going to carry on. It's just automatically in them to carry that on as they become an adult. My son, I'm 5'10". My son is now 6 feet, bigger than me. Everything. So he's bigger than me, but the same thing. He's still the same thing. Reverence. If I tell him to do something, whatever, he listens and everything like that. And as long as I continue to show him that I'm here, he's going to respect me. Right now, he's on pace to be about 6'3", and he's big as shit.
Oh, he like one of my sons. He's huge. That joker huge.
Yeah, he's big as hell. So after a while, he's going to be, bigger, stronger, and more youthful than me. I can still tear his ass up now. We wrestle all the time. You feel what I'm saying? But eventually, he's going to start tapping into that grown man strength, and then eventually, he's going to be stronger. But if you raise them a certain type of way, they're not going to try you to the point where, like, all right, I don't have to listen to you to the point, and if you try to put pressure on me, then I'm going to beat my parents' ass. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I know that's right.
Like, it depends on how you raise your child.
See, when I lived in a certain area, because my kids, they went to mainly like Caucasian schools out in Michigan, right? Hazlet, Michigan. Well known, there wasn't a lot of us out there. I would hear girls saying,
which part of Michigan?
Oh, me and my mother got into a fight last night. No way in hell. First of all, you wouldn't even be alive if I had a daughter that I had to fight. You wouldn't be. I would even never talk to my mother like that. My mother was not, my mother would not have had that. Trust me, she would knock all my teeth out. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Grandma used to come to the school with a fifth in her pocket and a razor blade in the other pocket. Hey, listen, Grandma whooped that ass.
But see, I remember getting paddling in school. I only got it really twice. I really did. I wasn't a trouble kid, but I did get paddling like twice in school by Miss Anderson. She my Facebook friend now. She retired. She in her 70s. I remember getting paddling twice. But I remember so many other things about growing up as a mother, as a woman.
Don't pay no attention.
Nah, Sugar, that's cap.
I know Sugar. Don't
pay no attention. Don't even.
But I also learned how to cook it like
that was cap.
That's more cap than what the fuck I'm going to hell.
Right. We were used to.
I swear black men care more about their daughters than their son. That's why
all the time. But you know what? Also in school, we talked about this, me and a friend of mine. I remember learning cooking. We took cooking class, home economics in school, we learned how to sew in school. I learned, of course, typing, write checks, wood chopping, learn how to change a light bulb. It's so many things that I learned in my generation of school that they took out. So when I was substitute teaching, they no longer do PE anymore. It'd be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes outside. And you wonder why these kids are so freaking huge. They don't get to go outside anymore.
Well, Arissa, I've been pushing this thing for forever. I'm going to continue to push it. A kid shouldn't be in school all damn day. 4 hours a day is all the kids should be in school. They ought to learn 3 subjects: math, science, and English. That's it. Everything else should be taught at home by the family, other parents.
Yeah. I 100% agree, Hank. If
kids in school way too long, man.
Yeah, if I would
have,
and if they want to get that 4th hour, use that 4th hour as the opportunity to tutor the kids who may be struggling in one of those 3 subjects. Or if they don't need tutor, allow that to be an open space where they can go and do their homework so they can have it all done before they go home. Or let there be an option where they can take an elective type class, like you said, maybe a shop class or a home economic class, a financial literacy class, or maybe even a PE class or physical education class. Utilize
Yeah.
those resources. Kids
Yeah.
are in school way too much. 8 hours is too much for a child.
Hank,
If
like
you
I
get a
For
child's attention
real.
on a steady basis for an hour, you're doing good.
And
Hank,
you've
like
been
I
I
saying
said,
know
what
the
that's
April been
right.
saying on this.
schoolhouse is a schoolhouse. It's not a daycare center. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you see what
Yeah,
April
I
been,
mean, yeah,
April been saying.
I'm always say that, big brother.
Yeah, you've been saying what April been saying in the comments, and see this. This is the thing. This is how you can tell when somebody is actually present. You feel what I'm saying? She's present in her child's life. Her child's father is present, so they don't have to. The child most of the time, children act up because they not getting the attention that they deserve.
That's true.
That's what they doing. They got to do something. Like, you ain't paying no attention to me. All right, I'm gonna fuck up.
Right. We
You gonna
don't
give me some
listen to our
attention.
kids.
I'd
Yeah.
rather you beat my ass and give me some attention than you go the whole day only saying 5 sentences to me. Like, and it
Yeah.
really be like that.
Yeah.
But when you're present, you don't have to do all that. So everything she's saying is correct, and I believe it. I don't say, oh no, that's not possible. Kids is gonna
Right.
fuck up anyway. Nah, we gotta get out of this functional mindset that we can't have better. That our children
That's
can't
right.
grow up functional, proper, having good education, growing up to be business owners at 24, 25 years old, having something early, that credit in order, insurances, all these type of things. We got to stop saying, oh yeah, we're just this way. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I didn't believe that. I didn't grow up in a family that believed that, and I'm not putting that on my children, saying, oh yeah, you're just fucked up because you're black and we grew up and your father grew up in the hood and everything like that. You see what I'm
That don't
saying?
mean yeah.
The expectation is that they all got the mindset of is that, oh, my kids are gonna be some real ass niggas or some badass witches. Stop that.
Right.
Your children can
Yeah.
have better. Your children deserve better. Your children deserve better than what the hell you did. My children, I can only speak on my kids. My kids deserve better than what the hell I got. All I got was public school until I got out of the public school system and I took my ass to the military. And the only reason I even did that is because my father was just like, nigga, you got to figure out something to do. And I'm just
Right.
like, I don't feel like going out here flipping no burgers. I don't feel like going out here doing all this other shit. I took my ass to the military. And did I enjoy my time in the military? 50-50, because a lot of people deserve to get their ass whooped. But that's only because of who I
That's
am.
right.
Once I matured and I grew out of that shit, I'm just like, man, when I have my children, they're gonna get better, they deserve better. And that's exactly what the hell I'm providing for them. I'm providing that structure better than what the hell I got. Because I would never say that my parents was perfect. They only did the best that they could at that time. None of us
Right.
are perfect. We are all doing the best that we can at our time.
Yeah.
Because if
Yeah.
anybody was perfect, then we wouldn't even be having this fucking conversation.
Hey,
That's
bro,
a fact.
I've already told JP this. I've told Hank this, and I'm telling you this, yo. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing for your children. I appreciate the father you are, and I'm proud of you. If ain't nobody never tell you.
Thank you.
That's right.
Appreciate that.
I love seeing men with their kids because you black men in particular, you get the bad rap. You get it that you're not involved in your kids' lives. When study shows that you are. My ex-husband was very involved in our kids' lives. I'm talking about whenever he wanted to see his kids and we divorced, he was able to see him. And I felt like it was my responsibility to make sure I get my ass in my car and drive from Baltimore, because I moved to
Exactly. Thank
Baltimore,
you, Arissa.
down to Alabama to make sure my kids see their daddy. And then another thing, that's another thing. We so busy worrying about the child support. Guess what I would tell my ex-husband? As long as when you have the kids in the summertime, do not pay child support. It makes no sense for you to pay child support when you have the kids for the summer. Although the law says you have to pay it, it makes no sense. Like, and I know people want to take shots at me. Look, I'm glad that my sons had a better outcome. I'm extremely glad that my sons went out here making babies all over the place. Only one have kids, and he's married to the mother. I'm just so glad they had a better outcome than me, because I didn't come from the best. My mother was a 3-time baby mama. She had a child at 15, which was me. I turned around and had to hit my oldest son at 15, and I was like, oh hell no. I cannot see my oldest son becoming a daddy at 15. What I gotta do to stop this?
When we gonna step away from this whole thing? Studies of no, not what you talking about, Arissa. I'm talking about, and seeing I'm not coming after you, but I hear it so much. Statistics, studies, the research, this to that. Listen, it wasn't no statistics and no research when our ass was being raised. I'm not saying that it wasn't existent, but statistics didn't change what the hell we had going on in our life. We didn't base I can't talk about everybody else. I can't base the decisions and the life that I was raised in based on statistics. I don't give a damn what everybody else. The statistics are just researched opinions from everybody else, right? And this is what's wrong. I'm gonna say it. I really don't give a fuck. Come for me, Detroit, Michigan. This is what's wrong in that community. We focus too much on statistics. Statistically, the studies, man, fuck all of that. Raise your fucking kids. Be involved in your fucking kids' life. Stop getting out here focusing on trying to be a bad witch and trying to be a real ass ninja. Worry about raising your motherfucking kids. Oh, the studies say, stop worrying about the studies raising your child. Because if all you're going to do is worry about the studies raising your child, go put your child in the street and leave them there. Because statistically, they say that's all black people worth. All we worth is just the salt that we sweat off our brow when we out here doing bullshit. Stop worrying about the studies. Like, if you so concerned about what the studies say, how about you be the parent to change the statistics? How about you get out there and you make the difference? How about you get out there and you do the things that you see that could be positive for the community to change those statistics? We so worried about what all the studies say. Step away from
Robin M. Where's that study at? Because I haven't seen those studies right there.
I hear that so much, especially when I go to my kids' school. Oh, the studies say, the statistics. Man, fuck that. My child is not us. My children are not a statistic. My children are not a part of the study. My children would not be what the fuck everybody else is thinking they're going to be. My children are going to be who they are going to be. I'm going to raise them the correct way. I may fuck up because, again, I'm not perfect. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means to be a perfect fucking parent. If anybody did, then these studies and these statistics wouldn't exist. You got to change that. The only way you're going to change it is by making that change.
Yeah, that is a cap. First of all, it doesn't show that. Secondly, men don't make women single mothers. Get this through your head. Women make themselves single mothers by having babies outside of wedlock.
Come on now.
You don't require marriage. That's when you choose to be a single mother. We got to stop trying to blame everything on a man. That's the reason why y'all don't get no goddamn where. Stop that. Close your legs and be a woman. If you really claim you the woman that you claim you are, then put a fucking ring on your finger. I got 2 daughter-in-laws who've been with my sons for a long time and still don't have babies. So cut the crap.
Listen.
Some of y'all black women run y'all fucking miles, and I'm sorry, but y'all get on my nerves with this stuff. But yet, you boast about sucking more dick than anything else that you fucking conduct. So I don't want to hear no more of this stuff from y'all. Y'all ridiculous.
It's time to end the stream, y'all.
I hate to go there, baby.
It's time to end the stream. It's time to end the stream.
Time to end the stream.
Keep it on for tomorrow night. For tonight, I mean.
All right, baby.
Good.
Bye, y'all.
All right.
Love
That
y'all.
was
Bye,
good. Keep
Jay
that the same vibe for tonight. Yeah, that was good. Yeah,
Shut up,
good job, Jay Prince.
I can leave the back check open if y'all want to.
Yeah, I think they're gonna still talk in the back. Yeah. Yeah, but shout out to you, Jay Prince, man. This jug is cooking at night, man.
It's starting to cook, huh? Man. Starting to come over, huh?
Yeah. People starting to come over.
That's good, man. All they needed was to know for sure. So it gives everybody space that can't sleep during the week. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And sleep at night. And hey, then when they wake up, they still know they got a show going on. So it's straight. It started coming on pretty good. Let me holler at you in the back too.
Yes, sir.
On IG.
All right. Tell you guys. We out, guys. See y'all tonight.
See y'all tonight. Man, another great show. Shout out to Elite Bills 01, Big Daddy G, Hello Randall. Hey, the show is coming on pretty good. We steady growing. And I guess I got this gonna be it. The more we keep doing it, the more it's gonna flourish and become good and entertaining. I'll let y'all rock it out. And I'm about to go to work and get busy doing what I gotta do. And y'all take care. Come back tonight, y'all. All right, y'all. Peace.